Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Welcome back to the kingdom of the ape, the apostate ape, where we debate Christians. This is your favorite debate channel, where you can hear a undereducated hick from Alabama absolutely demolish the Christian faith, logic, and doctrine on a regular basis for your entertainment. But also to make the world a better place. Because the sooner we leave these Abrahamic religions in the dust where they belong, the sooner humanity is going to move on for the better. Just my little personal opinion. Just my little personal opinion. It's almost the season. The season. 'Tis the season, of course. So we have an extra special bonus topic up today. The bogus birth narrative of Jesus. Then we got Jesus fulfills zero prophecy, our personal favorite. God is an unjust narcissist and liar, which he is. And Christians are under the law of Moses, which they are. So these are, again, the topics for today. I've been running these pretty much the same topics for, several weeks now. They're so good, though. So good. Oh, I got some comments to see. Oh, never mind. Anyway, welcome in. Some folks will undoubtedly pile in here in a minute. Ninjas, good morning. Good morning. Happy holidays to you. 'Tis almost the season. 'Tis almost the season. What's up, everybody? It's Monday. Get some of this stuff off my screen. It's Monday, Monday. Time to debate some more Christians. Crap, is already somebody? Whoever's requested up as a guest there with the cross power line thingy as a profile picture, if you are a Christian and requested up. Oh, okay, yeah, hang out for, if you don't mind, hang out for like 2 more minutes tops, and let's let some folks pile up in here. I just turned this thing on barely a minute ago. So let a few people pile up in here, and then I will definitely let you join, buddy. We will begin the day. Yes, I see that. Thank you. Yeah, just hang out for a minute. We'll start the debate, buddy. Don't go nowhere. No PS. That was a cool name. All right, good morning, everybody. For those just coming in, if you're hanging out, tap the screen for me, please. Let's get the algorithm juices flowing this morning. And here in like another minute and a half tops, I'm going to bring you up here in just a second, buddy. I see you chomping at the bit there, but I'll bring you up in just a minute. We got like maybe 1 more minute tops. So just have a little patience there, and we'll get the show rolling this morning. Henry, what up? What is up? Welcome in. If you haven't been here before, this is basically a free speech platform, which is kind of a joke to say, being that it's TikTok. So obviously, TikTok banned language does not count, but as long as you're capable of an actual conversation, you can say whatever you want up in here, as long as you're staying on topic. Good morning, Jennifer. Good morning. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, whatever the hell you want to say in America. Welcome in, everybody. All right, so let's go ahead. Oops. We're about to go ahead and bring up the first guest of the day. Hopefully he can get us started right, or she, with some good old conversations and debate here. Got 11 people now. I think we'll do it. All right, let's bring in the first person here. They've been waiting for a minute. Hey, you there?
Hello. Yeah, hello.
Hello. Hey, you're a Christian already. Are you over 18?
Yeah, I'm 19.
Awesome. So which one of these topics do you want to debate us on here today?
So you said debate from Christian 1, birth narrative of Jesus 2 for zero prophecy. So wait, so you said God is unjust narcissist.
Yeah.
Why did you say that?
Because a narcissist is somebody who's extremely self-centered and don't care what anybody else thinks. And God does all of this to glorify himself. So that's why I call him a narcissist, and I call him unjust because he commits crimes like unaliving people for looking in the wrong direction and picking up sticks on the wrong day. To me, that is straight up evil.
God kills people. Where'd you get that from?
What happened to Lot's wife?
Pardon? Can you repeat that?
What happened to Lot's wife in the destruction of after the destruction or during of Sodom and Gomorrah?
Fair enough, but that's not a clear-cut thing saying that. Like where you say, have you read the Bible?
Yeah.
What made you leave Christianity?
The Bible.
Yeah, what made you? What did you read that made you leave?
All of it. None of it makes sense. The New Testament just lies about the old. God does horrible, evil stuff. Even if this God was real, there's no way I would worship it. It's a horrible, horrible deity to worship.
So
because it does things like unaliving people for looking in the wrong direction. So.
Are you someone that's fully atheist and does not believe in God, or like you're kind of in the middle looking for religion?
No, I'm an atheist. Yeah.
You're fully atheist. You don't believe in God.
Yeah.
So how did you believe about humanity, and you just believe that just came out of nowhere?
I didn't say it came out of nowhere.
Who made it? Who made the world?
Nobody made it. There's no gods to make anything, so nobody made it.
So you believe that it all just randomly came?
Do mountains and volcanoes randomly make themselves, or do they form themselves under certain circumstances met by nature?
So what would you say for historical evidence of the crucifixion of Jesus and historical places you can visit that was said in the Bible, or like historical stuff that's happening that was said in the Bible?
What do you mean? I believe Jesus was a real person who was crucified.
So why are you not Christian then if you believe that Jesus was a real person?
Because I don't believe he came back to life and died for anybody's sins. I think that's a bunch of nonsense.
Well, no, because what I'm trying to say is if a Christian means to believe in Christ, that's what it means.
Right.
And if you're telling me right now that you believe that he was crucified, then why would Jesus be crucified if you're atheist?
Oh, no, the Romans probably crucified like 1 million people. Should I believe in all them too?
Or so you don't believe that Jesus was the actual? You just believe that he might have been crucified and.
Yeah, I think he was probably a real person who was actually crucified, but that doesn't mean he actually did anything like God or anything.
My problem is when I look at atheism is I'm saying like there's historical evidence for God.
Not for God, there's not.
All right, look at stuff in the Bible that says this is gonna happen, this is gonna happen, like the river turning red in the end times. A lot of stuff happening that's being prophesied now.
Where's their river turning red?
I forgot the country. I think it's the River of Galilee or something like that. It's turning red, and also in something in Australia. You can also look at a lot of people have had revelation from God.
Oh, okay. Well, what does that have to do with God being just or a narcissist?
No, because as a whole thing, he says, "I'm a former Christian, birth narrative of Jesus." Jesus fulfills zero prophecy. He said.
Yeah.
I don't believe in that. Why'd you say that?
Why do I say he fulfills no prophecies?
Yeah.
Because if you actually go read the prophecies that the New Testament is claiming he fulfills, they never have anything to do with what the New Testament says they do. It's almost like the New Testament didn't even bother to read the Old Testament before they tried to say Jesus did all these things.
Give me an example.
Isaiah chapter 7.
Yeah, read out.
The whole chapter?
No, give me. You're saying a prophecy. Give me one prophecy that you said the New Testament says.
I did. Isaiah chapter 7.
Yeah, what is the prophecy?
The New Testament says Jesus is fulfilling a prophecy about being born from a virgin, right?
Yeah, and he was born from a virgin.
No, he wasn't. If you actually read the Old Testament Hebrew, there's nothing about a virgin giving birth to any Messiah anywhere in the Old Testament. Isaiah chapter 7 is about the Assyrian invasion.
But he wasn't born, because he wasn't born in the Old Testament. What are you talking about? He was born in the New Testament.
Yeah, I know that. He was prophesied to be born in the Old Testament.
Well, he wasn't.
Are you listening?
He wasn't black and white. Clearly says, Son of God, Jesus Christ, is going to be born. It was prophesied that he was going to be. Nothing happened.
Okay, show us. Show us where it says that.
Show us where it was. You just told me it was prophesied in the Old Testament.
No, I said it wasn't.
Yeah, nowhere in the Old Testament does it say he was going to be born of a virgin. In the New Testament, he was born of a virgin.
I know, and he quotes the Old Testament, Isaiah chapter 7, and there is nothing in Isaiah chapter 7 about a virgin giving birth to a Messiah. That's why I know the New Testament is lying.
You're saying the New Testament is lying because so that means you believe in the Old
Yeah.
Testament then?
No,
No,
it
what you're saying
means
does
I believe the Old Testament is saying one thing, and the New Testament is saying something completely different.
okay, but this is where the problem comes. What you're saying doesn't make sense because you're saying the New Testament's lying, but how do you know the Old Testament's real if you don't believe in it?
Because I can read what the New Testament says the Old Testament says, and it's
No,
not what it says it
uh,
is.
if there's two people, yeah, if there's two people, say there's Jack and Tom, Jack and James, yeah. Jack's before James. James is here. You don't believe in Jack or James, and when James says something that contradicts Jack, you say James is a liar, but you don't believe in Jack. That's exactly what you're saying. You don't believe in the Old Testament, and you're saying the New Testament is lying because it contradicts the Old Testament. But how is it
You
lying
don't
if you don't
have to
believe in it?
believe in something to be able to read it, do you?
Yeah, but I'm saying how is it a liar if you don't believe the Old Testament's the truth?
Because it doesn't say what the New Testament says it says.
Yes, but you don't believe in the Old Testament. You said the New Testament's lying because it
Why
doesn't
would
match up with the
I?
Old Testament.
The book's a bunch of nonsense. Why would I believe any of this?
So how is the New Testament lying?
I just told you. Are you? What is happening here?
But you don't believe in the Old Testament.
The New Testament says the Old Testament says this. I go read it, and it doesn't say that. The New Testament is lying. Uh-oh, he teacupped. Don't know what happened there. Maybe he worked himself into a tizzy. I'll tell you what, we'll give you 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. I'll tell you what, we'll look if you're still there, we'll let you back up if you come back up, buddy. But I don't think was. I'm not even sure you was listening to me. I don't think you can comprehend simple words and logic. So we'll move on here anyway. I don't know how to make it any more clear than the New Testament says this, the Old Testament says that. Whether I believe it or not has nothing to do with what they both say about each other. So it's not a matter of believing it or not. All right, let's bring up who was next here. I think JR was next. Just hang out. We might run through these pretty quick. Half of them's here. If you requested up on purpose, most of these are always accidental requests anyway, so have to give it just a minute though to make sure I'm not getting lagged on. All right. Absolutely, Reginald. It's pretty crazy. Phoenix did. Okay, Phoenix is requested. I think there's. Screw it. Let's just bring up. Let's bring up Phoenix here.
Hello.
Hey, Phoenix, you there?
Yeah, I'm gonna turn my volume up a little bit so I can hear you better. Um, so
Cool. Are you over 18?
yeah, I'm 28.
Awesome. And you're a Christian?
Yeah.
Cool. So, which one of these topics did the Lord send you to debate us on today?
The birth of the Christ, Christ fulfills no prophecy, and God is unjust, narcissist, and liar. For Christians are under the law of Moses. Um, Now it's kind of tough. As for the second point, the bogus birth and narrative of the Christ, I think, is a tough one too, because there are competing narratives. I think you brought that up. The one that I want to address is that Yahweh is an unjust narcissist and a liar because Christians are under the law of Moses. So is that a reference to the basically the idea of like not like in the Ten Commandments you're not supposed to worship any other gods, and are you referencing that as narcissism?
No, the narcissism references is because he does all of this for his own glorification, is why I call him a narcissist. And I say he's unjust because he does things like unaliving women for looking in the wrong direction and guys for unknowingly picking up sticks on the wrong day of the week.
So for the first example, that's Lot's wife, and then picking up sticks on the wrong day of the week. The Christ actually addressed that. So you're talking about resting on the Sabbath?
Well, he picked up sticks unknowingly on the Sabbath, and God still unalived him. So where's that love and mercy for this guy that was picking up sticks unknowingly on the wrong day of the week?
It's not there, but I don't think that there's
You're
mercy.
right, it's not there.
Hold on, man. So there is mercy assigned to the God of the Old Testament. I wanted to correct myself. I was going to say he's not merciful, but there is mercy assigned to him. But compared to the two, the Christ is considered more merciful. Is that correct?
Wait, what now?
The Christ is considered more merciful than Yahweh, even though the Christ is part of Yahweh.
I don't know. Maybe Christians think that if he is God, then it's the
Okay,
same.
so
We're
like
talking
the Prince
about
of
the same
Peace
person
and stuff.
anyway.
So there
Oh,
was
definitely not Jesus. Jesus didn't come to bring peace. He came to bring a sword.
well, that's the idea of like division among the unrighteous, and
Yeah,
the
exactly.
righteous
That's
would
why
follow
Jesus said he
Christ.
came.
And so I think it's metaphorical. Unfortunately,
It is metaphorical, but the division isn't metaphorical.
Yeah, I was going to say there's absolutely, and there are real swords involved with people who will bring that up. And I'm not going to throw around the true Christian thing because I understand how that's kind of nonsense, because then everyone is not a true Christian.
Good job.
But I really do think earnestly, if somebody was following or actually trying to act like the Christ, they would not be, bringing these swords so much, even metaphorically, and definitely not literally or technically, which is happening. I think that it would be more like the idea of trying to present things honestly and gently, and that is going to end up seeming like a sword to some people who really do enjoy unjust behavior. With that
Seems like
said,
God enjoys that type of behavior.
the conflict,
The unjust part. It's almost like he enjoys doing all this.
and why
Says he
would
delights in destroying the wicked.
yeah, and I wanted to say it seems to me more like that's Yahweh in the old covenant, and I think that the idea of mercy is more applicable, especially among mortals in the new covenant, because God appeared as a mortal in the new covenant. Now you're saying
Well, in
under
the
the
Old
law of
Testament,
Moses.
the new covenant starts after the Babylonian captivity, and that was 500 years before Jesus.
I would say it was before that. I would say it was in Adam and Eve, or in the Garden of Eden, excuse me, where Adam and Eve were, because they were given the instructions not to eat from the tree of the forbidden fruit, right? So that's kind of like a covenant, I think.
Well, it would have been like the first covenant.
Yeah, and then, but
Because
you're
there was
right
one
about
after
like,
that, and then it got broken, so he made a bunch more, and then we
Yeah.
moved on to the new covenant from Jeremiah and Isaiah and stuff.
and so that's fair. Now, the one thing about I wanted to bring up about the Sabbath, the Christ actually brought this up in an example, and he said, "Is it wrong for somebody to bring their mule out of a ditch if it gets stuck in the ditch on the Sabbath?" And again, he didn't necessarily give an answer on this, but this is what I like about the Christ, is because a lot of the things he says are like in parables, they're metaphorical. And ultimately, people I think, are supposed to assume from the word of the Christ that the guy's not working so hard to, get the mule out of the ditch. He's not going out his way to work. What he's doing is he's just trying to make sure he can get home, right? And so I feel like the Christ addressed this, and he's trying to be more just about this. And now when we talk about conflict, that was a conflict against the Pharisees, who were saying, yeah, doing any work on the Sabbath is absolutely not okay. And they agreed with the Old Testament where, the
Well,
guy
God's
was.
the one that had this guy unalive, though.
And so then if Christ is God, then God is saying it's okay for you to get your mule out of the ditch so you can get home. So, and that's why it's the new
Yeah,
covenant.
but if he's not, he's just a heretic who's changing the law.
So you don't think the Christ defines Christianity? So are you referring to the Old Covenant then as
Well, he
Christianity?
defines Christianity. He doesn't define the Old Testament. I don't think the New Testament had a clue what was going on in the Old Testament.
Why do you say that?
Because everything they say contradicts the Old Testament. Like in the Old Testament, when the New Covenant is formed in the Old Testament, it says each will die for their own sins. It says you will be justified by knowledge, not by blood. Like there's all kind of major differences
Are you
in the
saying that
theology
that's
of the
in?
Old Testament and the New Testament.
Could you say that one more time? So I'm trying to differentiate the old and new covenant. And realize
Yeah,
just
so
because
like
something...
Paul,
Well, I wanted to say just because something's in the New Testament doesn't mean that it is in the New Covenant. Because there's examples of the Old Covenant in the New Testament. So the New Testament is saying this is what's going on.
yeah, that's why I'm saying
but
they don't know what they're talking about.
But the covenant is the new covenant, and that's where the Christ is saying, okay, these are the rules of this new
yeah,
covenant.
but you know the new covenant is in the Old Testament, right?
Well, it's prophesized, isn't it?
No, it happens in the Old Testament. A new covenant is formed when Israel leaves the exile.
That is a newer
And
covenant.
that one is never supposed to be broken. It's from 530. It was 500 years before Jesus, though.
Correct. I think that's like, it's considered the old covenant, though, because it's kind of like an addition to the old set of rules. The new covenant is supposed to be...
Well, it would have been the
completely different.
old covenant in that case, because the old covenant was actually broken, and it tells you that in the new covenant when it's formed.
You know what? I'll grant you that because it gets
I'm
really
going to make a new
murky,
covenant
too.
with Israel and Judah because they broke the old covenant. It says it verbatim.
Well, and I think too, it's murky because technically, when the Ten Commandments were given to Moses, that's another new covenant. And then there's a bigger issue too with like modern
That was the
people who
old
call-
covenant.
But again, like we were referencing Eden, there was a covenant there as well, right? So there were updated covenants, which could be considered the new one.
No, he made them. If a covenant is just a promise or something, yeah, you could call the garden in Genesis some sort of covenant because he told them not to do something. But that's not what the actual covenant, like a contract, is, though.
I
Is the
feel like it
difference
is personally because it was a contract that was broken by Adam and Eve, and then they were there's a consequence.
Yeah, but
for
he only
breaking
made
the
it with two
contract.
people, though, not really all of Israel or humanity or whatever.
Well,
Technically, there were all of
Yeah.
humanity if there were the only two, but that gets a little dicey, too.
and that's the biggest thing too. I'm saying it's tough because it does get dicey, it gets murky, and I wanted to actually grant you that.
Well, it's because the
especially-
Bible's such a big mess. It's not a linear line of progression. There's too many things that contradict each other all the way through it.
And I wanted to say too, like there's modern people who call themselves prophets, and then they say that they're getting a covenant. I really don't think they're well educated, but then if they're saying that, then it would be like a new covenant, or it would be technically a continuation of the covenant of the Christ. And that's, like I said, I don't think they're educated because, you know, then they're saying they're basically interpreting, Christianity in their own way, which
I say
obviously
that
they're
too
not
sometimes.
supposed
I
to
wonder
do.
why that's so easy. Yeah, I mean, that's reasonable, but just knowing what the new covenant actually is in the Old Testament and knowing what happens if it's broken, you can't get to Jesus from here and not have a new covenant, because if this one's broken, then Israel will never be a nation before God ever again.
Well, without the protection of Yahweh, yeah. And I honestly
Well, this
do.
is what Yahweh says. He says, "You break this covenant, I'm gone forever." So he's either a liar and they broke it and he came back anyway, or they broke it and he's gone forever, and people just think he's still around because he don't actually talk to anybody.
Do you have a verse for that?
Yeah, Jeremiah 31. Here, I'll tell you what. I'll just read the whole new little covenant here. It only takes like a minute.
I'm going back to the Old Testament. I got a book. A
Oh,
Bible.
Jeremiah 31.
Isaiah.
This is where the new covenant is fizzormed.
Jeremiah 30.
That first guy never came
31.
back. He
So
left on
where in
purpose.
chapter 31 does it say that Yahweh?
It starts in verse 31.
It starts in 30. Jeremiah 30.
Oh, where does it
31?
say he will leave forever? That's verse 36.
So 30, 36, Jeremiah.
Jeremiah chapter 31, verse 36 is where
Okay.
he says, if this covenant is broken, it's broken forever.
If this order departs from my presence, the Lord's declaration, then also Israel's descendants will cease to be a nation before me forever. So it's
Forever
saying
is
that,
pretty clear, ain't it?
well, but it's saying that they won't be a nation before him. So it's saying the nation will be scattered. But it's
Forever.
not saying that Yahweh will be gone.
Yeah, that means
He'll
the
leave
covenant
from-
is broken, though,
from
and
the
it's broken
Hebrews.
forever.
Right. So are you saying that because they did?
So you're saying he made a new covenant with the Gentiles after this one was broken?
Yeah. Christ literally
Wow.
says that he's willing to welcome the Gentiles.
So he abandons his chosen people completely after they break this covenant and says, "Hey, I'll try the Gentiles now. Let's give them a shot. Let's make a
I don't.
Gentile covenant."
I hear your disagreement, but I don't think he was excluding the Hebrews. I think he was including the Hebrews under their old law and giving them a chance for redemption, as that does happen over and over in the Old Testament too. But he's also not just including
Well,
the Hebrews.
that was the whole point in forming this nation in the Old Testament. This is the culmination of the prophecies of the Old Testament here. So it doesn't make much sense to me to say that this covenant would be broken, and then now it's the Gentiles' turn, because he never cared about the Gentiles to start with.
Why are you arguing that the Hebrews would be excluded from the new covenant?
Because that's what it says.
So that they would be that Yahweh would depart from
It
them.
says
forever.
they will never be a
Oh.
nation before God ever again. And Israel being a nation is the whole point of this prophecy. Having Jerusalem, having a Israeli nation. That's the whole point.
I would see them as exiles, because again, the Gentiles are considered, it's the whole thing about people being a sinner, right, and inheriting the sin. But because they're not a nation under Yahweh, they can come as individuals and be welcomed into the new covenant. That's how I see it. I don't think they're
Well, show
excluded
me where it says
that way.
anything
I
like
think they're
that.
well. I think
Show me where it
it's
says
they're
that.
excluded as a nation, right? Like how a lot of people say that
Yeah, but
America
them
is
being a
under
nation
God.
is the whole point. If they're not a nation, they're not anything. They're just scattered exiles. They're slaves.
They're not slaves. They're just people without a nation, right? Or
They are
at least
slaves.
a
That's
nation
what the
that's not
exile
protected
was.
under
He
Yahweh.
literally makes them slaves every time he exiles them. When he exiled them to Egypt, they were slaves. When he exiled them to Babylon, they were slaves. That's what exiles are. He makes slaves out of them. Because
Well,
that's the
they
lowliest
get
form
picked
of
off
humans
and
to
they
them.
become that. Yeah, but I don't think that
No,
was.
he makes them that. He says, "I am going to put chains around your neck." And then when he frees them, he says, "I'm going to bust the bonds from around your neck."
Yeah, that's tough to argue with, honestly. I'm sure
That's
you
what it
do have a
says,
verse
yeah.
for it. I'm not remembering it. Any verses like that.
It's
However,
Jeremiah. It's all in Jeremiah.
okay. I'll have to read through Jeremiah again, because it does get foggy, and a lot of times a lot of that stuff runs together in my head, and then I get people who tell me they have prophecies and stuff like that, and that's tough to sort out.
Well, I think that's one of the problems that Christianity has, is you try to read this as one big linear book when it's anything but that. It's a whole bunch of books, you know what I mean? And it would have
Yeah.
been real impressive if it actually had almost 70 books that actually lined up really seamlessly, or only had a few small problems, whereas you got all these books lining up together now that are at odds with each other. And when you actually compare them to each other, it just don't look good. So it was that's why the Quran's got a better case, because it's one big book. You can't argue outside that authority.
Yeah,
Where the
and
Bible don't have that,
I think
obviously.
the Quran, it kind of helps because it's coming from the narrative given by Muhammad, so that helps.
Well, they had 600 years to learn from the Bible too. So.
That's true. That's true as well. But I wanted to say the way I see Christianity is it's kind of like a stew, and it's throwing in a lot of different ingredients, stirring it together, and then you get something out of it. But ultimately, the flavor of that stew from the different books and the ingredients should be that there is a chance for you to be protected under Yahweh by accepting the sacrifice of his son, the Christ.
Sure, that's what the New Testament says, but not the Old Testament. The Old Testament never says anything of the sort.
Because I think the Old
And
Testament
the
is
Old
just an
Testament tells you a
ingredient
lot
to
that this
the
Messiah is
larger.
going to come, but
Like-
Jesus doesn't do anything any Messiah in the Old Testament is actually supposed to do.
Could you say that again?
I was saying Jesus doesn't actually do anything any of the Messiahs from the Old Testament are supposed to do.
Okay, can you give an example?
Yeah, like an actual messianic prophecy would, like a coming king would be like from Zechariah 9, where he rides the donkey into Jerusalem. Like literally the only part of that prophecy Jesus actually does is the part anybody with a donkey can do. He rode a donkey. But there's a whole lot more to that prophecy than that.
Well, and I agree. That's a point to bring up. I think that's an allusion to the prophecy. However, there's also the case where after, I think it was the Sermon on the Mount, where the people were given the fish and bread from the few that the kid gave. There was the chance for him to be crowned king, and he left, refusing the crown. And I think that's really important. I think that's why people say Christ is king all the time when they don't realize he actually turned down the crown. I think that it's supposed to
Yeah, that's the
reference.
point, though. You have to be a king to fulfill these prophecies. Every Messiah from the Old Testament is a king. That's what a Messiah is. It's a king, an anointed king.
I thought it was a
So how is
savior.
Jesus the guy who turned down being the king of peace, this Messiah from the Old Testament that they said is
Well,
literally going to be a king of peace over and over and over again?
he would be a king of the Hebrews and the people who had been listening to him on the mount, as an actual political position. But again, too, I
Yeah,
think
but he could have just
Revelations.
been a preacher. You know what I mean? That doesn't make you a king. He's just a preacher.
Well, I
And
think
it
he
says
has
he
to
was a
fulfill the
preacher. So,
rest
I
of the
mean, there's no
prophecy.
argument there. Yeah,
See,
exactly. So he has to like conquer and consume the slingers of Greece and drink their blood. And he has to end all war in Jerusalem and rule the empire from the sea to the river to the ends of the earth. Like Jesus never did any of this.
yet, and I think in
Well, he
Christianity,
didn't do it. That means he's not the Messiah. If he does it later, he can be the Messiah later, but you're not a Messiah until you fulfill the role of the Messiah.
well, and I think the prophecy kind of continues, and I think that Revelations kind of represents this. I see. I'm going to be honest with you, man. I read Revelations. I was not. Nothing was revealed to me. It was really confusing, but
It's because it's a past event.
well, and I am also seeing though. I think Revelations is about the full fulfillment of the prophecy of the Old Testament. Because
Uh,
we talk about the
I can kind of
crown and
picture that
stuff.
if you consider it the destruction of Rome. But I mean, even if that's a prophecy, it just never happened either.
So are you referring to like Rome as a city or as a nation?
Yeah, it tells you. It tells you it's about Rome.
Okay, so
Remember in chapter 17 when it was talking about the whore of Babylon riding on the beast
yep.
with 10 heads and 7 horns and stuff? It tells you who the woman is. It says in verse, or actually, I don't remember the verse,
So,
but
but you
in
were
chapter
saying that
17
you
there,
don't
it
think
says
Rome
that
has been
woman that you
destroyed?
saw, well, it's been destroyed, but it wasn't destroyed then or as Revelation says it was.
Okay. And that's where I think
Like
that
it tells you in chapter 17, though, it says that woman you saw is the city that rules the world. Verbatim.
definitely at that time that's true. Um,
Yeah. Well,
and
at that time,
I
yeah.
think
That's what they were
again that
writing to
some of it's
people in their
metaphorical
time.
though. And so that's look,
Well,
I'll
it was
give you a lot of
metaphorical,
credit
but it's
because
still it's still explaining what the metaphors are, though.
well,
Like the whore of
yeah.
Babylon is metaphorical for Rome, but it's telling you that woman is the city that rules the world verbatim. Like that's not a metaphor. It's telling you that lady is Rome, the city that rules the world.
Right, but then the other dragons as well. And again too they are talking about the beast and the beast's mark and things like that. I think people
Sure,
take
but I
that.
mean, it says like long-haired, lady-haired, women-faced locusts with scorpion tails are going to come stab
Uh-huh.
everybody, but not unalive them for. I mean, it's really weird.
Yeah, I know. And see that's where I think it's metaphorical and I think there should be things that match those descriptors or at least metaphorically match those descriptors. There might be people who get, tattoos of scorpion tails on their legs or something or on their backside.
Ooh,
And
I've known a
it's
bunch of them.
right, at least not yet. And I personally feel that there are people who take that literally. So I mean, like people who like the iPhones and stuff, like people were saying, "Oh, that's the mark of the beast because it's a mark on your hand." And I was just thinking, how do you know? But these, and then they were saying, "Oh, because it makes you submit to authority." And I'm like, "Well, not really." Like, I mean, you can make an argument for it now more, or if people like they give into propaganda, which people I think try to avoid, but that's the biggest thing about like the mark of the beast. I think people take it very literally, and then they say that there's like the end times of or the apocalypse of Revelation, and they think that it's happening. I mean, this has happened every time that the IDF has ever had a conflict. People are like, oh, it's happening. There's a war, over in the Levant. It's like that's not what that really means, and you need to expect too the descent of Zion from the sky over Jerusalem, which has never happened, and
Sure.
I don't know when it will happen. But I will say this as my final point. Someone said, or people say, oh, they know the time, but again, it says in the scripture, no one will know the hour, right? And I think people they take it very literally, and that's my biggest argument. And I think you deserve credit because you do know the scripture, you do know the actual direct statements. However, I think that taking things metaphorically is very important, and I try to learn from the parables, not just what the
If it's
parables are.
metaphorical, it is.
Right, because look, from the parables, there's a lot of things that didn't happen. The Good Samaritan story didn't actually happen, but there's something you can learn from that. And I think reading through the scriptures, there's something that can be learned from that. And the problem that I think a lot of people have is they see it as something literal and direct. And I don't see it that way, personally. I see it as something to be learned from.
But
And
I would just say that we know when it's metaphorical and when it's not. You know what I'm saying? Like, it uses metaphors and stories to make a point, just like you're saying. But it also distinguishes when and where it's doing that. Like, you know what's happening, basically.
I don't think it always does. But like I said, I try to see it like a stew with different ingredients, and the ingredients will contrast each other, but ideally they should complement the overall product of what comes out at the end. That's just how I see it.
No, I mean, I got you. And yeah, to me, it should all be like, I would still be a Christian today if this book actually made theological sense, because almost every main important thing that it says, it's refuted somewhere else.
Yeah.
Like,
well, if it
Paul
was
saying
closer
you're
to the
justified
Quran,
by
for
blood,
example.
like the Old Testament says you're going to be justified by knowledge in the Messianic age. So, I mean, there's major differences in what's being talked about here and what's important, especially.
And was this kind of like hammered into you when you were younger?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Well, and I'm sincerely sorry you had to go through that. And like I said, I see it as more of a
No, I mean, it
stew.
wasn't that bad. Like, I wasn't like suffering and stuff. I mean, it does damage to people's mind, but like, I never
Yeah,
had
and I
bad
just feel like that's
experiences
not
with the
right. I
Bible or
hope.
church or anything.
Well, then people don't tend to understand the actual scriptures. So then when you look into it a little further, you're like, wait a minute, these contradict. But that's why I try to see it as like a stew or a soup where it's all these ingredients added
Well, you're
together.
left with no
and some
choice. You don't
contrast
have a
each other.
linear story to go by.
Yeah, and I can see why the Quran would then be more compelling because it's more consistent. Anyway, I want to thank
Exactly.
you for.
They threw off the authority of these other books, so they gave themselves a lot of leeway theologically, in the way the Bible didn't do.
Yeah. Anyway, I do want to thank you for letting me up, and I just wanted to explain that I personally see the scripture as something that can contradict, but I think it's more of like a parable or a metaphor. And I think a lot of people don't, and that's the problem with people going too literally by it, even though it contradicts itself.
Well, I understand. Yeah, and I appreciate you coming up, buddy.
Yeah, thanks for
It was
having me
a
up.
good
Bye-bye.
talk there. Yeah, I think you're going to make a good atheist here before long. Just kinda, he's going to make a great atheist, y'all. Like, I can already tell he was on to some of the stuff there just by the way he was talking. Well, that was a good one. I like that. All right, let's see. What do we got? We got 6 more people in the queue right now. So, hang out for a second if you're in the queue. I'm going to start bringing up the next person in just a second. But let's see where we're at in the numbers for the live here first. We got 65 people watching. That's an awesome audience. Got 340 followers now, which is... Actually, the followers are kind of lagging this live, but it's only been a minute too. Oh, shit. I mean, it's only been 40 minutes. Never mind. We're doing really good. It felt like that was longer, but it wasn't. Hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that. Absolutely. Absolutely, Randy. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the follow, Celine. I'm going to try to build it up. I was gonna have a real short live today, but it got made longer because my appointment for today canceled. So I'm free now, and I think it would be awesome if we could stack this following up a whole lot more. That would be awesome. All right, so let's try the next person here. I don't think the one is. I can't remember. Let's see. Purple Moose has been here for a minute, but I doubt he's still here. Might have awkward silences for just a moment here, but I'm making sure I'm not getting lagged on bringing up the next guest here. Alright. Let's try the next one. Hell, I might even get Froggy here for long to bring up 2 Christians at a time. My gift goal. What the crap? It's supposed to be doing that on its own. Thank you, Jennifer. And screw you, TikTok. I actually punched a thing that said leave it on this freaking punk TikTok. Supposed to set it automatically. It was doing that, but it changed the little things. Like, I guess the season ended and it changed something else, so it erased all my stuff. And now, okay. All right, that's going for a little while. Thank you again for looking out there. All right. What was that? I didn't see. Exalted, thank you. Appreciate that. I love the gifts. Actually, I might, like, hold on. I'll divulge this information. I'm gonna tell you how much money I've made this live so far. So far this live, I've been on for 40 minutes and I've made shit. It just went up a lot, right? What I was about to say that. So now this live, I have made $1.24 in 40 minutes. It's pretty awesome, right? So TikTok keeps over 80% of the gift money. So if you gave me $100 right now, I would get like $19 or $20 of it through TikTok. Hell yeah, I'm getting that Porsche now, baby. Woo! Getting that Porsche. That's actually really good for this far. Thank y'all. I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. And the gifts are really what makes that algorithm start pumping too, to get people in here to debate and stuff. Because it turns out if you give TikTok a little bit of money, they tend to push you pretty hard. So I appreciate the shit out of y'all. Hey, if you like debate content, this channel is growing like absolute ape shit. No pun intended. Growing like ape shit. Wait, Adam's an atheist. The Morning Star, I know I've talked to you, but I can't remember. You're a Christian, right? Put a 1 in the chat if you requested up on purpose and you're a Christian there, Morning Star. Thank you. I appreciate those goggle things. That was awesome. Thank you guys. Y'all are awesome. I appreciate that. I wonder if that was money too. Oh, it was a little bit of money. I got 20 more cents. Oh man, that's so cool. God, I love it. I love it. All right, Q is currently empty except for the Morning Star, but I want to say I've talked to him. I have a really bad memory with names, but I don't remember if he was a Christian or that was somebody that I kicked the last time. Thank you for all the likes and screen taps. We're up to almost 14,000 likes right now. So let's see if we can get that to, let's go to 500,000 likes. I think we can, that's a good goal for the likes, I think. Let's get to 500,000 if y'all could. Please, thank you. I appreciate that. All right, so I didn't see nothing from the Morning Star there, so. Well, the queue is currently empty. So if you're a Christian and you want to talk at us, come on up. The queue is wide open, no wait right now. Because you never know, every time I got 10 people waiting to talk, I actually get on a conversation that's pretty good. So we end up talking for 30, 45 minutes and then everybody in the queue leaves because they don't want to wait that long, obviously. Then it runs out when you come back. It's a vicious cycle. Finkeldorf, what up, my dog? Hey, I'll give you a small fee. How does 2 cents sound? I got 2 cents I can spare today. I'll give you a 2 cent fee. Since I made 20 cents, you can have what does that make it? 20%? Give you 20%. You'll make 2 pennies. 2 pence, 2 pence. All right, let's see. Somebody else. The queue's filling up. Oh, this might be somebody interesting. Let's see. Yahweh, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hey, what's up, man? Are you over 18?
Yeah.
Awesome. Are you a Christian?
Yeah, I actually met Jesus.
Oh, well, that's cool. So which one of these topics you want to debate us on then?
Oh, well, the prophecies of Jesus.
That's a good one.
I had 2 near-death experiences. One on a deathbed where I went to hell and Jesus took me out of hell and hugged me and put my soul back in my body. And another one where I went to heaven for 30 minutes and he sent me back here.
Oh, what was heaven like?
Well, it's like Hebrews 4:16, where it says, "Let us therefore come boldly to the throne of grace," where God is sitting on a throne in heaven. And
So
God
it's
is
like
a
a literal
spirit.
throne you saw?
I saw God sitting on a throne, yes. And then I seen Jesus step from the right hand of the Father and put his hand on my head, and electricity went through my body, and he brought me back to life on my bedroom floor.
So what would you say to the people that went to the Muslim heaven
Well, I would
or
say
the
that
Egyptian heaven?
it says, Paul said in Corinthians, "Do not marvel, for even Satan disguised himself as an angel of light." I would say that there's a spirit of deception, or a seducing spirit.
How do you know you didn't get a spirit of deception in your near-death experience and theirs was right, but maybe you got the
Because
deception?
at the time when I went to hell, I was studying every religion. I was studying Islam, I was studying Hindu, Buddhist gods, and I was searching for God, and I seen hell, and then I read the Bible of what everything Jesus described as hell, and everything he describes I seen there as I was studying other gods. You know what I mean? So that's why I know that Jesus is the truth and Christianity is the truth, because he revealed it to me
So if
intimately,
I could show you
individually.
that Jesus didn't actually fulfill any of these prophecies, well, like, I think I would be helping you, because if you actually got the deceptive dream and I can show you that Jesus wasn't this Messiah that the Old Testament promised, like, I think I would be helping you because you could find the real dream, the true one after that.
No, Genesis 3:15 describes Jesus crushing the head of the serpent.
That's God punishing the serpent.
Exactly, through Jesus Christ on the cross, who died for the sins of
It don't
humanity,
say
which
nothing
defeated
about
Satan.
Jesus, though.
And then Revelation chapter 1:18, behold, I'm
Well,
he
that,
who
that
is.
wasn't Satan, though. That was just a serpent. He says, "Cursed are you among all animals." So he was calling it an animal, not an angel. But
Yeah.
either way, it doesn't say
So
anything
if
about
you read the
Jesus in
whole
there.
script, the whole chapter in context, Satan, this spirit, the serpent, deceived her and beguiled her into eating the forbidden fruit, which brought sin, death, degradation, and depravity into this world, into this earth realm. Right? That
Yeah,
old
but he was
serpent
an
of old.
animal, though. He calls him an animal and curses it to crawl on its belly.
Yeah, but he deceived her into eating the fruit. Right?
Well, no, he told her the truth about the fruit. God is the one that lied to him.
No,
Yeah.
they were already eternal. They were already
No.
eternal. They
No,
already
God
lived
told them the
forever.
day they eat of that fruit that they'll die. The serpent
Exactly.
said, "You won't die if you eat this fruit. You'll be like God."
Exactly.
And they
Knowing
ate the
good from
fruit and
evil.
became like God and didn't die. So
And
the
that,
snake
yeah,
was
and
the one
that,
telling them the truth.
exactly. He was
Yeah, exactly.
deceiving them, and of course,
It wasn't a
it,
deception. God deceived them.
no, he didn't.
Yeah, he did.
He gave them a commandment not to eat the tree of good knowledge of good and evil,
Yeah,
and
but
if they
he
eat it,
said,
they shall
the day
surely
you
die.
eat this fruit, you'll die. Yeah, exactly. And
And
they
that,
didn't die the
and
day
like
they ate the
Satan
fruit.
does to every human that walks this earth, still to this day, he makes you question the word of God. He makes you question God. He does the same
No, he
thing
tells you
to
the truth.
mankind still until this day.
He told them the truth, though.
No, he didn't. He deceived them.
The thing that happened is what the snake said would happen, not the thing that God said would happen. That means God was the one who lied and snake told the truth.
No, he said you will surely
Yeah.
die. And say they were
Did they
already
die?
immortal, eternal. They already walked with God, and
Did they die that day?
Satan made them die spiritually. And that's why
Oh,
Jesus
so
said
they
to come
went
into
to
the
hell. How
world in
does
the
the spirit
future,
die?
by one man, Adam, we all die, and by one man,
Okay,
Jesus Christ,
so
is a quickening spirit. That's why we needed Jesus as
so their
Savior.
spirit died.
Yeah, they would have died eternally.
Well, why didn't God tell them they were going to have spiritual death?
He did. He said, "You would the day you
He
eat of this
didn't. He
fruit, you
said
will
the day you eat
surely
of this fruit, you'll
die."
die. He doesn't say you will spiritually die. He says you'll die.
Exactly. And then they became human. They were fully spiritual at that point. They got human flesh. God clothed them with skin, right? With animal skins, and he kicked them out of the garden. If they would, and God protected us. And
You sound real confused on this story, honestly.
No, you actually sound confused. You're not even reading it in context. You're taking a few
I'm
verses
reading what the word
and
says.
twisted it like
the
Satan,
word says
basically.
that God. I'm not twisting it. I'm reading what it says. It says God says the day you eat of this fruit you will die. He
What's
doesn't
going
say
on,
you will
guys?
die spiritually. Hey, what's up, man? Are
You'll
you
die
Not
Christian?
much.
spiritually and
Yeah, let me
physically.
add.
That's right.
Let
That's
me
why
add to
Hold
what.
on a second. Hold on. This is why I don't bring up multiple people usually. JW, are you over 18?
I'm 32.
And you're a Christian?
Well, that's a broad statement. Christian would involve me having a narrow belief, and that's kind of not the case.
Exactly.
So
So
let
are
me
you a
add
Christian
to
or
what
not? Just yes or no?
I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Christian. No. Would you, in a nutshell, no. But I am a follower of what I believe being the source creator would intend me to follow. If that
Yahweh.
makes any sense. So we're gonna get down to the nitty gritty here. What Buddy is talking about when he says that the
Well, hold on.
deception.
I'm not interested in your opinion if you don't follow
Yeah,
Yahweh.
Christians are a narrow. There's one thing being a
It's
Christian. God calls us to be apostles, prophets, evangelists, preachers, and teachers.
Yep, we hear you. Just a second
he
there, buddy.
doesn't
Hold
say,
on.
There's a difference between being a
Hold,
Christian and being a mantled child of God with a mantle where you cast demons out, you heal the sick, and you do what Jesus Christ.
all right, just a second, buddy. We hear you there. JW, so do you
yes,
follow
sir.
Christ or not?
Yeah, yeah.
You do
I
follow,
follow.
so
I
you are a
follow.
Christian.
Yeah, you could say that I am. I do follow Christ.
Well, I'm real
But
confused because a second ago you said you wasn't a Christian.
well, that's because you give me whenever you give me a blatant, like it's got to be yes or it's got to be no. It's like, man, I could sit here and tell you
Well, you
50
either
reasons
follow
why it's
Christ or you
yes and
don't. That's
50
what it
reasons
appears to
why
me.
it's no. Well, okay, so let me just put it out there like this. I have a lot of knowledge on this topic, which makes it hard for me to follow the narrative. Does that make sense?
So you don't
So
believe the Bible's all true?
I believe that there's been things taken out of there, especially when you got the apocrypha of Christ. You got all these books that they've taken out. You've gotten these verses. Disney just bought the copyrights to the Bible. Why would Disney want the copyrights to
Who'd
the
they buy?
Bible, man? Come on.
Who'd they buy a
Because
copyright on
Disney's
the
run
Bible
by
from?
Satanists and Luciferians and
Exactly.
Freemasons, so they want to
Exactly.
corrupt it. Yes.
Exactly.
Holy
They're taking
moly!
stuff out of there. They've already taken out the passages in there that talk about fasting and prayer that have certain spirits can't
Yeah.
leave
All
without
right.
that.
Okay. Good. Let's stay on top of some sort of topic here, though. So, do you believe Jesus fulfilled these prophecies from the Old Testament?
I believe that his name wasn't Jesus, but yeah.
So you think or Yeshua or whatever
Yeah,
did
Yeshua.
fulfill these prophecies? Okay. Can you
Yes.
show us a prophecy in
Psalm
the New
22
Testament that
describes
Jesus
it.
fulfills? That's
Psalm
not a prophecy.
22.
It's not a
Can I
prophecy.
show you a prophecy that
Psalm
he
22
fulfilled?
speaks of it's the crucifixion right there in the Psalm.
No, it doesn't say
Yes.
pierced
Yes, it
in
does.
any
Yeah, it
Hebrew,
is.
but
Read
that's
it.
not a prophecy.
Read it.
It's a lament of David. It's not a prophecy.
It describes Jesus Christ's bones being out of
No,
joint.
it doesn't. When does
he
Jesus
says,
ever
"I
describe
thirst."
himself as being a worm?
They surrounded around like bulls of Bashan.
Yeah, that's David surrounded by
No,
enemies praying
that's
to God.
Jesus
That's
on the
not a
cross.
prophecy. That's not Jesus. It's David. David is writing that. He's talking to God saying, hey, I'm in big, big trouble. I'm surrounded here by armies. He loses battles. It's a lament of David. It's not a prophecy. You can't just pull a sentence out of the Old Testament and call it a prophecy about Jesus. Well, the New Testament does, but you can't do that.
Well, the Old Testament speaks on Jesus as well. Speaks on the Son.
Where?
It literally speaks on the Son. Hang on one moment. I'll back that
What
up. Give me a
son?
second. Let me find it.
Through the
Let me
spirit of
find it.
prophecy.
It's in if I'm not mistaken, it's in Psalms. Give me just a second.
Well,
I
I
can
hope it's
find
an
that. Well,
actual
you can keep it
prophecy.
going. Yeah. It's no, it's not a prophecy. It just speaks on the Son. The Son hasn't even
Well, I'm
come yet, and
asking,
that's
yeah,
God's
okay.
words.
Well, I'm asking for a prophecy about Jesus.
Isaiah 7:14.
That's definitely not about Jesus.
Yeah, it is. And he fulfilled
it's
it in
not.
Matthew chapter 1, verse 23.
He doesn't.
Yes, he does. You
Okay,
have no
I'm going to read verse
revelation of
14
God.
for you. Listen, I'm about to read it. Look, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son and shall name him Emmanuel. In Hebrew, that saying is
God with us.
Ha-o-ma-ara. That means a young woman is pregnant.
Emmanuel means God with us. Isaiah
I know
9:6.
Jesus isn't Emmanuel. This chapter in Isaiah is about
You're really an
listen, this,
apostate. You must have a seared conscience. You don't understand.
yes, I call myself an apostate. Well, I have reading ability, and I've read Isaiah chapter 7. It's about the Syrian
Between
invasion.
reading and
It
having
don't have
actual
nothing to do with the
revelation, and
coming
you have
Messiah.
none of that, I could tell.
Well, words have meanings, so when the Bible writes these words
When
down,
you are void
I'm
of the
assuming
Spirit,
that you
you
want
can't
you to
understand
read them
spiritual
for the
things.
Okay,
That's the real
but
Sir,
see
you
what
gotta
you're not.
quit interrupting me. Like, I'm about to kick y'all away. But go ahead, JW. What are you gonna say?
What I believe personally is that you see here, everyone wants to take the Bible so literally, and it's like you got to understand. If we're talking about the person that created, or not person, excuse me, if we're talking about something that's created all of creation, why would he just cut and dry put something in a book that says, "Hey, I'm real"? Why would he want to do that just to ruin everything? Because if he did that, that would take away your free will. That would take away your belief
No,
system.
it
That would
wouldn't.
take
You
away
don't
your
have any free
faith.
will
Yes, it
according to the
would.
Bible. God uses people
Yes,
all
it
the time.
would.
God has no problem violating people's free will.
Well, I mean, do you? What does that necessarily have to do with really anything?
It makes him a big
Okay,
giant
so
narcissist because he's manipulating people for his own glory.
God doesn't manipulate anybody. You have free will to do whatever
Yes, he
you want.
does. It says he hardened the
You
Pharaoh's
have
heart
free
so
will to
he
be
would
in.
not let the people go.
yeah,
Exactly.
well, no, well, see, what he did
Exactly.
was he put plagues in front of him that ultimately hardened his
Well,
heart.
well,
God didn't
you know
just
that the
snap his
Pharaoh,
No,
fingers
it
and
says
harden his
God
you know,
heart.
hardened his
Pharaoh
heart.
killed all the firstborn of the
Yeah,
Hebrews.
he
That was
put stuff
God,
in
not
there
Of
to
course,
make
he
him do
hardened
Pharaoh.
that.
him.
How are you going to say Pharaoh did it? That was
Pharaoh
God.
did it. Read it. He put
No,
Moses
he
in an ark
didn't.
of bulrushes after he killed all the
God.
firstborn
Who
of
brought the
Hebrews.
plagues on Egypt? The Pharaoh or God?
God, he deserved it.
Okay, well, that was God who did it then,
His
wasn't
own
it?
heart was hardened because of sin. He was killing firstborns before God did.
Damn, somebody's got a lot of static coming through here. May not be him. Hold on.
All these people, you and all
Oh,
these
shit.
people in the
I'm back.
comments don't even know the heart and love of God.
Yeah,
You
y'all
have
don't
no
know what
revelation
basic,
of the true
simple
love of
words
God.
mean in
The
literature.
Bible is actually a love story for mankind. Adam and Eve sinned in the garden. They rebelled against God. God kicked them out of the garden to stop them from eating the tree of life in a fallen state where they will die eternally and stay in
Yeah,
that loop of sin and
can
death.
I?
And then he clothes them and feeds
Yeah, it
them.
sounds like a
Cain
pretty shitty God.
slew Abel, his brother. God puts a mark on him, protects him, feeds him for the rest
All
of
right,
his
listen.
life.
Can
Right?
I
All right,
make a
buddy. Hey,
comment?
I'm going to drop you back for a
Paul.
bit because I can't get a word in with you here, but come back up by yourself here in a little bit if you want. All right, so JW,
Yes, sir.
who brought the plagues on Egypt?
Okay, I'm not the same. Hang on, I'm gonna switch back a little bit here because whenever I was wanting to join,
Well,
you know
hold
what I
on.
mean.
Your
I had a
microphone sounds really, really bad. Something's
does it?
not
Hang on
coming
one
through
second.
right.
Hang on. Let me see if I can. Hang on.
They're like some easier earbuds or something. It's killing my eardrum here.
I
All right,
might
let me
need
get
to.
back over
I might need
to.
to take my headphones out. Hang on. Let me see if it'll work better without them. Hang on. All right. Are you able to hear me?
Not really.
How about now? Is
That's
that
better.
better?
Yeah.
Yeah, my bad. It's my phone case, man. That's what does it. But I'd like to make a comment though. Back to whenever we were talking about how it said that you will surely die when you eat of the fruit. He wasn't really referring to immediately like you're just gonna fall over dead. What he was referring to in that statement was that you were gonna die surely, which means if you ate of the tree of knowledge first, you are gonna go for the tree of life next. If you go for that tree of
Yeah,
life,
but he
you will
had that
never
tree
die.
guarded.
You will live in
You can't
sin
get to the tree of
and
life. It
never
was it
die.
was heavily guarded.
No, I'm saying before it was heavily guarded, from the moment that they ate of the
Oh,
fruit of the first tree, till God come found them walking in the garden.
hold on. You're going back to sounding really bad again.
Oh shit! God, I don't know what's up with my phone. Is that better?
Damn, I'm hearing a static.
Static. Hang on one second.
I thought it was the other guy at first, but he talked so much I couldn't take it down.
All right. So how's that sound?
You actually sound okay, but I'm still hearing that static though.
I don't know what would
That's
cause
all
the
right.
static. If it's bearable, just bear with
So,
me for a couple more minutes, and I'll hop off your thing for you, so you can get some other
all
people
right.
in here too. But I feel like there's a lot of things too that go with the beginning of the whole story from the garden, the 7 days of creation. I'm gonna put it to you like this: in every single creation, every single day that was created, there was only one day.
Hold on, man. Your thing's really, really bad, man. Like I can't. Every time you start talking, it pops up to being. It just kept coming back and it getting worse, man. So try coming back in a little bit or something, like with some. I don't know what was happening there, but that won't do. Every time you start talking, it got really distorted. Anyway, what was that other guy's name again? So I said, fuck Jesus. Shit. I don't know. Sorry. Yeah, screw it. I'll bring up Constantine. Are you a Christian who requested up on purpose there? I say the one, but oh shit. So maybe I was hearing static. It went away when I dropped him, so I don't know how that happened there. Yeah, sorry about that. I don't know what the issue could have been. It went away after I disconnected him though. That's weird. I wonder what was happening there. Never had that issue before. All right, well, let's try Constantine real quick.
Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah, hey, what's up, buddy? Are you over 18?
Yeah,
Are you a Christian?
yes. 45 Christian God of the Bible.
Cool, cool. So which one of these topics did the Lord send you to debate us on today?
Yeah. So I'm just going to give a cleared, structured thesis on my position for prophecy. I'm going to purport Isaiah
So
53
we're
and
talking
referring.
about Jesus fulfills
Yeah,
the prophecy?
I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna present Isaiah 53 in the context of
Uh-huh.
referring to a Messiah, in whom is Jesus, not corporate Israel, with key textual pressure points that are going to be hard to press. Would you like to proceed?
What?
Isaiah 53 is what I'm positioning as a prophecy in which Christ fulfilled. Would you like to proceed?
Yeah, if you think it's about Jesus, tell me why.
Yeah, so it describes an individual in which is righteous, and so there is substitutionary sufferer who dies for the sins of others, and is distinct from Israel. Do the
What makes
verses
it
this
distinct from Israel?
right? So would it be your position that it is the collective, that is Israel as a whole?
Yeah, it's about Israel. It says it over and over again. Yeah.
Right. So, can I ask you why the language switches from the masculine plural, excuse me, to the singular third person then, if it's a collective?
That's how it usually refers to Israel in the Old Testament, as a singular he, him.
Right. And so when it says he had done no
Right.
violence, nor was there any deceit in his mouth, do you think that can apply to Israel as a corporate nation?
Absolutely. They were in Babylon as a generational punishment.
Right.
So it was innocent people as generationally being punished, yeah.
Yeah, so it's your position that there are no violence done on the behalf of Israel while they were in Babylonian exile?
Yeah.
All right, can you demonstrate that, please?
What do you mean demonstrate that? They were slaves in Babylon.
Yeah, so they were slaves in Babylon, and can you demonstrate there was no violence on their behalf?
No, I guess not. I'm just assuming since they're generational slaves, that's what it's talking about.
Okay, so it's just an assumption. I don't think that's a good predication for a justified belief.
I don't think it's a good predication to assume this is about Jesus when it's clearly not.
Okay, so can we go to verse 8 then? Where can I ask you this? How would Israel have to die for Israel in order to save Israel? That would be a contradiction.
Israel's not dying for Israel. They're being punished for their turning away from God and not keeping his laws.
Yeah, that's
saying,
not
I'm
what the
going
text
to chastise you, but I'm going to bring you back to this land. That's what the path in the wilderness is. It's the end of the exile.
Okay, so demonstrate that, please. So when he says, for the transgressions of my people who is stricken.
Yep.
So Isaiah.
Here, I'll just show you. That's all right. You don't have to keep talking like a computer. So let's read the first few verses in chapter 40 here. It says, Comfort, O comfort my people, says your God. Speak tenderly to Jerusalem and cry to her that she has served her term. So what term is being served here? Her penalty is paid. She has received from the Lord's hand double for all her sins. What's that talking about?
Which chapter are you in?
Chapter 40, verse 1 and 2.
Yeah, so that's a different servant song. So there's how many servant songs are there, host?
Oh, 4 I know of.
Okay, so do these servant songs, if they're
So
different
I
songs,
was
do they
right.
talk
There's
about
4 of
different
them.
explanations? I think there's 4 or
I was
5.
right.
There should be
Oh,
4 or 5.
okay.
Yeah, because when we deal with these different servant songs, we're dealing with different contexts. So the language is going to switch at some point, and it's going to go into an individual manner, right?
Okay, so all the time he refers to Israel as a he, him. He says it is Israel who he's referring to when he says witnesses that are the servant. So he's applying that meaning there over and over again. So I don't understand why switching to a he, him would. Here comes this static thing again. I wonder what's happening there.
So the problem is when we
It's
get into
definitely
verse 8, there's gonna be some issues. Is it all right if I lay this out and ask you?
Yeah, go ahead.
So perfect. So in Isaiah 53:8 is exactly where the Israel servant view collapses. And there's a contradiction that's just going to be, I'm just going to lay this out. So the internal contradiction here is for the transgressions of my people, he was stricken, right? So
Yeah,
the
and who's
identity of
my
the
people?
speakers and
Who's talking in this verse here?
right. This is God talking through the oracle of Isaiah.
Nope.
Okay, go ahead and demonstrate that is.
Okay. The first 2 lines demonstrate that, and chapter 52. Chapter 52 sets up this chapter.
Why are you?
Right?
Listen. Well, why are you usurping? Let's deal
What?
with verse 8, and we can. Do you want to start at 40 and go all the way up, or do you want to start in 53, and which is what I
No,
presented?
I would like to.
And I understand that it's predicated upon the chapter.
All right. You know what? Never mind. This is a bad conversation here. Sorry, dude. I don't like talking to people like you. I can't even finish my damn point. You're the type that gets me riled up, and I don't like it. Yeah, so just since I was already saying that anyway, the first 2 verses of this chapter are predicated on chapter 52. So the first 2 verses tell you who is speaking here by asking you rhetorical questions. The first verse says, "Who has believed what we have heard, and to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed?" It answers all this in chapter 52 and tells you to whom the arm of the Lord is being revealed. And it is being revealed to the nations. The nations are who is speaking in 53, not Isaiah. So, choke on that. But if you're going to interrupt me while I'm trying to explain that, like I've got nothing for you, we can't do anything. All right, let me try JW again, because that was my fault, apparently. JW, the static was my fault. I apologize.
That's all good. That's all good, buddy. Is it better now, though? Does that sound any better?
No, it just when I was talking to you. It's all right though. If nobody's hearing it, it's cool. If I know it's just me.
Yeah, I wasn't hearing any static either with the last fella. I think it might just be because you're hosting or something.
I could only hear it barely with him, and it came back hard when you came back on. But if it's just me, it's all right. I'll bear it for that.
Yes, sir.
So anyway, what
I was spinning a while ago was that the every day of creation, going back to the beginning of the Bible, Genesis 1, just all the way through. Every single day of creation, it says the same phrase in those verses. Do you know what that statement is? That phrase is.
Which one are we talking about?
And every day of creation, Genesis 1, and every single day of creation, it says the same phrase in every single one of them, except for one day. Do you know what that phrase is?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so in every day it says on day 1 there was evening, or there was morning and evening in the first day. Day 2 there was morning and evening in the second day. It does that all the way to day 7. I'm kind of spinning that. I'm getting to it. It says that about every day of creation except day 7. It doesn't say that there was evening and morning. Now, why is that? Because we're still living in day 7. God is still
the day
resting.
wasn't completed at day 7.
Exactly. We are still in day 7.
Yeah, exactly.
So because we're still in day 7, let's just go back to it. It says that God is resting, right?
I can't even understand him anymore. I don't know what's happening here. Maybe it's... Yeah, that went. You went totally under. Just sounded like a high pitched thing. Is everybody else hearing that, or is it just me again? Yeah, that was really weird.
Dang,
but it
man,
didn't
I
happen
hate
with
that.
the last guy. That was pretty fun. Maybe the Lord don't want you talking to me.
Something along them lines, I suppose. I hate that it's doing this, man. I don't want to aggravate you, bro, but you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of stuff that I know biblically when it comes to the Old Testament and whatnot. The New Testament, after Jesus's crucifixion and all that, it's kind of cut and dry, man. You know what I'm saying? He intervened, made it able for us to be able to go directly to God instead of having to go through a source, some other human source. We can go straight to him ourselves. The story of Jesus isn't necessarily literal. You're not supposed to take it literal, which is why everybody has a different understanding of it.
That's what I was telling the guy before. We know what's literal and what's not, and what's metaphor and what's not.
Well, everybody knows that, that Bible loves to talk in parables. And the reason why it talks in parables
is
so that
mean, though. It's not a complete mystery what a parable is.
Well, if we knew what it meant, then we wouldn't be in a debate about what things meant, right? If we all knew what it meant.
I know what they mean.
Well, see, that's your understanding of it, just like I have an understanding of it. And see, that's where religious debates,
like they're not mysteries.
Well, yeah, but you know what I mean. It's also, metaphorically speaking, if I was God, I ain't necessarily going to tell you everything I know. Neither not no cut and dry. You know what I mean? I'm going to sit there and let you figure it out on your own.
And I wanted everybody to know my words and heed them, I would be clear and precise with my language. Why would you want to confuse everybody if you were God and wanted everybody to know your words?
Why would I confuse everybody? It's not I that confuses them, or it's not God that confuses them. It's the devil. That's
what you were saying. You said if I was God,
no, I would put things out there for you to understand how you would. I would put things out there for you to interpret and understand the way that you interpret and understand. Your growth is yours alone.
Oh, okay. Well, as humans, when we tell other humans to do things, we give them clear, precise instructions. That's how people understand what you want.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat that last thing that you just said? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just saying, as humans, when we are told to do something, we need clear, precise instructions, not vague semblances of what we might need to do.
A child might need that, but I'm a grown adult. I can sit there and read the Bible. You don't necessarily got to tell me things more than once.
So if your boss spoke to you in parables about how to do your job properly, you would appreciate that?
Well, I'm gonna put it to you like this: if he hired me to do a job, for starters, I've already got to have some kind of knowledge about the job to begin with. When we go through this life,
What if he hired you to train you like an apprentice? Do you want him to show you exactly how to do it, or give you vague examples of what to do and let you figure the rest out yourself?
It depends on how I'm paying you, I guess. If I was wanting you to sit here and do the job right and never make a mistake, then yeah, I'd sit here and tell you what you need to know. But if I wanted you to grow in your own self and to figure it out on your own, then I would let you. I would put a little bit of uncertainty in there, because at the end of the day, like I said, it goes all the way back to free will. God already apparently. I strongly believe that too, in a sense. But at the same time, it's like there's proof that there is, a proof that there isn't. The divine, you know what I'm saying? From the beginning, God knew that all of this was going to happen. Everything that took place in the garden, he knew was going to happen, but he still did it. Why?
Because he's shitty.
I'm not going to say that I agree with that, but who am I? But you know what I mean?
I don't know. He has babies dashed to pieces and women grapes, so I'm assuming this God's pretty evil.
Well, that's not what he did. That's what his creation is doing to each other. And it's not necessarily his fault for that, because he wasn't the one that ate the apple. He wasn't the one that ate the apple. And that goes down to the deception. Did he? Yeah. Yeah.
Could he have done something about it to change it?
He sure could have.
Well, it's absolutely.
But if he wanted to make a creation that come to him to love him willingly, let me ask you a question. If you had a girlfriend,
he didn't. And you had to make her, made anybody to choose to love him.
Well,
he gets pissed when you don't love him and kills everybody.
I disagree. He wants you to come to him willingly, because if he had to force you to be him, that would make you a slave. That would make you
No, that's why he forces them to do these things by putting them into slaveries and exiles. He says, this time when you come out, you're going to know who your God is.
Well, you got to also understand
them to know him.
It's
not about free will. It's about him being a big narcissist.
Well, you're a part of him. You actually, God is in all of us, every single one of us. So why would he make himself do something? That doesn't make any sense. If he is a part of everyone and everyone is actually God, we are all gods in our own.
He's not a part of anybody. It's completely imaginary.
Okay, well, I'm gonna put it to you like this. Okay, in February 22nd of 2019, I got a big back history. I'm not gonna get into all of that, but I tried, you know what I'm saying? I had a situation where I was shot in the head. and died 3 times, and I was able to be resuscitated. I was in the
Oh shit! I
ICU
just
for 5
realized I've
days.
talked to you before.
Yeah, I believe we talked to each other before. But I ended up going through a situation, and I come out the other end of it. And in that situation that I was in, I went when I
It's
died. I
doing something with
wasn't
this microphone here. Hold on a second.
all right.
That
While you
wasn't it. I literally leaned forward and it came back on several times there. So now it's doing the same thing. That's all.
while you
No.
figure that out, I'm gonna finish saying this. But I ended up having a revelation after I come back. Like before I passed away, I was in a confused state. It's kind of hard to explain, but when I come out, I just knew things. I don't know how to explain it. I just knew things. And man, in my life, just in itself, there have been so many instances and examples of divine. There's got to be a God. There's got to be.
Well, I know a lot of people that think that, but they think that for all different kind of reasons. But we don't do
Exactly.
personal testimony too much here.
Yeah, no. That's why I said I'm gonna skip through. Skip through all that crap. But I started reading the Bible more after that situation, and it seems that the more of the Bible that I read, it's not necessarily meant for us to have the same exact beliefs on what's being written and what's being meant to be understood in there. Because to be
That's not
honest with
true.
you,
It tells you what to believe. That's the whole point of it.
my walk might not
This is
necessarily
an
mean that I got to
authoritarian
know what the
scripture.
Bible
It's
reads.
not a choose to be happy and like a guide to a happy life. That's not what this is.
You don't think so?
I know so.
So you don't.
It tells you how to live, the rules to live by. It says you do these things, you love these people, you hate these people.
I mean, well, there's God's law and there's man's law. You got to understand the difference.
Yeah, and you
They're
have to
just
keep
like,
God's law to get to God. And God's law says you
well,
have to throw rocks at people until they unalive because they're thinking about going to other gods.
I'm not quite sure about that one, but I do know that
You want me to read it to you?
you could, yeah, sure.
So if I read it to you and it says to do this and this is God's law, you're going to say this God's law?
Is it in the Old Testament or New Testament?
Does it make a difference?
It absolutely makes a difference
What difference does it make?
because the law changed in the New Testament from the Old Testament.
So God changed. He changed his mind?
No, the law
So you're
changed.
saying God changed?
No,
Oh,
the
the
law
law
changed.
changed. Where does it say the law changed?
I mean, there was a new covenant made. That literally means that there's a new contract. Literally.
Nope. The new contract Paul was talking about was that the law was abolished. Jesus nor God ever said the law is abolished or changed. In fact, Jesus said not one dot or stroke of a pen will change from the law until heaven and earth pass away. So if you follow Jesus, you ought to be following this law until heaven and earth pass away.
Okay, so that right there is a contradict because I mean we had to make sacrifices in the Old Testament to sit here and get our sins forgiven, but we don't have to do it in the New Testament.
No, you didn't.
According to the Old Testament, we did. That's the only way that you
Nope.
could get your sins forgiven is you
Those
had
are
to sit here.
atonement.
Well,
Those are atonement sacrifices. Those are for forgiveness, but you do not need them for forgiveness. You do not need blood for forgiveness. It says in one verse, if you can't afford a dove or a goat, just bring a little bit of flour and you can do that. So all you need is a little bit of flour. But God clearly says in other verses, like in Chronicles, he says, if you want forgiveness, seek my face, pray, and turn from your wicked ways, and I will forgive your sin. That's all there is to it.
well, see, people sit here and think forgiveness is like, oh, I did something bad. I need to be forgiven. No, he's saying that
It's God forgiving you
forgiveness
for your sins.
forgiveness is a broad statement. It basically means it's just like if you come to me and repent of your ways, which means denounce them, that I will accept it. I will accept. He's not sitting here saying I'm sorry for robbing roses. I'm sorry for having premarital sex, and he's not literally meaning for you to repent in those ways. He already knows what you've done
Repent for
wrong.
what?
Well, it depends on what you consider. I mean, let me ask you a question. Where's your moral compass? What do you consider right or wrong?
Damn it. He's gone. I just can't hear you that good, man. I don't know.
Hello?
But it only seems to be on you, but I'm hearing it. See, it goes away when he. Yeah, I don't know there. But, yeah, Chronicles. Hold on. I'll just go read this real quick and then we'll move on. I got several people in the queue anyway. If that's my fault, I'll just have to do something about it. But I couldn't hear him at all there, and it went away when I was talking to him. So I don't know. All right, let me. Where was we at here? Yeah, Exodus 11 says God is going to unalive from the first guy there. Exodus 11, God makes the plague of Egypt and unalives the firstborn, not the Pharaoh. That's an absolutely ridiculous thing to say. So now, wait a minute. All right. Oh, crap. Wrong chapter. Sorry. I was about to say this don't look right. All right. If my people who are called by my name humble themselves, pray, seek my face, and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and forgive their sins and heal their land. No sacrifice necessary. No blood necessary for sure, but it even says in Leviticus chapter 4, I believe it is, it says if you can't afford a dove or a goat or whatever, it says just bring a little flour and use that. So flour obviously doesn't bleed. So you do not need blood for a sacrifice. You do not even need a sacrifice. It says just repent and turn from your wicked ways and I will forgive you. So, yeah, there's that. All right, let's see. Can't remember the other one, so we'll just bring up the next person here. What happened, Courtney? Did I read it wrong? I tend to do that a lot until I read it like 4 times, and then it becomes righter and righter the more times I read it to them. It's crazy how that works. All right, let's try. I think Patrick's been waiting the longest. We're rolling on today, guys. Still got a bunch of time. Still got some good conversations. Absolutely no comment. Yeah, there's been tons and tons and tons of studies on near-death experiences. Like there's over 15,000 cases or something where they put stuff in hospitals where people supposedly should be able to see things when they float up above their body. Not a single person ever got one of them right. Near-death experiences, you have people from Muslim countries seeing Muslim experiences, people from Christian countries seeing Christian. Like, they can't be trusted. Some people die and say they see nothing. If everybody who had one had the exact same experience, that might make a little sense, but unfortunately it doesn't. Yeah, it's definitely something with my headset's a little weird here, but I don't know what it could be. It's never done this before. It seems to be operating normally. Try it with 2. Whoa. Give me just a second. Let me reset it. All right, let's try this again. What in the world? All right, let's try Cops From. Thank you, Rick. I might not have to buy a new headset. It seems okay now.
Nigger, 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 nigger.
I'm gonna get over here and yell racist things. My God. Some people are just freaking pathetic, man. I had a feeling for some reason, too, that was gonna be exactly what I thought it was. Where did that shit go? Let me see if I can. I'm gonna get on here and yell racist stuff. It'll be so funny. All right, let's try Dwayne here. Dwayne, are you there? Dwayne? I don't think Dwayne's here on purpose. All right, if he was here on purpose, come back up. Atheist, what's happening, man? Got a hell of a show going here. Oh, we're down to 2 also. All right, let's try Courtney here. Courtney's got our number, I'm sure. Courtney, you there? Courtney?
Hello? Can you hear me? Hold on. I have a mic
Yeah, I
now.
can hear you.
Okay, good. When I first joined, I didn't have a mic. I was like, oh no, I'm going to get kicked. Okay.
No, it's all right. So, are you over 18?
Yes, I am.
And you're a Christian, I take it?
Yeah, I'm a messianic actually.
A
Do you
Messianic
know what that
Christian?
is? Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
I am.
cool.
Yeah.
So, which one of these topics you want to debate us on here today?
Oh, well, it's kind of hard to see, but like you said, bogus birth narrative of Jesus fulfills zero. I mean, we can do them all if you want. Whichever
I
one
mean, whatever.
I came up specifically whenever you spoke about the flower. I often find that most Christians or ex-Christians in this case are not very good with the Torah and don't really understand what it's saying. So,
I
yeah.
understand it pretty good, I think.
Okay. Then you
Yeah.
should know. Okay, so where does the offering of the flour go then?
The offering of flour, the fine ephahs of flour.
Yes.
Yeah, it says if you can't afford the doves and stuff, bring the flour.
Yeah, where does it go though?
What does it matter?
Well, it matters quite a lot because that's where forgiveness comes into play.
The point is, it's a sacrifice without blood. Is the point of
It's
making that?
it's not though. So that's why I'm asking you. Where
Does
does
flour bleed? Does
No,
flour
no, no, no.
bleed?
That's not the
Okay,
point.
then it's not blood, is it?
Okay, hold on one
Yes,
second.
it is. That's the point I was making. I'm telling you my point.
And I'm telling you that you're reading it inaccurately. If you would like me to, I mean, that's the reason you have people up here, right?
That is in response to saying you have to have blood for a sacrifice. I said, no, you don't. Here's
you
a
do.
sacrifice with flour.
I understand. This is a common misnomer, but I'm trying to explain to you.
Okay, so
where it
explain to me
goes.
how flour bleeds.
That's not the premise. The premise isn't flour bleeds, therefore blood. The
Okay.
premise is
All right, go ahead.
location. The premise is the location and where it goes, therefore blood. So are you allowed to put flour on a bone dry altar? Yes or no?
I don't know. Are you?
The answer is no. It has to go with all of the other offerings, the korbanot, right? In order for it to be accepted. So, for example,
when you sacrifice the flour, you still get all the stuff, but only if it touches blood on the altar.
It has to be placed where the burnt offering goes. Leviticus chapter 1 and Leviticus chapter 5 and 6 essentially.
Well, that's just on the altar. It doesn't say it has to touch blood.
It has to be placed at the location where the burnt offerings are. The entire chapter of Leviticus.
Altar, right?
Correct, meaning it cannot be on a bone dry altar, meaning first thing in the morning, the priests get it going. They can't put the altar up and get everything ready and then let's put the flour first. It doesn't work that way. It has to be placed in accordance where the Leviticus 1 burnt offerings go.
Oh, okay. Well, whoever brought the flour didn't have to bring blood, right?
That's not the premise, sir. The premise is you said without.
Okay.
Okay.
All
so
right.
do you understand?
I don't think we're going to get anywhere here, so let's just pick one of the topics here and we'll go with them.
Okay, any of them. Whatever you choose, let's rock it out. Let's go.
How about God is an unjust narcissist and liar?
Okay. By what metric are you judging?
Actual justice, the standard and definition of justice.
Okay, which is subjective to you?
To our opinions. So you want to just agree on what justice is?
No, I don't know that I would agree. That's why I'm asking you. What is that to you?
To me, it even says it kind of. It's an eye for an eye. It's getting what you deserve. You do the crime. You do the time.
Okay, so I that's not really answering the question. You said God is a narcissist, and I say by what metric are you?
I'm telling you that's what I think justice is. So in a basic sense, it's getting what you deserve for something, right?
Well, no, because you said God is I'm reading it right now. Okay, God is an unjust narcissist and liar. So I'm asking, by what metric are you using to judge that? And
actual
you say
justice, the definition of justice.
When we're maybe we
Getting
should
what is duly deserved. That is justice.
Okay, but what does that have to do with narcissism, sir? There are so many circumstances.
I haven't gotten to narcissism.
But that's where we're starting.
Justice.
I understand. I understand.
No
I can tell you're
shit.
getting very riled up. I'm not sure why. I'm
Yeah,
not.
because you're talking like a crazy person. Listen to
I'm
what I'm
talking
telling
like a
you. I
crazy
haven't gave you a
person,
definition of narcissist
which
yet.
is
You
that's
asked
what
me
I'm
what justice
asking.
was. I explained what justice
No,
was.
sir. I asked you from the very beginning what metric you're using after I said the unjust narcissist.
The definition of freaking justice. How many times do I have to tell you?
Okay, let's slow down.
Okay.
Here's what you said.
So
I
you
said,
understood me that
no,
time,
I
right?
didn't. I do not. That's why we're slowing
Oh,
down.
okay.
Okay. Okay, ready? You said that
Yeah.
God is an unjust narcissist and liar. And I
And lie,
said,
yeah.
by what metric are you using? And then you said justice. So you mean to tell me that your answer
It says just first, narcissist
Okay.
second, and liar third. They do not
I
all mean the same thing, do they?
am aware. That is why I'm asking
Okay,
you
so
by
I'm
what.
going to tell you
Okay,
why
hold
I
on.
think he's unjust and what metric, and when he's a narcissist by what metric, and then lying by what metric. They are not the same thing. I have to explain them individually.
Okay, so for you, God is
Are we
unjust
on the
because
same page right now?
maybe I'm going to recap. Ready? So for you,
Wow.
God is okay. So for you,
This probably
God,
won't last much longer, but go ahead.
I can tell it's not good getting cooked on your own live, huh?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it's
So
awful.
for you, God is unjust because according to you, the eye for eye, tooth for tooth. And in what way does that make God, quote, unjust, sir?
Because he gives people unjust punishments for crimes and punishes people for other people's crimes, which is not justice, it is injustice.
Okay. So where in the Torah specifically, where you, because you appealed to what it says in the Torah, where you are appealing to the fact that God is unjust while simultaneously holding to the fact that God says eye for eye, tooth for tooth.
Because he punishes a whole bunch of peoples for what one person does.
Okay. Can you give me an example
Yes,
and show
David
me
in
how?
the census.
Okay, wonderful. So by what metric are you judging David's sin to know that that was unjust?
By the words. I don't know why it was unjust or why God thought it was unjust, but I know it's unjust to unalive 70,000 people because David counted the people that you told him to count.
Okay, wonderful. So are you not aware that in the Bible it specifically says not to number them? Are you aware of that? So how does that
No,
make
where's it
God
say that?
unjust?
So why did God
So
tell him to do it then?
the text doesn't. So the text explicitly tells you in numerous places that one, David did it, that Satan provoked him, and that God essentially allowed it. So my question
It
is,
says
what
that in
metric?
Chronicles.
Yeah, what metric are you using to determine whether God is unjust?
I've told you 1,000 freaking times already.
No, all you did is just repeat eye for eye, tooth for tooth, which
No, I
is
didn't.
also Torah.
God tells David to count people. David does it. David says, I have sinned. What have these people done? The metric is one person did something. God unalives a whole bunch of people for that.
So
That's
where?
not justice.
Okay, where in? Okay, you obviously are not very familiar with the Torah. Do you understand that in the Torah you're not allowed to do that? God says you're not allowed
Okay, well,
to.
show us the law where it says you can't take censuses.
Okay, stand by. I'll pull it up for you.
Please do.
Yeah, give me 1 second.
All right. I thought you would already know it the way you was talking, but
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not a computer. I don't have every passage in the Bible
I'm not
memorized off
either.
the top.
I mean, it's cool. I
Okay,
just assumed
okay.
the way you were saying that. That's cool. I'm not.
Yeah, well, I'm familiar with the Torah. I just don't know the exact location of where it's at. It's okay.
Yeah, it is. I get you.
Okay, I don't know why you bring it up then.
I'm just saying. And I said, even if it does say that, it's still not justice.
Wait, hold on. Wait. So now if I go to the passage in the Torah, you're saying that.
Yeah.
So then you have no
took the
wait,
census,
you have
not
no
everybody else.
metric.
That's why you don't understand some simple concept text and concepts, and you think
No,
everybody else.
I
is
understand.
doubles.
I understand the simple.
Pretty hilarious.
No. I understand what you're saying. Hold on. Let's pause.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. I'm
Because you
about to
wouldn't even bring
recap
up
it.
a census law if you knew what I was actually saying.
I'm about to recap it. So your problem is David committed the sin, people bear the punishment. So now you're talking about colloquial punishment.
Yep, that's
Okay,
not justice.
okay.
What metrics of justice are you going by here?
Well, that's what I'm trying to get to, the metric, right? And so we
Well, then
have
get
to
to
go
it
back.
right now.
Okay, it would be nice if you would quit cutting me off, like as I'm actively trying to explain. Well, I know
explain
you
what I'm
might,
asking
but
you
what
then.
I'm okay. Let me know when I can talk.
Go ahead.
Okay. So whenever you appeal to a passage and you say like this is a problem, you have to have a metric in order to say why it's a problem. And if your
I
metric
told you what it was.
sir, I'm literally just recapping the conversation. Why are you so antagonistic that I
I
can't
don't
even
need a
just finish the
recap. I know what I said. Get to the
Okay, but
dang
the
point.
reason I'm trying, maybe if you'd slow down, you would actively
All
understand the
right, well,
Bible in which
this
you
ain't
read.
working here. All
I
right,
know it
I
sucks
tried.
getting cooked.
I really did.
I,
Yeah, I'm so cooked right now. I've never heard somebody say metric so many times in my life and never actually explain the metric. Anyway, yeah, I couldn't do it. I'm so cooked. She got me. I was using the wrong metrics to say it's wrong to unalive 70,000 people for what one person did. Sorry, I got cooked on my metrics there, y'all. My metrics is that's not okay. So. All right. Jehovah is up next. Oh, maybe Jehovah's not up next. I guess that was an accident. Holy crap. Some people just got it like that. And I mean her. Man. Get a recap. This is recorded. Goodness gracious alive. What is up, guys? What is up? Yeah, I agree. I tried. I really tried. Yes, flour has to touch blood. That's why it counts. Even though you didn't bring the blood yourself, there has to already be there. The blood of the flour is null and void. Wow. Wow. Anyway, if you're a Christian, request own up. If you can actually carry on a conversation, that would be great. Talk like a normal stinking person. I would have loved for you to explain, but I like people to talk to me like I'm a normal person. Like I'm not no. I can't sit here and listen to these things. I've done a lot of these lives. People know me. They know I'm a very patient person. So the fact that somebody gets booted that quick ought to say a lot. No, that wasn't normally. I'm sure you think it was, but it was another one of those things where you didn't seem to know. Oh, I'll tell you what. We'll just Google it real quick. That'll be fun. Which Old Testament law says you can't take census? That's a good one. I never heard her say that. Let me take it. Wait a minute. That's not one moment here. There isn't one single Old Testament law explicitly saying you can't take a census, but rather stipulations and Exodus. I guess that's what she was going to bring up. Yeah, that's like a shekel for a person or something. That's not saying you can't take a census though. Interesting. Exodus. I'm not saying a single law that says you can't take censuses. Numbers 1. What does that say? Oh, let's go to the. Where am I? Numbers 1, the first census of Israel. So this saying they took a census. Take a census of the whole congregation of the Israelites, their clans, by ancestral house, according to the number, every male individually. I don't know. I'm not saying anything that says you can't count people. So Yeah, I'm curious to where she got that, but I can't rip my hair out or destroy my mood for the day. Hey, sorry. That probably actually would have been a really good conversation, but just wasn't working for me. I think we have too much of opposing personalities or something. All right. Well, let's try to bring up more people here. Got plenty. Oh, let me try Jehovah again. Saw he was up here a second ago.
Oh, yeah, boy. How y'all doing today?
What's up, man? Are you over 18?
All right. So usually, I come over
Are
and
you
say
over 18?
I'm 44.
Okay. And you're a Christian?
Uh uh okay, let's start here. You see my last name? Do you see my last name?
Satan?
There you go. So all that tough talk, blah 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 blah, is not gonna work.
All right. So thanks for coming up. We only talk to Christians up here. All right. Let's move on to the next one here. Crypto Garcia. Let's try crypto. Yeah, just crazy people can't make it through the first two questions. Hell, even Courtney did that easily. Goodness gracious. Yeah, sometimes I do make the mistake of not reading people's whole names, though. So he got me there, didn't he? Got me there. I'm cooked again. I'm getting cooked all over this live, y'all. I don't know what's happening. Getting cooked all over my own live today, and all right, let's try Marley here. I'm sure Marley will cook too. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, I don't recall. I've actually read this book quite a lot, especially in the Old Testament, but I don't recall any laws at all saying you can't count people. There's stipulations to a few, like in Exodus, like it said, but oh, let you back up. Did you request that? Let me think about it a minute. I don't know. I'm a little hesitant, honestly, because even if we could have a conversation about it, I don't know. It's just something about you, the way you talk, that piques my agitators. All right, screw it. We'll try it one more time, even though we got two people. All right, Courtney, one more chance here.
All right. Okay.
All right,
All right.
so go ahead and show us the law that says you can't take censuses.
So as I was saying, the quote, and I know you're not going to like me saying this, metric is important because in there, the metric will know whether or not David did something properly, and therefore by default, he and the people suffered. The reason why David is allowed to commit an act, right? And the people suffer is its headship, which is also mentioned in the Torah. That's why I kept saying, let's go back to the Torah as I was
So what
actively
metric are we talking about?
that was my question to you. And your answer was, if David does something, the people should not bear the punishment. But that's not how it works in the Torah. And then you say that's unjust. And I say, well, give me a reason
Yeah.
why you're able to say that it's unjust. And you
Yeah, that's what I
can't.
did, because it's what one person did, and God took it upon himself to unalive 70,000 people as a result.
Okay. Do you know why, though?
Yeah, because God's a psychotic narcissist.
Give me a reason to believe that.
Because he unalived 70,000 people because one guy did what he told him to do and counted people. That is psychotic.
No, David did not
You
do
can't think
what
that's
he
okay.
said.
Tell me
No.
you think that's okay that God did this.
The way that you just described it is not what the narrative says. This is why I
It
keep
is
trying.
what it says.
No, it's not, sir. Which is
Yes,
why,
it is.
okay, you're
all
not
right, we're
allowed
gonna
to
go
just
read it then.
willy-nilly number the children of Israel. You can't do that.
Again,
It
the
is-
anger of the Lord was kindled against Israel, and he incited David against them, saying, Go, count the people of Israel and Judah. So who incited David to do this, and who had told David to go and count them?
Yeah, the text tells you in other places that Satan did it. The text actually tells
What
you
about
that
right
David
here?
did.
That's in a
Correct.
totally
This
different
is
book.
David. Yes, God is allowing this to happen. There are passages which
And that
attribute
makes
to.
it better to you.
Yeah, it's called free will.
Okay, well, who does Samuel say told David to count these people?
Again, as I stated, there are 3 locations. David does it, God does it, Satan does it. According to the text,
Sounds like a big mess.
it's not a mess, sir. It's not. It's the
Okay.
way that the text is written so that you can understand theology, which is why I'm asking you if you understand the quote metric. And the only way that you're going to understand the metric is to go back to the Torah, which is why I was saying, as David did it, you're not allowed to number the children of Israel. And yet you didn't allow me to land, but you Googled it. And now that you see that you can, but there has to be proper ways of doing it, does the narrative that you read say that he did it properly?
It doesn't say anything. The narrative I just read says, and God's mad, so he incited David against them, saying, Go and count the people of Israel and Judah.
Okay. Did David do it according to the Torah standard? Is that a yes or is that a no?
What's the Torah standard?
Exodus gives you over the standard, and it has to do with ransoming.
Okay, so where does this say he didn't do the standard right?
That's what I'm asking you. This is your claim. God is unjust. And then you go to this passage and you use this simply because it says God, you want to say, okay, God didn't. So give me a reason. I'm asking you for this reason.
I'm glad I brought you back up.
Okay, I'm glad as well, but I'd like to know.
I feel 10 times more vindicated than I did just a minute ago.
I know. Stand by. It won't last long.
Yeah, you know, I'm sure. Yeah.
I know. So,
right,
can you go back to the Torah and tell me?
It says God incited David to do this. It says David did it, and apparently that was the wrong answer. That's all it says.
That's not the wrong.
God told him to count them. He did it, and it was wrong apparently. And David says, "I have sinned. Why are you doing this to all these people?"
So why would David?
Not even David thinks this is just.
Okay, wonderful. Why would David appeal to sinning if David did it right, sir?
I don't know, maybe because God told him he sinned. He said, wrong answer. Pick your punishments. And David's like, no, I can't pick. So God picked unaliving 70,000 people.
Okay, so so this is where knowing what the Torah says is extremely important, because if David said,
I just read it.
I understand. You didn't read the Torah, you read Samuel. But if you see that it says, I sin, David said, I sin, the metric for sinning is in the Torah. Why would David appeal to having sinned if David did it properly?
Because God told him he sinned.
Sir, you asked me for the narrative in that it says specifically.
I know that.
Where
I've read
does
this story
David say he
times. I read this story almost every day up here.
Okay, so show me where David sinned. What is the sin of David here?
That he counted the people that God told him to count.
But what in that is sinful? That's what I'm asking you.
Show us where it says he did it wrong.
The word sin. The sin, in order to
I'm talking
understand,
about the census. You said he took the census wrong. Where does it say he took the census
correct. Wrong? Correct. The Exodus gives over the way that you do it and why you would do it. So I don't understand why you're not understanding what is being said unless you're just willfully trying to do that.
I don't understand why you don't understand what I'm saying.
Okay, so now we're just like copying each other at this point. This is kind of weird.
I guess so. I'm glad I brought you back up though.
So, but you're not getting the point of what sin is. Sin is in
I'm
the
getting
Torah.
what you're trying to say, but it doesn't make sense to me. You're using a tired old apologetic that
Well, then
doesn't
refute
actually
it.
explain this.
Refute
It
it,
doesn't
please.
make. I did.
How?
It's what it freaking says. I read it to you. It
Yeah.
says God told him to do this,
Okay.
and David did it.
And David
God
did it
gets
wrong.
mad and unalive 70,000
Yeah,
people.
David
Like,
did
I
it.
don't even understand why you need to know more than this.
I know. Ignorance is bliss, right?
It's so hilarious
it-
that you can say God grapes these women and unalives these innocent babies.
Okay, wait,
and
hold on.
people
Now we're
go,
going to a
"Why?"
different.
Oh, okay. Well, give me a justification for that.
Wait,
Like,
now
it's
we're
the same difference here.
Okay, hold on. We're going to a different thing. Let's stay on the census, please. If we could please just answer.
I think you've been
how it
thoroughly
is.
cooked on this one.
Oh, I'm sure you think that, right?
I'm sure
Kindergartners
you
often do
cooked
think
me.
that
That's
they
why I
cook.
say we're even all the time.
Yeah, I get it.
Actually.
I get it. But
Yeah,
it's okay. We'll just, if we could just get you to answer what sin is. How do you know what sin is?
Sin is breaking the law.
Okay. So therefore, David didn't do it according to the law, right?
I guess.
There we
Doesn't
go.
say
Okay,
that, though.
now I want everyone to see how cooked you are. So when you ask,
where does it say that?
okay,
Show us
in
where it
the
says that,
word
and I'll be cooked.
sin, sir, in the word sin, it
Oh, so it
inherently
says
tells
sin,
you
so that
when you
means he
sin.
must have done it wrong, right?
Yeah, again, if sin is specifically laid out, what
Yeah,
you
I
should
know
and
what you're
should not do.
saying. It's just not good as you
Okay.
think it is.
Well, then refute it, sir. Go ahead. I'm waiting. Everyone's
I
waiting.
have a couple times.
Everyone is waiting.
Everybody out here in the real world knows it's injustice because one person sinned and unalive 70,000 people.
Okay,
That's the whole point here.
That sounds
But
like
you're
an
saying
emotional
it's
appeal.
justified because he did it wrong.
I'm sorry,
So
that
those
sounds.
70,000 people deserved it all.
It sounds like an emotional appeal. So I'd like you to please go and, since you've already stated that he sinned, and yet you acknowledge that sin is mentioned in the Torah, the things you should and should not do. I'd like you to please.
I'm fine with
Okay.
him having sinned.
So he
what
didn't
I'm
do
not
it
fine
right.
with is 70,000 people being unalived because of what God told David to do.
Okay. So
70,000
did
people
David
will never
do?
deserve to be unalive because somebody counted people wrong.
Okay. Correct. Did David, as a representation of the people, did he do it properly according to the Torah?
It just says he sinned. It doesn't say if he counted
Did
them
he?
properly or
Okay.
not.
Sin is mentioned in the Torah, and what is the standard, aka the metric? I know you don't like the word, the metric, right? But that's where we get it from. Okay.
I'm fine when you say metric, just not 10 times in a row without saying what you're actually talking about.
Well, I was asking you what yours was.
I know, and I told you, and
But
then you asked me like 4 more times.
Because you obviously don't know the Torah. And if you knew the Torah, you would know. Okay, yet you are not capable of seeing how it is.
I can read what this story says.
I didn't say you couldn't read,
says,
sir. That's not what I said.
The Lord kindled David against Israel. And then you first rebutted that by saying, well, it was actually the devil, and God just allowed
we
it.
know.
Then
right.
I said, that's not better. Then you went back to him taking the census improperly again. But now you're saying it's justified because he counted people wrong that they were unalive. So
yes, because if you're going to ask how it is that it was wrong, the fact that it's a sin tells you that he didn't do something properly. And Chronicles, again, I told you
it doesn't matter what he did. It matters that 70,000 people were punished as a result. I don't understand how that number is just flying in and out of your head so easily.
We can get there, but I need you to.
Oh, that's right, because they counted them wrong, so it's justified. Yeah.
Yeah, David is the king, the representation of the people. His acts will affect the people. I'd like you to give me a reason why that's unjust. You've not been able to.
70,000 people were unalived because of what one person did.
Okay. Well, give me a reason.
Explain it better than that for you?
Yeah, so give me a reason why that's unjust.
That's not justice. Justice is when you get what you deserve for doing something wrong. So if it would have unalived David, maybe you would have had a better argument. But since David said, I can't pick one of these awful punishment options you're trying to give me right now, you pick. God says, okay, I'll pick for you. Let's unalive 70,000 people.
Okay, wonderful. Now I'd like to, you just gave over a claim. I'd like you to substantiate why that should be believed. Go ahead.
Because that's not what justice is.
According to your metric.
Getting what you, it's my metric. That's what I said to start with.
So again, it's your opinion, right? But then when you appeal back to an internal critique, you don't go external after that. That's silly, right?
What? Why is it your opinion that unalive 70,000 people?
It's not my opinion. You're appealing to the text, right? You said eye for eye. You appealed to the text, but then whenever
and I
you
said
go
right off the bat, this is my standard of justice.
okay,
And what's the definition of justice? It's getting what you deserve. It's getting your due.
I hear you, but that's your standard of justice. While
it's
you
the standard of justice that this country uses, along with everybody else.
Sorry, this country. So wait a minute. This country. What does this country have to do with ancient Israel and the metric by which they judge?
That's what I'm telling you. It's my standard. It's my country standard. It's how we judge these things. So if your God does not fit that, then I call it unjust.
I got you, but that's when I'm going to ask you, why should I believe in your metric?
Hey, you shouldn't. If you think unaliving 70,000 people's cool, that's fine.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but so when you have these prompts up and people come up and they go, okay, I disagree with you, and then you go, well, tell me why. We then go into the actual text. Okay, so as you're appealing
we have your reason now. It's because David counted wrong, so it's fine.
So then so basically, what I'm hearing is a concession that your reasoning for God being unjust is nonsensical.
No, my reason is just fine. Yours is nonsensical in my opinion.
No, because you're using the very text that gives you the metric, and you're going against
God did.
Sir, you're using the very text that gives over the metric and why it was the case, and yet you don't.
I'm explaining why it's awful and unjust based on
That's called an external critique. You started internal, but now you moved external. Well, you know that's a fallacy, correct?
Whatever it is, that's how I'm explaining it.
So you agree it's a fallacy?
I don't know what fallacy you're talking about, but
when you start internal on a document and then you move external to give over your argument.
No, I was external first. I might have explained it backwards, but I already had a standard of justice that I then applied this to.
Correct. Your prompt is external, but then when I said give me a reason, then you appeal to the internals of the document, but then going external again. That's a fallacy. Okay, so you agree?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
You can't.
I'm just a simple person.
I see.
Yeah. But I can clearly read this text and know when there's serious problems with the text and with our standards of justice here. I don't even think you think it's okay to unalive 70,000 people for what one person did. I think you're just willing to justify it because you think you'll probably burn or something otherwise.
No, that's not what it is. When I'm using a text to judge something, I'm going to say internal on the text.
So we have yet to hear what is your actual standard of justice?
Yeah, I'm going to use I just told you, literally, as I was saying that, you cut me off. So I said, if I'm going to judge a text, I'm going to stay inside that text. So you say it's unjust. I say, give me a reason to believe that. You then turn and go internal into the document.
Justifies and then text? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying yes. The text gives over a reason why it isn't unjust. It's not a fallacy, sir. Name the fallacy.
Circular argument. You're justifying the text with the text.
No, because when you start, like, for example,
just because the text says it's just, that's a fallacy.
No, the text gives over the historical reason. It's not like saying,
so what is
Courtney, am right because
interpretation of justice?
Hold on one second.
What is your opinion on it?
Okay, hold on one second, if you don't mind. I'd like to go back to the fact that you said that there was like a circle here. It's not.
I was just saying that. What is your opinion of what justice is? What is your own standard of justice? We would like to know that, please.
Okay, my standard of justice is irrelevant to the narrative that's happening. For example,
so do you have an opinion of what justice is, or?
Okay. Again, if I had an opinion and the opinion disagreed or agreed with you, is irrelevant to the actual reasons given over in the text.
No, it's not irrelevant.
It is irrelevant, sir, and the reason why it's
not irrelevant.
If you'd let me explain why I think it's irrelevant, you'd understand.
I've tried letting you explain a bunch of things, but you never seem to actually get there.
I actually do get there. Maybe you just aren't tracking.
So do you have an opinion of justice or not?
My opinions on any situation is irrelevant when I am appealing to the understanding of why deity or humans,
just like me, you have an opinion, and when you read this shit and it doesn't match up with your opinion, that's what I want to know. If it lines up with your opinion of what justice is.
Okay, so let's say my opinion, I had an opinion on justice, right? And then like someone documents
Do you have one
that.
or not?
Okay. Sir, could you please just let me land? I'm trying to be as
You're gonna have
respectful,
to
but
get to it.
I'm
Yeah, me
giving
too.
over
Me too.
okay, well then allow me to land, please. I'm asking.
Well, then
Like as
please
I'm
say,
doing
tell us
it
if you
as
have an
you're
opinion of
cutting me
justice or
off.
not.
If I have an opinion on a issue, like, and then you say that's unjust, we would
Tell
have to go.
us.
Oh, see, I'm trying to talk right now, and you're cutting
All right.
me off. This is crazy. Why are you?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Hey, I'm really, really glad I brought you back up. And I mean really, really glad. Because I felt like we did explain that a whole lot better. Hey, I'm sorry though. There's just something about the tone there. I just can't do it. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, she's very
Call me cooked.
condescending.
I'm cooked, Patrina. Sorry.
Yeah, I've been head to head with her before.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she's an
Oh, so
apologetic.
she's like that with everybody, right?
Everybody.
Yeah, yeah. She's
She
like
apologizes for
she's probably the only
everything.
person I've heard that speaks so like calmly, but so like antagonizingly. I don't know. There's just something
Yeah,
about it. It might not even be her fault. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Or do you agree
yeah.
with that?
I was going to ask her, Courtney, in today's society, let's just say this rule never stopped. It was ongoing into today's society, these ancient rules and culture. And our president today decided he wanted to take a census of Texas. And he took the census wrong. And this God said, well, because you took the census wrong, the entire state of Texas needs unalived. You would think that's okay because, I mean, that's the rules, right? That's the laws and rules. So you'd be okay
According
with
to
it.
the Torah's, what was the word she used? Kept saying that metric.
The metric, yeah.
Yeah, the metric of the Torah that would say that's perfectly fine. That's why I suspected she was terrified to give us her own opinion, though, because she was going to say, yeah, this is definitely not just.
Hmm.
That's just my suspicion there. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Well, if you want
Yeah,
to hang out for a minute, Patrina,
yeah.
let's bring up another one. Got a full house out up in here. All right, let's try Douglas here. A few of them's been there for a minute. All right, I don't think Douglas is coming. All right, let's try Dopamine. That's a cool name. Dopamine, you there?
Yeah,
What's up, man? Are you over 18?
yeah. I'm 26.
Are you a Christian?
Yes.
Cool. So which topic you want to debate us on here today?
Oh, I just wanted to say like, do you know what an internal critique is?
A what?
An internal critique.
An internal critique? That means you do it from the inside.
Right. If we're going by like the standards and the frameworks of what like within the Bible, and you're critiquing the Bible in that way, whereas in if God has certain things that will make him just, and he's doing these things due to the fact that, you know, he has to entail justice if you do said actions, right? Or anything. Um, if there's no contradiction and if there's no basically no incoherency of him doing said action and you're just saying it's an opinion, then it's just noise. It's not
Well, it's
actually
not
true.
even, it is my opinion, but also Abraham holds God to a standard of justice. So I think I can at least hold him to the same standard that Abraham does.
Well, well, then it's just noise to me because nothing what you're saying is actually true.
Sure it is.
It's not
Really?
really
Because one of
it's not
God's
really
rules was to not to unalive people. And as soon as Abraham came down, or as soon as Moses came down from the mountain, he unalived people. So that's a contradiction, internal contradiction. What do you say about that?
yeah, if we're going by the standards of the Ten Commandments, thou shalt not murder, uh
Mm-hmm.
that's just the category error because as we understand what murder is the unjust unaliving of a said individual, whereas in if you were to unalive someone due to self-defense, it wouldn't be, or any like other thing where it's justified, then it's okay. So basically,
Children?
no.
It's justified
It's
to unalive children?
yeah, it's not. It wouldn't be a
This
contradiction.
sounds
So
like the Bible standard of justice is okay with the Bible standard of justice.
yeah, that's yeah.
Yeah, it's a
Duh.
fallacy.
How is that a fallacy? What?
The
Do you know what?
Bible is okay with the Bible's justice.
Do you know what a fallacy is?
Yeah, I know what some of them are.
No, no. I'm just saying. Like, do you know what the definition of a fallacy is?
Yeah, it's a logical inconsistency.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
if we're going by the standards and frameworks within the Bible, right? It's not even a fallacy. You're critiquing the Bible. I don't understand how it's a fallacy.
I'm saying the Bible saying that it's okay with the Bible's justice is a fallacy. It's like using the Bible to prove the Bible, even though I'm not necessarily sure that's a
The
fallacy on its
Bible
own. But
is
if you're going to say something like God is true because the Bible says it's true, then that's definitely a fallacy.
the Bible is okay what the Bible says. I don't know what that means.
Yeah,
What does that mean?
that's what I thought you were saying. You're saying the standard of Bible and the Bible standard of justice is consistent with the justice in the Bible. Like, of
Yeah,
course
if
it
it
is.
poses no contradiction in telling God, then obviously it would be just, yeah, it would just be true according to what the Bible standard is. I don't see a
Well, it says
fallacy in
that
that.
nobody can die for the sins of another, right? And then all these people that are unalived because of a sin of another. So make that make sense.
People died for the sins of another. Like what passage?
David's wives.
Is your comments frozen? Your comments aren't even like going anymore.
David's wives were punished for the
I
sins
see
of
them moving.
another. The people constantly when God unalived nations, all these innocent people were unalived because of a sin that one person did. Somebody in the comments said back in those times when a king did something, the people were punished for what the king did, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
there's.
Courtney.
I
It's
don't know about
some
you,
type
but
of rule or law.
I can't even see the comments, so that's weird.
You probably touched them, and
Turn
you
your
got to hit the
screen
little messages thing.
or turn your screen
Hold on. Oh,
and you
okay,
might be
there it
able to
is.
see them.
Yeah, okay, I got it, got it.
So can you explain that? Why innocent people are constantly being unalived for something that somebody else does?
Can you give me an
Yeah, that's not
example?
justice.
Yeah. I gave you an example of David's wife being punished for something he did.
What's the chapter and verse?
I think it's in 2 Samuel.
All right.
2 Samuel 12. I don't remember the verse either. Yeah, it's verse 11. It says, "Thus says the Lord, I will raise up trouble against you from within your own house, and I will take your wives before your very eyes and give them to your neighbor, and he shall lie with your wives in broad daylight."
And then what is the verse that would be going against like what would be that entailing about the other verse that you gave me with what God said?
Hold on, I'm finding it.
Yeah, so it's saying each shall be punished for their own sins.
Deuteronomy 24:16, Ezekiel 18:20, Jeremiah 31:30. There's
And
several of them.
what does that say?
You got it, host?
Yeah, it says Deuteronomy, it says in verse 16, "Parents shall not be put to death for their children, nor shall children be put to death for their parents. Only their own crimes may persons be put to death."
And who is
So
he
you're
speaking?
not supposed to be unaliving people for other people's crimes.
And who is
This
he
is the
speaking?
new covenant.
Who is the audience he was speaking to there?
Anybody who's
Israelites.
obeying this covenant.
Israelites.
Mm-hmm. The Israelites.
And according to Isaiah, also foreigners are welcomed into this covenant. So anybody who literally wants to keep this covenant can. But yeah, he's giving it to the Israelites specifically. But it's for
Okay.
everyone, make no mistake.
Yeah, you should look up the Hebrew. Do you know Hebrew?
No, do you?
No, but I think the Hebrew
Oh, so let's
plays
just
a
stick to English then.
Oh, no. No, we should go to the Hebrew because
Sir,
that's what
neither
the
you
original
or
Hebrew.
I or Petrina speak Hebrew as far as I know. So let's speak English here.
Yeah, I don't
We have the
speak
best
Hebrew.
modern translation we
So,
have.
so, so just to clarify, if the Hebrew words say something that you wouldn't like because you're trying to run your script, then it just wouldn't be a good look. Let's go to the
You
Hebrew.
can't tell us what the Hebrew is. You don't speak it, sir.
As a matter, I'll look up the Hebrew right now of the verse and what it actually entails, and then
Okay,
I'll go
go
to
ahead
the
and
other
do that. Tell
verse.
us what it actually says
No, can you do
in
it?
Hebrew
You have a computer.
with the translation. Go ahead.
You have a computer. You could do it.
You want me to do it?
Yeah, I don't have a computer on me.
I got
You
it. I'm looking
realize
it
that
up.
if I look up what this says in Hebrew, it's still going to translate it into English for us?
Yeah, so
You're looking up a translation of the
The
Hebrew
English,
without speaking
the
Hebrew.
English,
Like,
yeah, certain words that we use wouldn't be the same in old language. So you need the Hebrew
you're
to
literally going to look
understand.
up what we're doing right now and reading the text. It's a translation. Like, if you can't read
Yeah, but
Hebrew,
certain
you're
words,
going to look up a
So the
translation of
Hebrew,
a Hebrew.
there's certain
the
words that
Hebrew,
have certain meanings that would have,
yeah. What word do you want
yeah,
me to look up in the Hebrew?
Yeah, what's wrong
yeah,
with it?
go to the Old Testament verse and look up the Hebrew and tell me what it says.
Are you talking about like a
Which
lexicon or
word do you
something?
want me to look up for the Hebrew?
The verse that you quoted. I want the Hebrew
Yeah, but
for it.
which
Yeah,
word? You're saying a word and there's a
Doesn't
I
Hebrew.
don't
matter.
know how to
Go to the
pronounce the
words.
Hebrew, so I don't know how
Go
to pronounce the Hebrew.
go
So I need to know specifically what you want me to find in the Hebrew. Not
Yeah,
shall be
go look
put
up.
to death
Yeah,
fathers for their children, nor the sons, neither shall be put to death for their
yeah,
fathers. A person for his own sin shall be put to death. So which words do you want in Hebrew? The death part?
yeah. If you were to look up the text in Hebrew, it's showing you the Hebrew, right?
I'm looking it up.
Yeah,
In
it
I've
English.
shows
got
you
it
the
right in front of
Hebrew.
me. I've got it right in
Yeah,
front of
go.
me.
Yeah, you got this. I believe in you.
Yeah.
So what do you want me to look up? The death part? Shall be put to death? It's
The
4191 in
verse.
the Strongs, and the word is muth. Muth, which means a physical
As a
unalivement.
matter of fact, let me do it.
Muth, a unalived body
Let
is
me
what it is. A
let me read this.
physical
Let me read
unalivement.
what this Hebrew word means in English, so I can, because I don't like what I'm reading in English.
Yeah, I mean, lo yumaki abut.
Well,
I don't know how to pronounce
obviously,
Hebrew.
obviously, to understand ancient language or Old English, we need to
Yes,
go
we go
to
to
the
the
Hebrew.
Hebrew. You're
Yeah,
correct. You're
same
correct.
thing with
But
the New
we go to the
Testament.
Hebrew for
We need to
specific
go to the Greek.
words.
We also
Correct.
need to
You
go to
are
the Greek.
correct.
I am
You are
correct. I know I'm correct.
correct.
I'm very correct.
But I
Yes.
need to know which
So,
word you're wanting to
so,
go to the Hebrew
so,
for.
so, let's go. Let's stop running and let's go to the Hebrew.
Yeah, I'm not running. I'm already there.
You're running
So
like
you're
a
just
This
chasing
taxi.
cut is
me.
worse than
You're
Courtney did
chasing
me,
me,
ain't
You
dude.
know what? This is just a waste of my time. I'm gonna
I'm
bounce.
already there. I'm already there. Tell me what you want to know in the Hebrew. Do you want to know the word for? Because the word for in Hebrew is 5921, and the word is al,
Oh boy,
A-L, al.
I've got a cramp, man. This probably doesn't say what it really means in Hebrew and English, so we need to look up in a dictionary in English what the Hebrew means in English. This
I
is so
know.
funny. Wow. Here's the English definition of the Hebrew. Oh man, if I can quit laughing, I'll break the next person up. I swear.
You guys
That was
share
fucking
this
funny.
live. It's been good since I've been here. Let's get it shared.
Oh my
Click on the little
God.
arrow and repost.
Oh, I'm crying and shit, man. Oh man, I blew my nose on this earlier. I hope I don't get pink eye.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. All right, so before we move on to the next person, we've got a hell of a crowd in here. If you don't follow Patrina, you have to follow her. She does a panel live, and it's awesome.
Thanks,
She knows her
guys.
shit. Please do that. Please do that. And oh shit! I might have to let you take over, Patrina. I can't even keep a. Oh damn it! Every time I think about that, I start laughing. Oh shit! All right, let's bring it.
Thanks,
Let's try
guys,
the
for the
next one
gifts.
here.
Hi, Mr. T.
Oh yeah, she got a bunch. Damn, I made $4 this freaking live. Thank
Good
you.
job.
Holy shit! That's gonna play a hot dog in a bag of chips. Now I got a necklace now. Shit. I got to
Thank
share that necklace
you.
with you,
Thank you.
Yes, thank y'all. Thank y'all. We appreciate that. We got a hell of a crowd in here right now. All right, so we got like
Hell
8
of a
or 9
crowd.
people.
Hell of a crowd.
Oh, 5 now. So a few of them went down. All right, let's bring up London if he's here. I don't think he's here. Enoch, I remember talking to you. You ain't no Christian, man. You can't come up here.
Yeah, I know, London.
I don't think he's here. Let's try Drift. Drift, you there?
Drift. You are live on the air, Drift.
No, drop me down. I did not mean to get in here.
Oh, so, yeah, we got you. Had a feeling that might be the case. One of the lady Gentiles. Yeah, I don't know what you are, but I don't know what you are, but you're something. And you,
Oh, I know that guy.
yeah, I do
Enoch.
too. He's the last time he cracked me up, but he was definitely not a Christian though. All right, let's go to the next one here. Ricky, you there?
Yo, what's up? Yep.
What's up, man? Are you over 18?
Yeah.
Awesome. Are you one of the Christians?
Yeah.
Cool. So, can you say these topics up here? Which one did you want to debate us on there?
No, I'll keep it going with that. What that one guy was saying when he said that no one should be unalive for the sins of another.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I think this is only an apparent contradiction. I don't think this is an actual contradiction.
What does that mean?
Like, it says like there are exceptions to everything, and you can't just look at it unilaterally black or white.
Is there exceptions to God's laws?
There can be.
Really?
Yeah, there's
Not
certain
according to God,
circumstances.
there can't.
Yeah, sometimes it's not always black and white. Like when you get there are times where it's not unifying for all cases.
That's true. That just makes it contradictions, though, I think.
I don't think it's a contradiction. I just don't think it's
Okay, well, explain it for
always
us. Why
the
don't you
case.
think it's a contradiction?
Because I'm saying there are times where there are just exceptions to the rules. I think it's just
Like
pretty
what?
clear we do that. There's times like that in law. There's times like that in our
Well,
daily
give us
life.
an
Like you
example
can
in the
say
Bible, though.
Yeah, give us the exception to this rule. Where would it be listed
the
at?
exception. Like I'm just saying that there are always exceptions to rules.
Where is it at, though?
Well, give us an example of one, yeah.
All right, let me see if I can find one.
Oh, I thought you had one in mind.
No, I mean, that's just my common sense. Like, there are always exceptions to
Yikes.
rules.
Well, it sounds like he was just saying that and didn't actually have an example in mind.
I
Which would
mean,
lead me to believe you were just saying that.
no, it's just true. But, I mean, I have to look one up.
Maybe show us. Yeah, that's fine. Here's your opportunity, sir. Where are we at, Bubba?
I guess divorce might be one.
E.
Like, he said that he allowed divorce, but, I mean, divorce was never the standard. So even though it's apparently contradicting, it's not contradicting. He's just allowing these things. But, so there's always exceptions to rules. He makes exceptions.
Wait a minute, what? Is there a law that says you can or can't get divorced?
Now, there are laws, like, concerning divorce saying like governing how it's done and what it's going to entail. But this is not saying that
So if
divorce
there's
is
no
right.
law against divorce, then it's not a contradiction to say that divorce is allowed.
This was later introduced.
I'm not sure that's the best example.
But that's just an example. So I'm just saying that there's
Well,
exceptions to rules.
let's give it an example for this one here. I mean, you wanted to stay on this, right?
I mean, I'm just letting you know that there's always exceptions to rules. Like
There's not exceptions to this, though.
there is exceptions, and this is
Where?
also specifically pointing
Where?
out to the fact that I just told you. Like, are you saying for that specific rule where like someone can be
Yes,
unalive
for
for
the
another?
specific rule, yes, that someone who sins, they shall die for their own sins, not for the sins of another. Where does it say there's an exception to that rule?
I'm saying there's not a rule that says there's an exception to this rule. I'm saying that the rule is not all encompassing to every single fact. Like in the case of when God judges an entire people who are not under the covenant, like in that case, that would be an exception. Made
No,
by
that
God
would be a
himself.
contradiction. That would be
No, it's
called a
not.
contradiction. It is.
No, it's not. And in the
That is
context in
called
which you're
Yes,
giving
a
it,
it is.
contradiction.
no, it's not. This is an exception.
No.
No.
Yes.
You can
No.
claim it's an exception all you want, but it's not.
I mean, you're just claiming it's not, but it is, obviously.
No,
No,
an exception would be if this law said verbatim something like only
Besides,
for their
right.
own crimes may persons be put to unalivement,
Right.
except in this case.
Except when it's a
Why does it have to
nation
say
being
except in this
punished
case?
for a king or something like that.
Just because it was. So if
Because
it did
for
say
there to
that,
be
if it did say
exceptions,
that,
it has
hold
to
on.
give exceptions.
So if
because
it
this
did
is a
say
law.
exception, then it would be okay.
Yes.
But why does that matter? Just because he didn't reveal the exception doesn't mean it's not true.
Because a rule is a rule. If he
Because
says,
a
otherwise you're
rule
making
is a
it up.
rule.
yeah, so if God says you shall not worship any other God before me, besides me. So is there an exception to that rule? You can worship other gods?
No, there's no precept or any evidence of such exceptions.
Correct. That's what we're saying
Exactly.
But
here.
there is evidence
You
and
nailed
precept
it.
for these
You did
exceptions.
it.
There
There
is
isn't.
evidence and precepts for
What's
these
the
exceptions. Yeah.
evidence? What's the evidence that there's an
I'm
exception?
saying you're saying when God judges entire peoples,
Okay.
so that's
Well,
evidence of exception.
there's evidence of an exception with
And
this one. There's
also
other people worshiping other gods.
also he said we can't do that, not him.
Right. And they did that. They went
No,
away and
they-
worshipped other gods. So that's an
No,
exception.
I'm saying in terms of we cannot put to unalivement other peoples for the sins of someone else. He's giving this law command to us because we have no right to give judgment like that.
Yes, we do.
No, we don't.
Yeah, God is held to a standard of justice.
Yeah,
by
Moses
humans.
did. Moses did.
So did
Moses
Abraham.
did what?
Yeah.
Yeah, went
Held
down
God
and
to a
unalived
standard of
people.
justice.
Moses?
Yeah, as soon as he came down from the mountain, God told him to unalive all the people that was worshiping the calf.
I don't think that's true.
It is true. Moses
It is
talked him out of
true.
it.
God was going to, and then Moses talked him out of it.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So
not
God
that
changed
Moses
his
was
mind
going to do
because
it.
of what the human
Not that
did.
Moses
The
was
human
gonna do
talked
it.
some sense into God there, didn't he?
No, because you said that Moses was going to do it. You just lied.
Wait, what?
You just said that Moses was going to do it, but no, it was God that was going to judge the people, and then
No,
Moses.
she said Moses unalived people.
And you said that Moses was going to unalive the people.
Exodus
After the mountain, that was a
32.
lie.
Let's go there. Exodus 32.
Exodus 32.
Yeah, that's a great story.
Moses ordered the tribe of Levi to unalive about 3,000 Israelites who were worshiping the
What
golden
verse?
calf.
What verse?
Exodus 32. I'm looking for it. What's the specific verse here? 28? I think it's 28. He told them, "This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. Each of you men is to fasten his sword to his side go back and forth through the camp from gate to gate and slay his brother, his friend, and his neighbor. The Levites did as Moses commanded, and that day about 3,000 of the people fell unalived.
Okay. So
So Moses commanded them, as the Lord told Moses to, unalive each other.
Yep. So what are you trying to prove?
Holy shit! It's what she just said, dude.
That's not they were all complicit in the sin. That's not the sins of another.
Wow.
You're not giving me
It's
any
crazy how
examples.
quick people take back what they said just a second.
I didn't take back anything. I didn't take back anything.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, you
No,
said
I
that
didn't.
I lied, so I did not lie. Here, Moses commanded the people to unalive one another.
Okay, what is your point?
The point was, you said that she said that, and you said that's not true, and then she went and read that.
No, you're saying that
and showed
you
it
said
was
that something
true,
about
and then you went, so.
Yeah, you said something along the lines of Moses went down and unalived a bunch of people. I'm saying
Yeah,
that's not
right after God commanded Moses that no one should unalive, right? That's one of the commandments. Do not murder,
that's
right?
not murder.
That is murder.
No, it's not.
Moses told all the people to murder one another.
No, it's not. No, murder is not just a justification, like a just punishment. That's not murder.
There's a justification for this.
Yes, there's a
To
justification.
murder your brother, your friend, and his neighbor. Murder everybody.
Why would it not be?
I
Are
was
you
hoping
kidding?
you could tell us that.
Yeah, but you don't have any. So I want you to tell me if you can give me a coherent definition as to what good is.
Are you going to the moral argument that you can't be moral unless you're a Christian?
No, you just don't have any concept of morality. Not that if only you're a Christian. It's just
Really?
that you don't even know what morality is. Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Because
Tell me what
I
good
was
is.
an
Some sort of concept
atheist.
of morality, because we don't think it's okay for God to unalive 70,000 people.
Right.
Yeah, but tell me what good is.
Good is
Good is
subjective.
things favorable.
Something
Moral
that's
is
favorable?
subjective.
Yeah.
So that's subjective. It's a personal opinion.
No
Yeah.
shit, it's subjective. It's just a
Yeah,
word.
I mean, you're
So you
thinking
have
it's
no factual
good
basis
to
determine
unalive
this is right or
3,000
wrong.
people.
So you have no
right.
objective basis to determine this is right or wrong. So why are you even arguing about this? It's dumb.
I do.
It's
I didn't
dumb.
need a God or this book my entire life to tell me to be a good person or
You
to
don't
be
even
good
know what a
people.
good person is. You just say whatever is favorable.
I
whatever
do.
that
I
means.
do know what is good.
That's the definition of the word good.
That
It
doesn't
means
give
to
me
be
any
desired
defining
or
qualities. I
approved.
can do what's favorable to me. I can unalive and grape
Yeah,
a
no
bunch of
shit.
people. So
That means we need a
so
little
what
more
is what
context,
is
Yeah,
don't
you
we?
good?
probably would if this book didn't tell you not to. And
But you're
see, I
saying you don't
wouldn't.
have any
I wouldn't do
definition of
that. I
good.
don't need this book or this God to tell me to not go grape or unalive
Your
people.
word "good" means nothing.
It does.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
Because
it's
it's just
it,
Just
whatever you
not
think
it
to
is
has an actual
you.
definition.
Just not to you. It don't.
No, to you it
Because you
doesn't.
need a book to tell you to be good to people. I get that.
I don't
I
need the
get
book.
that. If you need a book to tell you to be good to people, then good for you.
Actually, you're probably better than the book. The book tells you can be bad to people, in my opinion,
Yeah,
but you're
it
probably way
does.
better
It's a
than that.
You
very
don't even know what
immoral
those
book.
terms mean.
I
No,
just read
you
the
don't know what they
definition.
mean.
No, you don't know what good or bad is. You just do whatever you want.
We
I
do.
just read the
Society
definition.
teaches
Good
it.
is, yep.
Teaches
Societal
what?
ways
Teaches
teaches us
what?
what's good and bad.
Teaches what? What is that?
Hey, is it good to own people as property?
Is it good to own people as property? Depends.
Yeah. It depends on what.
Is there no situation where that'd be good?
I don't know. Is there?
Maybe.
I don't think so.
You don't think there's any possible situation where that could be good?
Nope.
What if you have to own me as property, or everyone on Earth gets skinned alive and
Oh, well, then it's pretty subjective then. Ain't it?
right. So there is a good
Right,
reason.
because you can make up weird hypotheticals.
See,
where
so
it
you don't have
is a
any
better
idea what
choice
you're
to make,
talking
right?
about, bro.
You know what's
So
have no
you're
idea
weird?
what
using
you're
the
talking
exact
about.
same metric as we are.
No, I
You
don't
know
have
what?
the same
You know what's
metric as
weird,
you.
Ricky? Is if your God told you to go next door and grape the little child next door or sacrifice the little child next door, you would probably do it because your God ordered you to. But
Bro, that's
I, on the
ridiculous.
other hand, because of my good morals, I would say, Forget you, God. I ain't doing something
You guys,
like that.
do you believe abortion's okay? Hello?
To a certain term.
So you're okay with unaliving babies to a certain term? Thank you.
Yeah, if somebody was raped, if my little daughter was raped.
So if something
God's okay with
happens
doing
that
it
you don't
on
like,
the
then it's
constant
okay.
to
So
born
it's
alive
okay
babies.
to unalive people sometimes, but not all the time.
Yeah, exactly. According to the Bible, it is.
Bro, you guys are ridiculous, dude. You guys are ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous.
Yes,
Here,
you
let me
guys
read
just
you a
do
little
whatever
passage.
you want, dude.
Yeah,
Well, you said it was
listen, I'll
okay
read
for
you a little
Moses.
passage from the good book here.
You guys are hypocrites. You guys are total hypocrites.
Yeah, let me show you who the real hypocrite is here. This is what your God orders on Babylon. It says their infants will be dashed to pieces before their very eyes, and their houses will be plundered, and their wives raped. So it's okay to unalive babies and have women raped when your God says it's okay.
This is a prophecy.
It's your God pronouncing against
That's
Babylon.
not that he's pronouncing it. It's gonna happen, dude. That's not he's saying.
Okay, so it's
gonna make
okay
it
right here, though, right?
It's not
It's
okay.
okay that this
It's not
happened.
okay.
It's
He's just announcing what's gonna happen.
Oh, okay. So
How's
God
that
is
his
evil.
fault?
Okay, there you go.
He's just announcing what's gonna happen. How's that his fault?
Who's announcing what's going to happen and why?
No, he's announcing. So you don't understand prophecy yet, clearly. So when God is stating,
God is saying this shit is going to happen, and it did happen.
yeah, because that's what human beings chose to
right?
do. That's what human beings chose to do.
God ordered them to do it.
No, he didn't order them to do it, bro.
Yes, he did. This is a proclamation against Babylon. God is proclamating the destruction of Babylon. This is God saying, I'm going to make this happen. So you're either in
No, he's not going to make
denial.
this happen. He's not going to make it happen.
Yes, he
He's
does.
just announcing what's going to happen. No,
it's
he doesn't, bro.
It's a proclamation from God.
It's a prophecy, bro.
What do you
so
think?
what? So what?
Holy shit. It's
So
God
cares?
making this happen, but it's okay.
No,
now,
he's not
right?
making this happen, bro.
Yes, he does.
That's dumb. No, he's not, bro.
Wow, you are a liar. You're a freaking liar.
No, I'm not a liar. I'm just
you're
giving
so
you the truth,
delusional
bro.
it makes you look like a liar. One.
No, bro.
Who makes prophecies and proclamations?
God.
Oh, so it's God making a prophecy against Babylon, yeah?
It's not that it's like you don't understand what a prophecy is, bro. It's just foretelling the future.
God tells us what a prophecy is.
He's foretelling the future,
and it says
bro.
if this don't happen, then it's not a prophecy from God. So which one is it?
So you're conflating God's foreknowledge with him actually making this happen.
This is a proclamation against Babylon. God
okay,
speaks,
so
it
what?
happens.
Who cares?
I don't know if you know how this works or not,
cares?
but yeah.
Who cares, bro?
I know you don't care because you're getting destroyed right now on what your God is proclamating against people. And now all of a sudden, murdering babies and women rape is okay, isn't it?
Bro, you don't even. I'm telling you that just because he's foretelling something doesn't mean he's making it happen, and you don't even know what good is. So I don't even want to hear from you.
You're a liar.
I'm not
You're
a liar. I'm not a liar.
You are.
You just don't like the answers. You don't like the truth. That's your
God
fault.
just says it's going to happen, but it don't. Is that what you're saying?
No, God says it's going to happen.
It didn't really
it's going to happen the way He says it, but that's not mean He's making it happen.
No shit.
He's not making it happen, dude. He's not making it happen.
You are such a liar.
I'm not a liar, bro. I'm telling you.
And I hardly ever call people liars on here. You are a liar.
Nah.
You're a liar if I ever heard one. You're lying for Jesus.
You don't even know what you don't even know what
definitely intellectually dishonest.
Right now,
I'm not intellectually dishonest. I'm being straightforward.
Yes,
you just don't like the answers. It's your fault.
You're saying a prophecies might not happen. It's not God doing it or nothing.
Not say
just,
that.
Just
You're conflating his foreknowledge. You're conflating his foreknowledge.
That's exactly what you're saying. That's why I'm calling you a liar. Does God have foreknowledge of what's going to happen or not?
Yes, He does.
Oh, so He knew this was going to happen.
Yes.
Oh, okay. And He said it was going to happen Himself, and He's going to make it happen.
No, He's not going to make it happen, bro. He's not going to make it happen, dude. He's not going to make it happen.
That's how I know you're a liar. Yeah, that's how I know you're a liar. Or you're just so ignorant of these texts, you don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, you just sound ignorant of the text, bro.
Look, don't you want to just admit you're wrong and join us in the rational world of atheism and just admit this
you don't even know what rationality is, bro.
So
let me give it to you like this.
Be a good person without a book telling you to be good.
Hold on. Let me give it to you like this. Do you think that the world around you, everything that exists in it, is just a byproduct of physical laws and chemical reactions?
Oh yeah. Well, who says this in verse 3 here? It says, "I myself have commanded my consecrated ones. I have summoned my warriors, my proudly exulting ones, to execute my anger." So who's making that happen?
So I'm asking you a question.
So who's making that happen?
Nah, I asked you a question. I'm done.
So who is making this happen?
That's not the. Just because you
All
read
right,
a verse out of context
we'll
doesn't mean you
move
can
on
apply
now,
it to
you
everything in the
fucking
book.
liar. We'll move
So,
on now, you fucking liar. Holy crap. Don't listen to that crap. I'd rather talk to somebody at least honest.
Yeah, for sure.
Wow. God's not making it happen. Like, it literally says he's making it fucking happen. You lied son of a bee. Wow. Courtney really got me worked up today. I don't know what happened. Holy moly. I'm glad he came up, though, because it just made Christians look really, really, really bad.
They're so dishonest.
What
I
a
never
lie.
realized how dishonest Christians were until now.
I really don't even think most of them are, but that was, I don't use the word liar lightly, but
I
that
don't
was a
know.
liar if I
I've
ever
seen
seen
a
one.
lot of dishonest Christians on here.
Like, this is a proclamation against Babylon. God says, I am summoning my motherfuckers against them. Like, he's literally making all this happen, and he's going to sit here and lie and say that's not the case. Like,
I
not
have a
ridiculous.
friend that's an Old Testament scholar. He's actually a scholar and was a believer. But the Christians on here are so bad, he became an atheist. The Christians on this app has turned an Old Testament scholar into an atheist. Good job, you guys.
Yeah, I mean, like, I would have even gave the guy some credit if I would have then read that line and he would have said, yeah, okay, that's him doing it. Like, I would have gave him a lot of credit and respect for that. But he persisted in the lie. And that just made me so much more angry. You know, for how angry I get anyway. All right. I'm hearing the static again. I hope everybody's not hearing that.
No, I don't hear
I
any
guess it is
static.
Damn. I guess it is mine. I guess I'm going to have to go get some more. All right. So, Humble, are you still there? You're the next one. I've talked to Humble before. I've talked to him for like 3 hours one time. Humble, if you requested on purpose and you're still there, throw one in the chat, please. And guys, please throw Patrina a follow up here. She does her own lives. I don't think she's an everydayer like me, but she does them pretty often.
Yeah, I try to do at
Patrina,
least
do
2
you
to
have a
3 times
schedule?
a
Or?
week. No, I don't have a schedule. I try to do it at least 2 to 3 times a week, but it will be in the afternoons.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there you go. Throw her a follow and hit the little bell there and it'll let you know when she's on. She does really good if you like panel stuff, especially. You'll like her because I hardly ever do panel stuff. So if people likes panels, I imagine I'm missing out on them crowds. I get too lost in crowds though. I can't. Like the 2 dudes I had on earlier, like that did not work good for me. Wow. But I actually thought it might be a good idea because I was watching Outrageous Atheist stream last night. And he had 2 guys on and he was like running the show. I was like, holy shit, like maybe I should try that. And it was like, I didn't. He's probably way smarter than me, I think. Or can
He's a pretty
multiple and better
patient.
multitasker or
He's a
something.
pretty patient guy too, though.
I agree. I love him. I watch his stream every chance I get.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's see. I guess I didn't see Humble say anything there. All right. We need some Christians up here to debate. I've got till like noon at least I can stay on. So I'm good to go. We just need some screen taps and shit up in here. Where are we gonna get to? I'm up to $5 this time. $5 on this live. That's freaking
Yeah, if you guys
awesome.
haven't reposted, go all the way over to the right of your screen and click on the arrow. You'll see a little yellow circle that says repost, and repost it, and it'll push him out to the FYP. He also has a gift goal right above my head. You'll see a little, I don't know if it's I don't know what that is, a clam or something. I'm not sure what it is. But it looks
That's a
like
good
2
question.
hearts or something, 2 hearts over something. Sending the gifts.
Oh, yeah,
He's
I guess
got
so.
one left, and he'll reach his goal, and that'll push him out to the FYP too.
What up, time? What is that anyway? Oh, it's some kind of. Oh, I see. That one's 299 coin thing. That's probably why that one.
Well, you only got
There's a
one
little
left.
list thing that popped up.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other ones are done. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, the
I can
lower
throw in for my
the
Christmas present
coins, you'll meet them faster.
Yeah, I didn't even notice. I've just been hitting. Apparently, I got one last time because I thought I've been just hitting select all and make the goal since it's way easier. But Either way, that's pretty good. Let's see here.
Also,
Who's
you
the
guys,
other
the little
person?
heart me, see the little heart me above his head that said join my club? Get in your gift box and send him that.
Yeah, I love those. I like it when they pop up on the screen like that. It's always really cool. And if you're a Christian, come up here and talk to us. We want to talk to you. We prefer the calm sort who does not lie in the face of the word. Is our preference, but just whatever. We'll take whatever. As long as you're capable of a conversation, I'll let people say, unless it's TikTok banned language, of course, I'll let people say whatever they want, as long as it's on topic and said in a conversational form. Ape is the only one who can lie. Yes, I'm the only liar around here. Yeah. Such a liar for reading the word. Oh man, sometimes I just want to sit here and read comments. That'd probably be boring for people, but anyway, we need some Christians. We run out in the queue here. It's the first time I've run out all day. We might actually have to wait like 30 minutes. Thank you for the follow, buddy. Y'all follow Patrina as well if you don't follow Patrina.
Thanks, guys. Keep tapping the screen and get the likes up. We're at 22.4K likes. And
Yeah, Strong, did you request up on purpose? Might be I guess we might talk to him if he's the only guy, but I don't remember having good conversations at all with him. Oh, I guess not. Oh man, it's kind of a shame too. I bet we get a sense he has a pretty good sense of humor, but probably just not while we're talking about religious stuff. Thanks so much, Semper. We appreciate you. Mama Bash,
thanks,
what's
guys.
up? There's Mama Bash. She's cool as
Yeah,
shit.
she's been in here for a while.
Oh, has she?
Uh-huh.
I just now noticed. What up, Mama? I just now noticed you. Y'all follow Mama Bash as well. She does an awesome live on Sundays. Don't quote me on the time, but I think it's 3 or 4 Central Time is when Mama does hers. She gets like big audiences in there too. I watched her thing for a while. One time she had like 290 people in there. It was a big one.
Ken the Skeptic says, I follow Patrina. That's how I got here. Hi, Ken.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Hold on, let's try. We'll see what happens here. So the last for 30 seconds or not. Hey, DS, what's up, buddy? Or not DS, D-Strong.
Long time no talk.
Yeah, it's been a minute there. So I already know you're 18 and a Christian, so do you want to attempt a conversation today on one of these topics?
Yeah, I actually just had like maybe 2 or 3 questions. I'm curious what your answers are, because you said you used to be Christian, right?
Yeah. Damn it, my thing's acting weird again. You there?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
My Wi-Fi, is that better? Is that better, guys?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, I think you hear me now. All right, I just have a couple questions, because you said you used to be a Christian, right?
Right.
Who is the only God in the Bible? We only have one Lord God Almighty, correct? According to the scriptures, there's only one Lord God Almighty?
It depends. As a Christian, you're only supposed to worship one God Almighty, but there's different,
that one Lord
different
God
gods
Almighty.
in the Bible. You've asked me this
Who's
before.
Who's the only God in the Bible called the Father?
Damn. My headset's really bad.
Do you want to answer that?
Well, I was attempting to hear that, actually. My headset was cutting
He
out
said, who's the only God in the Bible that's called Father?
The Father.
Oh, I don't know. There's a few ways. There's a few different ways to read it. You can read it as El Elyon, Yahweh. These are all considered different gods, depending on how you read it.
None of those guys are called the Father at all.
Okay, so what's your point?
You don't even know who the God is. So how could you have been a Christian?
That's what you told me last time.
So how could you have been a Christian if you didn't even know who the everlasting
Father was? I follow Jesus.
Was?
That's what a Christian is.
Yeah,
who's the Father to you?
You didn't even say that he was the Father.
Who's the Father? Who you're saying is the
Jesus
Father?
Christ is the only God in the Bible called the Father, called the Son, and called the Spirit, fulfilling
What?
He's the fullness of the Godhead. Colossians 2:9.
What?
So you
I'll
didn't
let
know
you
that he
talk
was
to
the
him,
Father?
Petrino. I've already attempted to have this
Uh,
conversation with him before, but you
You
can
yeah.
try.
realize
You can
he's
just
the
drop him
only
in the
God
room.
in the Bible called the Father, and you still deny it.
So he was talking to the Father outside of himself?
Absolutely. Do you talk to yourself when you wake up in the morning? I got this to do. I got to get this
No.
done. I got to start a project.
No.
I got to do that.
No.
You don't ever talk to
No.
yourself?
Do you ask
No.
Oh,
yourself to
now
take
you're
away
lying,
burdens
because
that you
every
placed
single
on
human,
yourself
No.
because you have
every
your
No.
own
single
will
human
about
talks to
yourself?
themselves.
No,
Every
I don't
single
talk.
one.
I don't talk to myself.
How do you plan things out when you're by yourself?
It's in my mind, but I don't
Oh,
talk
you
to
talk to
myself.
yourself in your mind?
No, my conscience,
Do you
but
talk to yourself
I
in
don't
your
actually
conscience?
talk to
He
myself.
doesn't
How do
know
you
the
plan
I
difference
things
have
between
out?
thinking in
I
your
have
head
a
and
thought
like
process that goes
asking
on.
yourself questions.
Oh, so you're thinking to yourself?
Yeah, thinking,
Okay.
All
not
right, well,
talking.
I'm gonna
There's
go
a
ahead.
difference.
Yeah, sorry. I'm gonna go ahead and drop him. That was the same bullshit conversation he tried to have last time.
Yeah, that was the weirdest thing to me
Yeah,
when
it's
I
really.
got on
He
TikTok.
thinks he's getting somewhere.
When I heard people calling Jesus the Father, I was like, what? I was actually a Christian when I came on TikTok. And I thought, oh, we can do a Bible study, a live Bible study. How exciting. So I go into this TikTok live and it's a whole panel of people and they're screaming at each other. Jesus is the Father. No, he's not. Yes, he is. No, he's not. Yes, he is. And I'm like, what in the world did I just walk in on? And they were arguing whether Jesus was the Father or not. I was like, I've never heard this in my life.
Yeah, it's really, really strange. Some of the best debates I ever heard, I think, was a Christian debating another Christian. They're literally just giving you notes on what to take on Bible contradictions because they're wrapping off passages at each other, like disproving the other one's passage. Like, so it's just
Yeah.
like a note taken for contradictions.
Yeah. It's funny.
It is funny. It's really, really funny. Actually, it's kind of sad too, but yeah,
Yeah.
funny. Very entertaining, that's for sure.
That's
Yeah,
why we
I
have so
agree
many
with
denominations. They can't
Attila.
figure out what this book says.
You know, when I started this, I had no idea that there were so many atheists that deconverted just because of the Bible. And now
I
I'm almost
know.
to the point where I feel like that's a majority
Yeah,
thing.
for sure.
It's wild. Wild as shit. I had no idea. There was one day I asked that. I said, put a one in the chat if you're an atheist just because you studied the Bible and deconverted. And there was like, I mean, just one after one after
Yeah.
one.
It's crazy.
It was freaking crazy. All right, we got 2 people requesting up here. Oh, goodness. That's the dude I talked to yesterday. Here, I'll tell you what. Well, he might not be here on purpose, but if he is, you can talk to him for a second there, Trina.
Willie,
What's
Willie.
up, buddy?
Hey, what's up?
What's up, man? I remember you from yesterday.
Yeah, I remembered you.
Welcome, Willie.
You want to try a different debate?
Y'all getting some good weather down there in Alabama?
I'm not in Alabama.
Oh, yeah, and I'm in a closet right now, so I'm not sure.
All right, then. No, you might have been on the panel I was on because we had a guy on and it wasn't my panel, but I was on with these 2 guys. And first thing I asked them was, do you have eternal life? How do you have eternal life? And they answered that Jesus Christ was the way, the truth, and the life. And so we was 3 on a panel. An atheist came on and he asked about denominations, and he was like, why is there so many denominations? And I was basically like, there's not, man. There's only Jesus. That's it. And so he was like, yeah, but everybody disagrees. I said, no, me and these 2 guys all agree. We all 3 agree. Another guy came on. I asked him the same question, and he said, Jesus is the way. So there you go. Now, and we got to 5. There were 5 people who all agreed, and everybody else who
Well, that's
came
not what
on.
a denomination is, though.
But you see what I'm saying? So these other people came on, and as they came on, I asked them the same question. And everybody who couldn't give the answer ended up spewing off for about 20 minutes and then leaving. And I asked the guys, like, you see how that works? there is no denomination. You either believe the truth or you don't believe the truth.
So what's the truth?
The truth is that, and the gospel is that we all are appointed death by our sin, and the law shows us our sin.
That's not true.
But the law cannot forgive your sins, and the only way you can be forgiven is through Jesus Christ,
Well, you aren't appointed anything, Willie. You're making it about you. It's not about you. It's about Israel.
who is God in the flesh, sent to be the savior of the world, not the Jews only, but everyone.
Yeah, the Jews only. It was about the Jewish people. He came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. And that world that he loved was the old covenant world, the people who sinned under that covenant. They had a promised eternal inheritance. Hebrews 9:15 says that Jesus came to redeem those who were under the old covenant and transgressed that covenant. You don't need redemption. You weren't under that covenant in the wilderness. The Israelites were.
All that's true. Okay. So
Morning Star.
let me gather my thoughts. Go ahead, real
Just a second,
quick.
Willie. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Willie, I know you're over. Damn it, Morning Star. You're over 18 and a Christian, right?
Yes, I am. I'm a practicing Christian, a real practicing Christian. I'm not like all the rest. I'm different. You want to hear what I did yesterday? I got baptized again, probably for the 100th time. You know why I do this? Because when I baptize and I get baptized,
what are we talking about?
We're talking about the ritual when you get baptized. So I do this to gain power on earth.
You don't need baptized. You were never under the old covenant.
Yes, you
That's
do.
dying to the old covenant
Yes, you
and
do.
raising to the new. You were never
Yes, you
under the
do.
old covenant.
Yes, you do. I'm making a new covenant right now.
You
Do
were
you
never
understand
under
that?
the old covenant.
I was created at the beginning of time. Do you
You were
understand
never
the idiocy
under
that
the
you're
old
speaking
covenant.
right now?
Were you in the
Morning
wilderness
Star.
making a covenant with Yahweh?
If you get squirted in the face by holy water from a Nerf gun, does that count as a baptism? That's what I really want to know here. You got to unmute yourself.
Hey, how's it going, man?
What's up?
Okay, I'm gonna try to pull back just a little bit because I got out of
Please
another live under the servant, and I left them in chills. And when I spoke as the servant, ooh, yeah, when I spoke as the servant, they said that they haven't heard apostles preach like that since the disciples. Do you understand that, woman?
Woman, excuse me?
Woman.
Who are you speaking to, sir?
I'm speaking to my sister right now. Do you hear me? Because I
Are
can
you
hear
also
you.
the servant?
Yes, I am the servant.
Ah.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question, Morning Star?
Go ahead. You can ask me anything, my brother.
Well, he don't deserve to be spoken to me till he addresses me correctly, so.
Did you ask me to come in your house? Because I didn't get any request on that. I'm not going to be invited into someone's
Somebody
house
talking
that I
right
don't
now?
know.
Because I don't hear anybody.
Can you, Morning Star?
Willie, are you talking?
Could you please tell us the gospel short version?
You want to know the gospel? Do you want to know the Pentateuch or the canon? You tell me.
No, I'd like to know how I can have eternal life.
Okay, I'm gonna teach you today how you can have eternal life.
Okay.
Because it's taken me.
Wait, nope, sorry, can't do it. No preaching up here.
I love it.
Sorry.
Well,
buddy.
I mean, that's why I said short version. You know, I just wanted to see what he.
Well, this is debate page. I don't even want to hear a short sermon. I've heard that shit my whole life. I'm good.
Amen.
Well,
Amen.
it was probably going to actually reinforce what you were saying because there is a lot of division.
Probably not.
There's a lot of division. There's a lot of.
Well, that's true because. Well, that's true because you can't read the Bible in a straight line. It's too contradictory and nonsensical.
But you asked me all the questions.
Is Willie a Christian?
He says he is, but yesterday he didn't seem to agree with or disagree with hardly anything I said about the Bible.
Are you deconstructing Willie?
No, I agree with the whole Bible. He asked me all the questions.
Yeah, but you agree with me that it didn't make sense in the Bible.
I agreed with you that I have questions.
Oh. So how much more stuff do I need to show you before you decide the Bible's not true? So
Man,
we talked for quite a while yesterday.
there's nothing that can shake my faith in Jesus because he answered me.
Okay, well, it's not even, there's no point in trying to show you Bible question answers because it doesn't matter. Like, we could disprove every bit of this right now and it wouldn't matter. That's the cultish grip of Christianity there.
How do you know it was Jesus that answered you and not some other deity?
I know because it was truth. It was truth.
Oh, it couldn't have been another deity that gave you truth?
No, because as a matter of fact, the other deities manifested themselves even through my animals. And I got to the point where I was pissed off, and I asked Jesus to not even let them touch my animals or any animals that are around my house. But there was a flock of crows in my yard the next day, and I tried to shoo them off, and they started hopping towards me. A
What
flock
does
of
that even
crows,
mean?
or no, a
What does that
murder of
mean?
crows. Because the entities have to go somewhere. And you remember the guy that was delivered from the spirits that was Legion, and they went into the pigs.
Yeah, that's actually talking about some military people. It's not about some spiritual entities. That's why it's called Legion. You know, the Roman Empire had a legion of commanders and military men. That's actually what that's talking about. It's all about the Roman Jewish War in 70 AD. The New Testament and Revelation has nothing to do with what you think it does. The church has just deceived people to make them think it's something else.
Okay, I also saw my Savior in the clouds because a dark cloud was overshadowing my entire life, a literal dark cloud for days afterwards. And when I finally didn't have fear and I called out again and said, I had already called out once, I was delivered. But these disembodied entities were still very angry that I had done that, and they were manifesting. And I saw my Savior with a sword in a white cloud fighting this darkness. And
Yeah, our
that was,
minds are very powerful, Willie. People see Jesus in toast.
I had an old dial radio where you turn the dial to the stations plugged into the wall, no batteries. And I turned it to gospel music, and I went and laid on my bed. And when I went and laid on my bed, it turned to some kind of evil sounding stuff, and like it really troubled my spirit. So I went and turned the dial back again, back to the old gospel station, which was eerie enough to listen to. Trust me, at this point in my life, I was scared to death. I had a lot of
I
fear.
hate gospel music.
It was eerie. Even the gospel music was pretty eerie to me at that point, like I said. But so it changed again. And remind you, this is a dial radio with a knob that you turn with your hand. It turned again. So I was freaked out. I went and unplugged it from the wall, went and laid down. It played again. Unplugged from the wall.
How do you know you just wasn't like going crazy?
Well, I was.
Oh, well, sounds like you just went crazy then. Not had like a religious experience, because this is a really strange story.
It is, man. Like, and that's why I don't really tell it a lot. But you know, if you guys want to hear
Well,
it,
you're telling a
I'll
whole
tell it
bunch
to
of
you.
people right now and yesterday. So between now and yesterday, you've told it to about 200 people.
She asked me a direct question. How do I know who answered me? Because
Oh,
evil was removed from my life in a big way, and good came into my life.
like because you had a psychotic episode, right?
You can call it whatever you want, but I received the
I thought
spirit
you
of
said you was
truth.
going crazy.
I received the spirit of truth and the Holy Ghost. And that's what happened.
Oh. Well, it would be cool if like that was actually based on the Bible and stuff, but I guess we can't argue about that.
I'm gonna
I mean, there's not
go
much debate as far as like psychotic episodes go.
I'll go as far as to say that I doubt that two people have the exact same experience, but that was my experience.
Well, I'm not sure I'm convinced by that. Not sure about Patrina. She might have converted after hearing that testimony. Patrina, did you convert after hearing that testimony?
No, I
Oh,
changed though.
shit.
It changed me.
And
Hope in a
see,
good
man,
way.
that's why it pleased God to hide this stuff from wise people and reveal it unto idiots like me, I guess, you know.
Willie, I used to think that a lot of the things that I experienced in my mind and in my body was from deities and spirits and God, things like that. But I've come to realize our minds are very, very powerful. So they're so powerful, people have to be put on medication because their bodies are responding to stress in their mind. And it's actually unaliving people. That's how much our body responds to our mind's effects.
That's a great point. Willie, have you ever heard of what's called Jerusalem syndrome?
Yep.
No, fill me in. Fill me in. I'm a dummy, and I'm not being facetious. I promise you, I'm an unlearned, uneducated person.
I mean, it takes one to know one, so I can tell you are. Anyway, Jerusalem syndrome is when it's a diagnosis actually, but there's an average of 100 people a year in the city of Jerusalem that are committed to the hospital because they think they are the literal reincarnation of Jesus Christ.
Yep.
But it's based on episodes and stuff like this.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I just go by the Bible, man, because there's so much out there. Like it. Matter of fact, one of
You
the
don't
best.
go by the Bible.
Willie, this Bible is ancient text that was written to an ancient people. It has nothing to do with you today or anyone today. It's Roman propaganda. The Hebrew Bible is about ancient Israelites. It has nothing to do with you. These are ancient people trying to describe their world around them. So they didn't know that tectonic plates shifted under the ground and caused the earth to open up and swallow people. They thought it was an invisible deity doing it. They didn't know where lightning came from. They thought an invisible deity was doing it, right? And so they wrote these things down and described it that way. But we know now in the 21st century where lightning comes from. We know that tectonic plates shift under the ground, and that's what causes earthquakes.
Comes from my fingertips.
I don't want to dismiss what you're saying, and I guess doing your own research and experimentation is good. I try to figure out stuff to be true myself. I want to know the truth for sure.
Yeah,
But
you seem like you're pretty open to it.
but to respond
He's
to
not. We spent like an hour reading the Bible yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm not open. I'm not open.
Yeah, you're definitely not. I
But
don't know who said
but
that, but it was a fib.
but I love you enough, and I'm open minded enough to accept something when I can prove it.
Do you believe the Bible is true no matter what?
I believe the Bible is true. Yes.
Okay,
This is
well,
not where we got yesterday.
in Matthew 27, the wrong prophet is used, saying that a prophecy is being fulfilled. You know how in the New Testament they say this happened so that this prophecy would be fulfilled, spoken by this certain prophet. blah, blah, blah. Well, in Matthew 27, they refer to the wrong prophet. Do you think that should be the case if it's truth?
I'd like to respond to another comment in the section that says, give me, and this is what you want, right? My best evidence, not my testimony, not going through scripture. What's my best evidence? My best evidence is you two sitting here thinking about God and wondering about God and thinking about it, and
No,
it being
you're the best proof of nature.
that it's so real that it's in your mind. It's encoded in who you are. You're thinking about it. You're
We don't
talking
believe
about
in
it,
God. We think God is imaginary.
but you're
We're
talking
trying to
about
get
it.
you to join us in reality and not believe in gods.
We're trying to help you realize that you're in a cult.
If it was not true, then why are you thinking about it? Why are you talking about it?
Because I'm
Because
trying
you're
to
up here
help people
debating
get
us about
out.
it.
Yeah, we're
Because,
trying to help people get out of this cult.
because it's who you are, guys.
So Willie, if you saw something bad happen to somebody and it was getting ready to happen again, would you warn them?
Like, obviously, yes. Yeah.
Right. So that's what we're doing. We're warning you.
And that's what I'm doing.
Well, that makes us even. But so now all we got to do is compare the facts. So if we can show you 5 things that's not true in the Bible, will you deconvert, or would it matter?
You can't show me. You can't show me
I
that.
can. Oh, I can. I showed you
No.
some yesterday, so I don't even know why you're saying that. But
But the fact that you're reading the Bible, the fact that you're looking at it, you're observing it.
yeah, I'm trying to read it to people to show them that it's not true. This is a very important book to people. That's why it's so popular and why we're arguing about it now. Because people do believe it's true, and it causes a lot of damage and harm historically. That's what we're trying to help out here, and also entertain people.
And see, science has done a lot to construct their own belief system and ideology. But either way, when you say, I believe we went to the moon, you're putting faith in NASA. You're putting your faith in something.
That's not faith. It happened. It's proven.
Did you prove
That's
it?
actual facts.
Did you
No.
prove it, or did someone tell you that it happened?
There is actual living proof that this happened. We can go look for ourselves. There's all kind of evidence to point to this happening. There's reflectors on the moon right now. If you buy a little reflector pointed at the moon, you will get a return, and it's because there's reflectors on the moon, or you would not
Can
get a
you
return.
can you go to the moon?
No. Well, if somebody drove me up there in a spaceship, I could, but I
I'll
can't
tell you
fly
what.
there if that's what you mean.
When you build a rocket and I'll go with you. I'll go with you.
No, my feet are good on the ground, dude. I don't even like flying that much. I can just look at the actual facts, like the pictures and stuff that they have from back then. CGI didn't exist. Like you couldn't make up pictures like they took back then. Like it's impossible. Like they're legit photos and stuff. But they did recreate some of them. I'll give it that. But they did it as like advertising it to show actual good pictures, because the majority of the pictures they took were really, really bad. So they did recreate some here to try to like put it on magazines and stuff, so you had like a really good picture of what they're talking about. It wasn't saying this was from the moon, but the pictures that they did took, it would have been impossible at that time to make them with CGI and stuff like that. So they're legit pictures. You can look at the pictures. And I also think one of the best arguments that we went to the moon was we was in a space race, or race to the moon with Russia. And Russia admitted defeat. Like if we didn't actually go to the moon, why would they admit defeat and not go to the moon themselves if we was racing? That makes no sense. Let me cut out.
I was muted. Sorry. For the people in the comments, if you're listening, me and Eight talked yesterday. We went over a lot in the Bible. He already knows that no matter where he goes in the Bible, I'm not going to be convinced. I already know who he is. So
That's
that's
why I
why,
asked you how many things wrong do we have to show you before you admit it's not true.
man, in always searching, you're never going to find, buddy.
Willie, what if I showed you an ancient manuscript from this book where it was edited and changed?
Hey, man, I'm not saying people can't change stuff, and yes, they can. But see, the end of all of that is the Holy Spirit that lives in me and teaches me all things.
Well, that's actually, the Bible doesn't teach that the Holy Spirit lives in you. The Holy Spirit was for the disciples only, to seal them for their day of redemption, to guide them to all truth, to bring to remembrance what they were taught by Jesus, not you.
Go read the Bible again.
Yeah, I have for 30 years, Willie. You don't need a day of
Yeah.
redemption. You don't need
Which parts you
redeemed.
wanted to reread specifically there? Tell us what to reread, and we'll reread it real quick if you think it'll work.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Okay, well, I know Matthew really, really good, so I don't think I need to reread that.
Luke 21:20 through 22 says that when you, disciples, see Jerusalem surrounded with armies, get out of the city and flee to the mountains. For this is the day of vengeance, that all things written would be fulfilled. So the book is saying when the army surrounded Jerusalem in 70 AD, everything written in this book was fulfilled.
Okay. Yeah. Do you realize that in prophecy, Egypt, Babylon, and Jerusalem, all these places are not the actual place. They are the actual place, but they also represent another place. Do you understand that?
What do you mean? Explain.
Okay, so is Egypt a superpower now?
Is
No.
Egypt a superpower?
Yes, in today's age, is Egypt a
No,
superpower? Is Babylon a superpower?
no.
That's
No.
Iraq.
But they said spiritual in Revelation, he says spiritually it's Egypt and Babylon, right? So
Yeah, that's talking about Jerusalem.
in prophecy,
First century
You know who
Jerusalem.
Babylon was in the Bible, right?
right.
Mystery Babylon that the Bible talks about was Jerusalem, first century Jerusalem.
He had several things, actually. Or
And so now,
all cities, but several different cities metaphorically.
and so we realize that on the world stage now it's the United States, right?
So what's your point?
That if you read it word for what it says and you don't understand it with a spiritual mind, then you can't understand what it's saying. So you can't go in by any other gate but Jesus. Unless you enter by Jesus, you won't understand anything.
Yeah, you don't understand a thing. You think it's about today, and it's not.
You can't climb in any other way. You have to go through the gate. The gate is Jesus.
They'd had to, Willie. They had to. It's about them. So you need to pay
also about
attention.
keeping the law.
Yeah, you need to pay attention when it says you and us and we and they, who it's actually referring to. And it was referring to those people. Did you take English class and learn pronouns?
I understand it to a good degree. Yeah.
Yeah, so when it says we who are alive and remain until Jesus comes, it was talking about those people in that time during when this was written who was alive and remaining, not people today. When it says you will be handed over and persecuted for my name's sake, you got to figure out who's the you there that they're referring to. And it was the disciples. But you're bringing it into today saying the you is you, the we is you, the us is you, the they is you.
Does it make sense to you that we is a collectiveness, and that I can sit here at my house, and if I have a company, I say, we're going to go do that. We're going to go build that house. But I didn't build the house, but we did it.
And that doesn't mean
Right.
everybody who
But
wants to build the house
that's
can.
right. That's you that's sitting in the house, not people 2,000 years in the future.
Exactly. When Jesus is speaking to the disciples privately, he says, this generation will not pass away until all these things take place. So
Correct.
when he's talking to a few dudes in private and says this generation, he's talking about the generation that they are.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we know that in the Bible there are people that did not die. Is that right?
That did not. You mean they're
What?
still alive today?
That did not see death. That would be Enoch, number one, and Elijah.
Enoch
Right?
got taken to heaven. So
Right.
did Elijah.
And so
And
when
Jesus
Jesus
says no one has ever went to heaven but him.
and when Jesus was on the mount and was transfigured, Moses and Elijah came and knelt on that mount with him.
Yeah, that was signifying the law and the prophets. So the law and the prophets were until John the Baptist. So Elijah and Moses showing up. Elijah was the prophets. Moses was the law. So that was just a metaphorical thing for the law and prophets, that they were until John the Baptist.
What I'm telling you is that even if he meant it that way, even if you're saying that's your premise that those people can't be alive, how do you know
Hey,
Elijah was?
listen to what Jesus says in John chapter 3. He says, no one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven, the Son of Man. He's saying nobody went to heaven but him. What did he not know about Elijah and Enoch? Really?
Who has ascended and descended?
Yeah, Jesus says no one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven, the Son of Man. He's saying he's the only the Son of Man has been to heaven. So why did he say that when Enoch and Elijah both went to heaven?
Enoch was translated. Elijah was caught up in a whirlwind. I'm not exactly sure where their
And where'd he
place
go?
is, but they
It
did
says
not
that he
die.
was taken to heaven.
They did not die.
It says they were taken to heaven.
Okay.
And Jesus is saying no one is in heaven but him. So did Jesus just not know that?
Where are you at?
Jesus says that in John chapter 3. In
Man, you
verse
making
13,
me.
it says, no one, I'm reading it right now, verbatim. It says, no one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven, the Son of Man.
John chapter 3.
Yep, verse 13. Did you find it yet?
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
All right. So it says, what does it say? Verse 13.
Even the Son of Man which is in heaven. So how can it be him if he's standing there?
What version did you just read?
And no man hath ascended, King James, and no man hath ascended up to heaven, but he that came down from heaven, even the Son of Man which is in heaven.
Yeah, saying no one's went to heaven but Jesus. Right? No one has ascended into heaven but the Son of Man is basically what it's saying.
Who else did God call Son of Man?
Well, that way he calls David that. There's a few sons of man in the Bible, actually.
Yeah. Yeah,
But,
there is a couple of them.
Yeah, and sons of man are like angelic figures, like Gabriel was a son of man.
Right, like Enoch was translated, so he's no more.
Well, it doesn't really matter. Jesus is saying no one is in heaven but him. Quite clearly there in that verse. He's saying no one hath ascended to heaven but the Son of Man. But here in verse 12 of Here, I'll read it
Was
real quick. It says,
it-
they continued walking and talking. A chariot of fire and horses of fire separated the two of them, and Elijah ascended in a whirlwind to heaven.
and what did they
So
call Elijah? What
Jesus
did God
wasn't
call
privy to
Elijah?
that knowledge, or it doesn't
What
matter.
did
It's
God?
about ascending to heaven.
Elijah was called Son of Man.
No, he's just called Elijah.
You want me to find it?
Find what?
That God, when God spoke to Elijah, he said, Son of Man.
Oh, well, yeah, if he called Elijah a son of man, I mean, whatever. I don't know about that. But that's not the point here. The point is, Jesus is clearly saying in verse 13, no one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven, the Son of Man. 2 Kings clearly says, a chariot of horses and fire separated the two of them, and Elijah ascended in a whirlwind into heaven. Like, Jesus is literally saying only he's ascended to heaven. There's a passage in Kings here that clearly says Elijah ascended into heaven. So,
People
your
are
boy Jesus
coming
really
in.
dropped the ball there.
People are coming in contact with who they think are people, and they're not.
What? That makes no sense.
What are they, entities? You're saying they're entities instead?
Yeah, like Melchizedek. Remember Melchizedek?
Melchizedek.
I don't know if that's how you pronounce it.
That's got
It's
to be some
not.
kind of name brand for a cheese somewhere.
It's
Melchizedek.
Melchizedek. Melchizedek.
Okay. Well, like I said, that's irrelevant.
It's still pretty close. I just thought that was funny because you said cheese. But the point is, the words don't match. Jesus is saying no one has ascended into heaven but him, and 2 Kings is clearly saying Elijah did ascend into heaven also. So Jesus is wrong, but Jesus is not supposed to be wrong, is he?
I don't see how you're saying that that's wrong. I just showed you what
I
I
don't
was saying.
understand how you don't understand.
Man, because you're looking at it through the lens of your carnal mind. You're
What
not.
other mind am I supposed to look at it with?
First, you have to acknowledge the Creator and acknowledge Jesus, and then you'll begin to understand.
I already did that. I went backwards. I was raised as a Christian. I was a Christian until I was almost 30 years old.
And how did God fail you that you?
I read the Bible.
And so then you put your faith in science and the world rather than the Word of the living God.
I read the Bible, what the Bible says. It's not right. It can't be. And if it was, that would be horrifying.
According to science, the Bible is a lie.
Science.
But that science is a lie. It's not real
I don't know what
science.
science you're talking about. Science disproved a lot of narratives in the Bible, but some of it happened. But that don't mean it's right, like these prophecies are true, or this God's actually good, or anything. This God is quite awful, according to the Bible. Like, even the rest of the ancient world, like, I don't know if you ever read the writings of Celsus or not, but he was one of the people that absolutely roasted the early church and Christian theology. And they kind of dropped out after about the 2nd century, probably because they started unaliving them. But anyway, he was saying, even back then, they all, like the entire ancient world, always referred to Yahweh as the evil God of the Israelites. Like, even in the ancient world, they all thought this was an awful God. Hell, even the Israelites thought it was an awful God.
I'm pretty sure somewhere in the Bible it says that he's terrible. Is something, but it's basically the.
Well, we talked about it yesterday. He has babies smashed to pieces in front of their parents' faces and then has their wives raped. Like, this is what God's ordering.
I don't want to be quoting, but like something about the great and terrible wrath of God, and so they were aware
There's
that
a lot of those.
Right, so that's the how they describe
I'm
him.
saying, like, they all thought this was an awful God. They were just scared of it.
And he showed his power in Egypt. And you ask why is there evil for God's purpose. I'm not the creator. Like I said, I have
Well,
questions
don't
too,
you think
buddy.
it's strange that God did all these powers in Egypt, and before the people had barely settled into the desert, they had apparently forgot about all that and started worshiping another god? That don't seem a little strange to you?
No, because they were in Egypt these people were born in Egypt. They were never,
If you were a slave in Egypt and you started seeing God flexing powers and brought you out of there, would you immediately out in the desert say, maybe I didn't actually see all that and this God wasn't the right one. Let me worship this one here. That story actually makes sense to you?
I can see that in my own life, because when I was delivered, I actually stumbled a lot, and my walk was not perfect. It was,
Do you remember how you became a Christian, that story you told?
yeah.
So imagine you getting that story that converted you into a Christian and made you a Christian no matter what. But barely a day later, you're in a desert and you're like, never mind all that. It must have been this God. Is that possible?
Well, see, yes, that whole story of Egypt.
Oh, it is possible now. Earlier you said it was impossible.
Okay, tell me the question again. What am I saying? What did I disagree to something that I'm unaware?
You converted because of that experience that you told me about yesterday, right?
God converted me. I didn't convert.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Well, whatever. Your experience that you had converted you to God, right?
Yes.
All right. So tomorrow, would you be in a desert and think, never mind all that. I don't think that was the right God. Let me go to this one here. Does that make any sort of sense to you?
Did I fall back to my own lusts at times? Yes.
That's not what I'm asking.
Things that I made a God to myself.
No, I'm asking, could your conversion story be thrown off that easily in a couple days and you start worshiping like Zeus or something like that after you've had your experience you told me about?
Man, no, I mean, I'm not going to worship like any other thing like that, but you see what I'm saying?
Well, that's yeah, exactly. Well, that's my point here. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying you had this experience that converted you. Those Israelites saw these powers themselves. They witnessed all this happening and themselves as slaves being freed in the ancient world. Then a couple days later, they're like, maybe it wasn't none of that. Like, you see what I'm saying? That makes no sense that they would have saw something like this and then started worshiping a calf instead a week later in the desert.
Well, it wasn't as much about the calf as it was about doing what they wanted to do, which was the sex, the orgies, the free sex.
It was about the calf. That's what it says he was so mad about. They were worshiping an idol. But they didn't even have laws yet, which was kind of weird. So,
right. But what was the calf enabling them to do? It wasn't convicting them of sins or giving them 10 commandments to stop your sins. Right.
Well, the calf was actually kind of for Yahweh, so it was kind of a bad situation anyway. But that's beside the point here, I suppose.
But what I'm saying, it's your own lust. It's your own want to commit sin and to reject God's law.
Maybe so. But I'm saying, like, picture that experience you told me about that converted you. Picture all these people having that same experience, and then a week later, they're all switching it around and worshiping some other god. That don't make no sense.
That happens a lot, man. Happens a lot.
Do it.
Like I said, it basically, if you read the story of the children of Israel coming out of Egypt, that's my story. That is probably every believer's story.
Yeah, and did they switch gods within a week?
See, God, the God of Abraham, was new to them. They were born in Egypt, so they were used to this stuff. This is what they practiced all the time.
Yeah, but they saw it all. They saw God's powers and glory. That's what took them out of Egypt.
And that's the amazing thing, that it was so short so short of a time before they were just like, hey, you know what? I want to do what I want to do.
There was 10 plagues. There was sticks that turned into snakes and fought each other. There was like red rivers. Like, this would have been a well-known and well-documented happening, right?
Yeah, that's the crazy part about it. I think that's what it's trying to show you.
That's what I'm saying. Picture all them having the same sort of impression placed on them as your experience that converted you to God, or God converted you, or whatever. But picture them having that same experience, and then not even a week later, every single one of them are like, maybe we got it wrong. It might have been this God, I guess. Let's do this one.
That's the crazy
That
part about
makes
it.
no sense.
That's what I'm
That's
saying,
because it
man.
makes no sense. People don't just do that.
They do, man. They do.
They don't. It doesn't make sense.
But you're saying you never saw the power of God in your life in any way, right? And
I thought I did, kind of, but the powers that I thought I felt weren't simply thrown away for another God in a week. Like, it did not work like that with me. It took a long time and a lot of facts to overturn my belief.
do you commit sin as what the Bible calls sin? Do you commit sin in your life?
Yeah, probably.
Nobody commits sin, Willie. Sin is transgression of the Mosaic law.
Well, listen, I'm asking. I said according to what the Bible said. I'm not saying that you believe it.
Do you know what the Bible says sin is? It's in 1 John 3. It's transgression of the Mosaic law. So if you're under the Mosaic law, then you can commit sin. But if you're not under the Mosaic law, you can't commit sin. So if you're under the Mosaic law, you better not be wearing no mixed fabrics, stuff like that. If you got cotton underwear on with a polyester shirt, you're breaking a law. And if you break one law, you break them all.
The law. I'm a proud sinner because I don't throw rocks at people until they're unalived because they go to other gods.
That's right.
I love sin.
If I wear underwear at all, I'm breaking my own law.
Okay. Well, we're talking about God's law.
Yeah, so I didn't wear shorts for 30 years, Willie, because I was told that wearing shorts was a sin.
Buddy, people will tell you all kind of stuff.
That's what the book says.
You're telling me all kinds of stuff.
Not to mention the book says that, so.
Well, I'm not trying to tell you anything about your shorts or nothing,
So what's sin to you? What's sin to you, Willie? Is going to the clubs sin for you?
Do what now?
Is going to a club. There you go. Oh yeah. Going to a club, is that sin for you?
No, I'm free. I can go anywhere I want, but my intentions could be sinful.
Really? Like, give me a sin, an intentional that would be a sin.
So what if I went to a club and just preached the gospel?
Yeah, that would definitely be a sin.
What if you go to a club and you have a whiskey drink and you get out on the floor and you dance? Is that sin?
Yes.
Why? How is that sin? That's not a transgression against the Mosaic law.
Well, if I'm carrying myself any way that's harmful to people, then
how would that be harmful to people?
I sense it within my own self that it's wrong. I don't need a law or anything else to tell me it.
Right.
Because I have the Spirit.
So that's me with shorts for 30 years, right? I was told if I was to stumble any person, it'd be better if I had a millstone tied around my neck and thrown into the deepest sea than to stumble somebody. And so I didn't wear shorts because I didn't want to make some man lust after me and make him stumble. So what you're saying,
that, and I did wear shorts for 30 years, and it was awful. My legs got really cold.
Crack me up.
I do roofing, and I wear cut off short shorts, no shirt, headband. I look like I stepped out of 1970.
Oh, you're sinning. You're not wearing a shirt. You're sinning. You're making women lust.
Blasphemy.
You are making women lust after you in their minds. So you're sinning. You need to get that shirt back on.
Repent right now.
Probably so, and you know what I mean. Like I said, I never came on claiming to be perfect or anything like that, but I believe and I obey to the best.
No, you don't obey.
In me.
You break one, you've broken them all. So you're doomed to hell, Willie.
Thank God that I have Jesus Christ.
So you think if you sin that you're not going to hell?
I think if I sin, I'm going to be aware of it, and then I'm not going to want to do that.
So do you still go not wear a shirt? So if you go out this summer and you don't have a shirt on and you're aware now, because I've made you aware that women lust after you, and when you don't have a shirt on, are you still going to do it?
My intention is not to cause you to lust.
No, but you're aware now that women lust. So are you still going to do it, knowing that women are
Sinners.
lusting after you, causing them to stumble?
If I see a woman, I usually put a shirt on. If I'm at a remote job site, I don't wear a shirt. If I'm at a customer's home, I make everybody's shirt up. Yeah.
Yeah, Jesus says if you even look at a woman with lust, you've committed adultery.
Yeah, thought crime. Whoever heard of that, right? You're being punished for your thoughts. That's just ridiculous.
If somebody is same sex attracted on my crew, and they're lusting after me with no shirt, and I can't help that. I'm not gonna.
Yes, you can help that. Keep your shirt on.
No, I'm on a job site with all
Like
dudes.
God done told you to. You don't want to be
Then
smoked,
you're not.
do you?
Then you need a milestone tied around your neck and thrown into the deepest ocean because you're stumbling somebody.
I think it's a millstone.
Millstone, milestone, some kind of stone. You know, they had a infatuation with stones. Even Josephus talks about a Jesus that was running up and down the streets of Jerusalem during 70 AD Jewish war. And he was screaming, "Woe to Jerusalem." You know how he ended up unaliving? By a stone hitting him in the head. They had an infatuation with stones.
You know how Stephen got unalived? A stone hit him in the head. Paul threw it. Oh, my bad. Saul threw it. Yeah, they were obsessed with stones, all right. So, Willie, do we have anything debatable here? Or
No, not really, man. I got to go. I got to do eBay and clean my house. My brother's coming in. But, man, thanks for having me on. I appreciate you.
Thanks for talking,
no problem,
Willie.
buddy.
All right, peace.
Peace out. We appreciate
Have a good
you.
Christmas.
He's from Alabama, too, so he says appreciate you just like me. I almost feel like he's stealing it for some reason, though.
This IK5560 in the chat says, Patrina, do you want to be banned from TikTok? I don't think you can tell people to do that. To do what? Not wear a shirt? Oh, to tie a rock around his neck. No, I was just quoting the scripture. That's what the scripture
says. I got banned
says.
on Facebook for that a couple times.
Yeah, I'm just quoting the scripture. I didn't say it. The book
Mama
did.
Bash is from Alabama. Oh, shit. Where was you from, Mama Bash? Hold on a second.
No, I'm not eating, Semper. I have a cough drop in my mouth.
Y'all are the next up, so hang out just a second. Birmingham. I'm like maybe 40 minutes north of there. 40 minutes north. Right below Huntsville, right above Birmingham. That's really cool. Glad you got out of there. It's actually a little better than it used to be, but Birmingham was a crap hole. Like, Huntsville, Alabama right now is probably one of the top 10 fastest growing economies in the whole country still. And Birmingham's got way more people, and it's not doing very good.
Actually, agnostic heretic, or his name is Dave, but he has several accounts. He's from Alabama. I don't know if you know him or not.
Cool. Yeah, I don't know.
He's one of my close
Godless
friends.
Engineers from here too.
Hmm.
That's cool though. Yeah, the first I didn't even know people did religious debates. In 2018, my mom told me the Godless Engineer was debating a guy at a church. I was like, what?
Oh,
I was mind
really?
blown. Anyway, yeah, I went and watched it in person, and I was blown away the whole time. Like, I was like, I can't believe people are arguing if evolution is true or not. It was a wild thing. Like, it was a very surreal experience for me. Like, I was kind of getting into debates, not because I was just a fan of debating, but I was watching a lot of stuff like communism versus socialism and capitalism and stuff like that. Like, I was branching out and trying to hear all the sides of the stories here. And anyway, my mom told me about that because I was talking about a few of the other debates, and we went and watched it. I've been into debates ever since. It's pretty awesome. But yeah, it was the Godless Engineer who broke me into the debate world here. Which is pretty cool. All right, so let's try.
Hello. Hi.
Jack, what's up, buddy? You over 18?
I'm over 18. I'm 22.
Awesome. And you're a Christian?
I'm not, but I was going to discuss an argument for a prior one. You saw me, I might have requested up like an hour or so ago. You were discussing Isaiah a lot because
Oh,
people
I know
said
Jack.
that
Hi,
was
Jack.
back. Hi, Patrina. So I know I'm not a Christian, but I like discussing that section a lot because it's one of the easiest to actively prove against. Because people use it
Which
to
one was we talking
justify.
about again?
It was Isaiah, specifically the justification of Jesus as Messiah via Isaiah, as referenced in
Oh,
Matthew
yeah,
1:26.
yeah. Oh, that was a while back. Yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay.
apologize. It's been a few hours. Sorry about that.
No worries. Thanks for hanging in that long.
I jumped down and came back up, and I saw that the line was a bit shorter. But
well, never mind. I retract my thanks then.
No, I understand. And a lot of Christians will argue like this is from Matthew because it's verbatim from Matthew. And I have always enjoyed using the argument of where Matthew actually comes from, because you're probably familiar with like Irenaeus and Papias for justifying Matthew.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, the apostate.
Oh, only vaguely.
So the entire application of the Gospel of Matthew as we know it to Matthew is justified by that. That's the only time where it's explicitly labeled as such. It's used as justification to label it.
Oh,
as
you mean as Matthew? Okay, yeah, I did. Yeah.
And of course, when we look
I
at
thought
it,
you meant like the story or something.
no, not the story. Like how it's attributed to Matthew. It's what gives it the authority.
Gotcha.
For
Sorry, I'm
Christians as a
slow.
whole.
Yeah.
And I just noticed a lot of people are arguing that, and I wanted to hop up and tell you like there's a very easy argument against it, and that's that it's not written by Matthew at all. Through Papias. Yeah, it's fucking great because the justification
I
itself.
bring that up a decent amount, but I don't really use it for arguments. I almost assume people know that, even though they don't.
Yeah, it's always kind of people just forget. Most people just don't know the Papias thing because Papias says it's a Hebrew sayings gospel, and obviously our gospel of Matthew is Greek and not a sayings one.
Do you know where he got that from? Why he said that?
So the thing is that it's Papias. It's what Papias said through Irenaeus. So Irenaeus is claiming what Papias claimed Matthew did. And what Papias claims is that Matthew wrote a sayings gospel in his language of Hebrew, which historically is a bit iffy. But I personally have just turned to using that argument against Christians a lot. Because obviously...
No, that's great. That made me wonder if like there was actually some sort of sayings gospel from Matthew maybe that he said that about that's gone now or something, because that baffles me. I have no idea why he would say that.
Well, the issue is that the early Catholic Church considered all sayings gospels to be heretical because they were associated with Gnostics, like the Gospel of Thomas. So
right,
yeah, so all sayings gospels were just avoided. So if there was a Gospel of Matthew that was legitimate, we won't have it, and they consider it heretical.
Dang.
Yeah, it's rough.
So he said, wow. I'd actually heard that before, but I never really thought about it. But I've never heard that he said there was a Matthew in Hebrew.
Yeah, so
That's
it's Irenaeus's. It's
Yeah, I've heard of
Irenaeus
this.
quoting Papias, and he
Mhm.
says that Matthew, after speaking, it's discussing the Acts of Matthew, and he says explicitly that Matthew wrote his gospel in the sayings of Jesus in the language of Hebrew, which obviously isn't our Matthew.
Ain't that so crazy though that like maybe there had to have been something like that we just don't have now or something? Like that's
Yeah,
No,
incredibly out
I
there.
don't think there was.
Really?
I kind of give leeway to it because I think that there's a pretty reasonable understanding that Jesus could have historically existed and there could have been followers that believed that he like did resurrect. Not that he did resurrect, but that
Right.
people believed it. Just like Apollonius, like people believed these things without a lot of evidence early on. And
Right.
if there was a Matthew, Papias assumedly wasn't just. If we give credit to Papias or Irenaeus and Papias, then there goes one of the texts.
Yeah,
Kinda
that's pretty
sad.
wild. I haven't made the leap to mythicism yet, but every mythicism argument I ever heard was pretty damn solid.
Yeah,
But
Yes.
I don't really like it's. My position tends to align with like consensus on it because I find
I guess
mythicism.
mine does too. But yeah, I just do it because it all makes sense to me. Like,
Yeah,
and I guess to me it's slightly more sense than the mythicism thing. I guess I don't know for real, but I haven't been
yeah,
When
able
I
to
ran
refute the
across
mythicism argument.
Josephus, and I seen all the Jesus Christs that he was talking about, almost 20 of them in total,
yeah.
and certain things that they did, I just believe it was just another name, another Jesus Christ that they attached a story to.
I suppose my
Yeah,
position
I mean,
is.
I get it. I get it. Yeah.
I think that could also be expected of a historical figure, though, because as a whole,
that makes sense to me too. That's
yeah,
ultimately why I never went straight to mythicism.
as a whole, it's just like for me personally, it's more realistic that this was a real dude. Just because I find it to be like
Well, hundreds
it's
of years
simultaneously that, yeah.
before him, there was a teacher of righteousness that was spoken about from the Essenes, from the Qumran Valley. It's in the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Yeah,
And this teacher of righteousness that had a whole bunch of followers. So I believe all of these stories were derived from this and the other Serapis and all them. I think it's just a culmination of all these different people, and they just created a story out of it.
I can understand that. My
That's what I'm saying. It all makes sense to me. Like I can't necessarily refute that.
yeah, you can't
But
refute
like
it.
I don't know.
'Cause
To me, just everything I know about the Gospels, it just screams cope about this guy.
Yeah,
I guess is
yeah,
ultimately the thing I can't get away from. Just because I feel like all this was a cope. Like Jesus is just too wild to be like completely made up. I think if he was gonna like completely invent a guy, I just don't think it would be him. I guess.
yeah, and like
I don't know.
when we
I don't
look
know.
at the Gospels, there's some things that make sense when we look at them in a historical context. Speaking of a historical figure from a biased perspective, like Ehrman does that.
Yeah.
quite a bit in
Yes.
his work.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Like the most common example is like if we're looking at it as works that are trying to convince you, like Mark, if we look at Mark and look at it as a work that is trying to convince you that Jesus was the Messiah, then the things that are included that wouldn't be expected of the Jewish Messiah in the first century wouldn't have been included intentionally at all. Like Jews in the first century would expect the Messiah to be a royal figure who is a political and military leader. And Jesus
Well-
was
Right.
a poor guy, technically not even from the line of David by their standard,
but
Yeah.
from the wrong city. And that could be from a historical figure that this is based on.
right. But what's crazy to me is if he was really a historical figure, how come nobody else writes about him? It's only the Gospels that you find him in. If he really was a real historical figure, you would think other people would write about him.
Well, not innately. 99.999% of people in our history were never written about, and we will never know about them. That's a sad fact. And that's like sad for my field. I'm an archaeologist. It's sad. I don't like knowing that.
Yeah, and I agree. And if Jesus was a real person, he would have just been a peasant with a small following who got executed. Like, there wouldn't be much from his lifetime,
Yeah.
I wouldn't think.
But
Like,
it wasn't a
till,
small
like,
following,
somebody like
according to the
Paul come
story.
around.
According to the story, it's not.
According to the story, it was
I don't
a
believe the
great
story, yeah.
following. Right.
Yeah, according to the story, it's a great following, but like,
Yeah, just not from the historical consensus. It's not. Like, Bart Ehrman would say that Jesus only had like a really, really small following in his actual lifetime. Like, the Gospels basically spread after Paul and Paul's letters is when it blew up, not during Jesus's actual lifetime, I
yeah,
guess.
and from like
Which makes sense to me. It was just a peasant.
from a historical context,
probably a
there
crazy one.
are likely more famous people than Jesus literally in around that time that were executed by the Roman state that we have no information on. There's reference of other rabbis being executed with larger congregations than what Jesus likely had. We don't know anything about them. It's sad. Like,
That's what I'm saying. All the arguments ultimately make perfect sense to me. It's like he's saying, to me, it just screams too much cope to almost be anything else is my issue with it ultimately. But like, one of the examples I like to use is when Jesus called Peter Satan, right? He told Peter, he said, well, I have to die. And Peter said, you're freaking crazy. You're not supposed to die. He rebuked him for it because messiahs aren't supposed to die, right? Like, I think that's why he was so shocked, because he wouldn't have had a concept of that. And anyway, Jesus calls him Satan or whatever. But I think in real life, if Jesus would have really told him that, he would have been shocked. He would have said, you're not supposed to fucking die. Like, that's why I almost think the story's too wild to be made up. Like, to me, it's way more of a cope about an actual person.
You mentioned Ehrman as well, Apostate. Have you listened to some of his lectures? He has some great course stuff on Audible that's really good on this topic.
Oh yeah, I've probably read 10 or 12 of his books.
Heck yeah, man. His lectures on I don't remember what they're specifically called. He has one on like the New Testament as a whole. There's early church conspiracy,
Oh yeah, he's got a lot.
They're really good on this topic specifically. In fact, my point on Matthew is almost verbatim from him.
I think he's just another demigod that was made up. Like Zalmoxis, for example, was in the BCE era, and he was a man that had a following of people. He passed away, but he died for 3 years and came back. And when he came back, he had a Eucharist. He had great knowledge. He had healing powers. And he told everybody if they believed in him as now a deity, that when they passed away, they would go on to this blissful paradise place. Actually, Richard Carrier believes the story of Christianity was derived from Zalmoxis. And they even had statues of this man and everything.
Yeah. I don't know. There could be cultural crossover. That kind of reminds me of the that like really, it's outdated now, but there was a really big argument that Jesus was just derived from Dionysus. And that was a misunderstanding of the cultural crossover when Jesus entered the Greek pagan culture. I don't know. It's definitely a good argument, though. My position is more because throughout the Gospels we can see a shift on Jesus and how he's being seen by individuals of different groups. So it seems more like Jesus became God with time, not that his initial story was. And what it more specifically looks like is that Jesus was considered Messiah. He's then considered the adopted son of God. And when this enters the Gentile standards of adoption, which is that an adopted son inherits everything, he would then become God. That's why we have that big section at his baptism of God actively claiming him as though he is an adopted son in a Gentile custom.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, I did an hour-long video with the Godless Engineer, and like I said, everything he said makes perfect sense to me. All the historical stuff just based on what I know. He knows way more than me. But everything I was hearing made perfect sense. Like, it all makes fucking sense. But I guess ultimately, just go back. I mean, I don't know. There's nothing even, to me, it's a very mundane claim to say there was a crazy preacher running around Israel in the first century.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, to me, that's almost like a given, you know what I'm saying? But like, how many historical figures where there probably were like a real person at the end of the tunnel, but they're completely lost to history now and myth?
Yeah,
Even though they might have been based on a real person, I guess is ultimately where I land on the whole thing.
pretty much. Yeah, it's a weird position, but I have to go. This is really cool. I'm glad that you pulled me up. I just kind of like talking about stuff. So y'all have a great time. I'll give you a follow
Yeah,
earlier,
see you later,
possibly.
Jack. Have a good Christmas if I
Y'all have a
don't see
great
you
time. Have
before
a good
then.
Christmas if you practice. Bye bye.
Hell yeah, buddy. Have a good one, man. Thanks for coming up. Yeah, that was an interesting conversation there. But yeah, I'm real loosely thinking Jesus. Something could push me over the edge. But and just like that interview I had with Godless Engineer, he said there's like a 30 or 35% chance or something that swings on James being a real person. So if like basically he was saying, from the way I took it was, he was saying if James was a real person, then all this is, we're all wrong anyway, and Jesus was real. But I don't know. Just to me, based on that, I don't know. I guess maybe he was a real person. I don't know. But like I said, I haven't gotten a bad argument for mythicism either, so I don't
Yeah.
really know. I'm only slightly on the side of Jesus was probably real. I say that the probably part pretty heavily now. All right, we got a few people in the queue here. Let's see where we're at on 1363. We've got what is that? 29 new followers this live. That's pretty awesome. We are getting it. Y'all throw Miss Petrina a follow too. If you're just tuning in here, I'm gonna try the next one. Got about 20 more minutes I can rock on here. They may all be gone anyway. All three of these names have been here for a minute, I think.
Thank you guys for the gifts.
Hell yeah, we appreciate y'all. 407 roses. Holy crap. Damn, we lining it up in this live. I'm up to $5.31. God, it's awesome.
$5 to make you holler.
That'll buy you a badass like fucking energy drink or something. You know what I'm saying? You gotta
Yeah.
get jacked to do these lives like this. That'll throw you. I usually just slam a bunch of Mountain Dew before I start, and gets me pretty fucking jacked. And I'm ready to debate. What do you pound before you start lives?
2 cups of coffee.
Hell yeah, straight up black.
I'm a
baby.
coffee drinker. No, I gotta have my foo-foo drinks.
Oh, what else is still here? I think. TJ, you there?
Oh,
Howdy.
I know, TJ. Whatevs.
Yep. Hello.
Oh,
Hello,
It's
hello.
hello. Are you?
The
You're
new,
friendly then?
it's a new and improved me every day.
Oh well, I like the old you better.
Okay, good. I've been trying to
I'm
hide,
just messing with you. I don't know.
trying to hide that guy from the public. But yeah, I'm old enough to. I'm 47, live in South Florida. Just a regular
cool.
old dude. I wanted to share something with y'all that it's been rattling around in my head. It goes like this. If you've lived long enough, you definitely are aware that life is not ever without a sense of irony. And so could we be watching in real time that man creates technology? With that technology, man renders belief in God obsolete. And our creation will eventually render us obsolete.
You mean like the Terminator?
Well, I mean, hopefully not.
The Matrix?
No, I mean like with the birth of AI, right? It's mankind creating or even merging with it to be God himself. But as you know, with technology advancing so rapidly, people are easily moving away from belief. So God creates man.
If they made like bionic arms, I would have mine chopped off and get some.
Yeah, but that's the irony that I keep thinking about is God creates man, man creates machine, machine gets rid of God, right?
Yep, and Neo brings us all justice.
Yeah. No, I think there's something there. I wish I put it more eloquently.
I guess it depends on how far AI goes, because as far as I know, it's still not, there's no such thing as like a sentient AI. Like, I'm not even sure we can get there, because even though they can have an ability to learn stuff, they can still only be learned in the parameters they're like set to learn in. So, like, as far as I know, it's impossible to cross that line, but maybe it's not. Who knows?
Yep. Well, given our track record, I know the first thing we're going to do with, if there is a general intelligent being created, I know what manner.
If something's going to happen for real, it's going to be like a Jurassic Park scenario.
Could be. We're
going to make an actual person that actually thinks for themselves and actually kicks our asses.
Yeah.
That's what's really going to happen. I don't think AI is going to be the problem. I think it's actual bioorganisms.
Yeah. I mean, I follow the teachings of Christ, and, you know, I'm unapologetic about it. Sure. And I it's not lost on me, all of the, in fact, the other day I had my ass kicked by a Pastafarian, and I'm better off for it. You showed me how ridiculous I sounded. But it's just like a lot of the Christians that I know, they're really hung up on revelation and prophecy and stuff. And I'm all like, all right, whether everybody's right or everybody's wrong, I think we got a bigger problem to deal with right now, which is AI.
Yeah, I don't know. You never know. AI might save the world.
Might.
Like, if we had, like, if every human got handed a robot that could just work for us, we could just sit around and let the robots do our work, and we could just have all the benefit.
Oh, yeah.
And we wouldn't actually have to, like, own other people to do that, like the Spartans.
Only thing I'm actually worried about is friggin', I don't know what it's going to be like when I get my heart broken by a computer program.
I hope I don't know what that's like either.
Yeah, imagine getting broke up with from your AI girlfriend.
Well, I mean, humans form bonds with things that are not human. Like, I mean, what's that damn movie with the robot where the guy was like, you know, the robot that died
Christians
or got
every
destroyed
day.
at the end, and you're like, oh my fucking God.
Yeah, Christians every day have
We
a
all
bond
cried.
and a relationship with an invisible deity.
There you go. Like, we all cried when that fucking soccer ball floated away from Tom Hanks in The Castaway. It was just a fucking soccer ball.
He had a name.
Wilson.
I knew you knew it.
That's what I'm saying, though. Like, we're crazy like that, so we got to be careful that we're not falling in love with tennis balls and pigeons and Teslas.
Right? Yeah. Well, I don't know.
I'm saying humans are crazy like that, man. Tesla was a brilliant, brilliant man, but I don't think anybody wants the fate of dying penniless in love with a pigeon that you swear loves you back. It's sad.
Yeah, fair point. Earlier, you had mentioned while I was listening about the snake and the staff. And
oh yeah.
It's
snakes
not,
and staffs.
Yep, it's not lost on me that that symbol is still used today. It's on like every ambulance or American medical society. Like,
yeah, that's because even in Genesis, I think that whole punishment of the serpent, you know, the strike your heel and head part, you'll be cursed to crawl on your belly. Mm-hmm. Like, it's actually a very ancient sign, treading on snakes. That's how you killed snakes. You treaded on them back in the day. So, like, even in super ancient Babylon, there's depictions of like stepping on the snake's head. That's don't tread on me. That's where all that comes from. It's ancient as fuck.
Yep. Made it all the way to the Gadsden flag, I believe.
Oh yeah. We still have a ton of ancient sayings like that.
It's still there. I think the first century Christian Gnostics, they were onto something that must have been pretty powerful, them and the Knights Templar, which is why the church so vigorously disbanded and persecuted them and destroyed all of their doctrine.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, if we're having trouble making sense of everything, it's because I doubt we even have half of the story. They burned the library at Alexandria.
That was an accident.
The Council of Nicaea decided what we were allowed to know and not know.
No, that was a debate about the divinity of Jesus. Santa Claus, St. Nicholas, he slapped the shit out of a guy at the Council of Nicaea. There's transcripts.
Yeah. I'm just saying it's hard.
Tis the season's why I brought that up. It was Santa Claus slapped a guy. So
it's hard for me to.
They just debated the divinity of Jesus. That's all they did there.
Yeah, I'm just convinced we don't have all of it, like the knowledge that we would need to make sense of it all. I feel like that was intentionally.
We're just humans, man. Like, I agree with the Buddhists. They say true enlightenment would take 1,000 lifetimes. And I figure you could probably get that if you lived 1,000 lifetimes. That's a long time. But I think we just don't live long enough ultimately to learn all the lessons that we need to learn. And every new generation that starts has their own glory to achieve. And that's why we just keep repeating ourselves, because we don't live long enough to learn and implement these lessons. Even though in the modern days, I think we've moved on pretty good from a lot of things.
We need to live to be 900 years old, like all the people in the Bible, right?
Methuselah.
Like Methuselah. Yeah.
Methuselahs.
Methuselah.
That's a fun name. It's like manhole.
Hey, I think the coolest name in the entire ancient world is Judas Maccabeus. Like, to me, that name just screams badassery.
Yeah. That's a pretty strong name.
It is, I agree, yeah. What's y'all's favorite ancient name?
I never thought about it.
Achilles.
That's
a good one.
Mm-hmm. Yep, like that one.
Do you know why Achilles had weak heels?
Why is that?
That was actual question.
Oh,
because
yeah,
he got his powers because his mom's dipped him in the river, right? But she was holding him by the ankles when she dipped him in there, so they didn't actually go in the water. She didn't touch it, so his ankles didn't get the powers.
Yep.
That's always a fun one. That's why he had weak heels. She didn't like flip him around and throw them in there too.
Yeah. Oh. Ooh, for a girl, I wish the name Jezebel hadn't been ruined. That's a nice name, Jezebel.
Yeah, it is.
Mm-hmm.
It is fun to say. It sounds kind of redneck to me, honestly. Like,
Hi, Lewis.
Talk about irony.
Yeah, and this last one, it's kind of a one-off. Chlamydia. That would have been a nice name.
Oh my gosh.
My great granddaughter, that Chlamydia the second.
Yeah.
You can prefix it. Chlamydia Junior.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah, I just wanted to bounce that off of you about AI, and I think we got bigger problems than whose God is real, whose God isn't. You know. Oh, and you said
I don't know. It's a pretty big problem historically, though.
One more thing that you said, that he, as far as being a historical figure, that he's not mentioned anywhere else, which is true, except for the Quran.
What do you mean?
Jesus, well, the Quran's after the biblical text, though.
600 years after Christ.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But they mention him as...
They had to have some sort of authority, so they had to say, like, Jesus said it too.
Yeah. Well, that's all. He's in there.
Oh.
Not as a divine being, but as a prophet.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he didn't even resurrect.
Prophet to make Muhammad have legitimacy.
Yeah.
Because you have to be prophesied. Like in Amos chapter 3, it says God doesn't do anything without revealing it through the prophets first. So you can't have an Abrahamic God prophet come along who wasn't prophesied before.
Yeah. Well,
it's a handy way to solve the problem. So.
you're yeah. It's just I'm just one of those people that knows how ridiculous I sound, but like I don't know. I just choose to sound ridiculous, I guess. You know what I mean?
I don't mind sounding ridiculous myself, but like I actually like to go with the actual words that text are giving us too.
Yeah. I mean,
You
I
know, I
try.
think if I wouldn't have taken this religion completely to heart and tried my hardest to be a good Christian and pleasing to God and do all the things that I did, I probably would still be a Christian today. But because I took it to heart and I believed every word that was in this book and I did everything possible in life to please this deity, that's why I'm glad I'm no longer in it.
Yeah.
It's the lukewarm Christians, the hypocritical Christians that stay in the religion, the ones that aren't truly given their full heart and lives to this deity. They're okay with staying in it.
Yeah. Well, even I'm definitely not a hypocritical in my beliefs, because I realize it when I catch myself doing stuff or saying things like, I don't really follow the Old Testament God. You know what I mean? Now I'm cherry picking,
Mm-hmm.
but
Mm-hmm.
you know,
I kind of have to, I think.
yeah. I mean, but as far as the world's prophets that we know of that are common, to me, Jesus was saying some things that I should probably have been paying attention to. You know?
Yeah, but he says things you shouldn't pay attention to too, is my problem. And in my opinion, as a Christian, he should have never said anything like that. He was perfect.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just
Well, when you're led with the idea that he's perfect and then somebody shows you imperfect things, it tends to break you down a lot quicker than somebody who was kind of loose on that anyway. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, but how, I mean, therein lies the conundrum. How does one untether themselves and not feel like a lost balloon?
You might feel lost for a minute just because you got to figure out a different way. Like if you feel you're lost your way, you're going to be lost for a minute. But it's pretty easy to find another way. Humans are actually really, really good at resilience in really bad situations. We do crazy things to get by, but we do get by. We'll get by quick. That's what humans do. We survive.
So would you consider yourself like an agnostic or an agnostic atheist, which I just learned?
I actually take the position of a Gnostic atheist. I'm very rare.
Yeah, that one took me a minute to get my head around. It had to be explained to me at least a dozen times. I'm sure a couple times in here. I couldn't reconcile the two.
Well, the problem I always run into is people ask me, how can you possibly know that there's no gods? Like Gnosticism has taken the position that you have knowledge there is no gods. And I don't have a great and solid argument for that, but the argument that I give for it is that until somebody can show that gods are anything but a figment of imaginations, then I think I'm within my rights to say, I know that figments of people's imaginations can't create universes. In the same way Santa Claus and the Tooth Fairy are made up. No chance an actual God made the universe because it's made up human imagination. You know what I mean? That's the only reason I say that. If somebody can give me a decent argument that's not true, then I'll take it and go back to agnostic atheist.
Sure. I mean, I'm not learning this lesson again. I told you. I had my ass handed to me not too long ago by a Pastafarian. I was just like, damn.
I don't know if that's saying a little or saying a lot, but hey, at least you're taking the loss, man. Most people stay in denial.
Explain agnostic atheists to me. But I don't know. The atheism all by itself, I feel like it's fundamentally flawed. Because like you were saying, in order to say that there is no divine creator of the universe, wouldn't you have to be the divine creator of the universe?
No, I don't think the universe was made. I think there's far better explanations
that one's kind of a wash.
Why the universe is here based on like actual math and evidence, whereas gods, as far as I can tell, are completely made up in people's minds.
So how do I check if Apostate 8 is here? Apostate 8, hello, are you there? I'm not hearing a response. Yeah, so I'm not hearing his response. Is he here? Hello?
Hi, you there?
Apostate 8, there you are. So let's do the same thing with God. God,
I was just
hello,
moving my
are you
mouth, not
there?
actually talking.
Are you
Yeah,
there,
I'm here.
God? Let's see if God responds. Hello, God.
Funny.
I'm not hearing God either. I heard Apostate 8, but I can't hear God. So
That
that's how you
wasn't
prove
me.
if
That was
somebody's
totally
there.
God. I heard something. I don't know what it was though. It wasn't me.
I love when people use visual and audio tools to help me understand.
You must convert these heathens.
Yeah.
That was pretty good.
I thought I heard something again. I don't know.
Yeah, they're
I'm
pretty.
still in doubt, but
They're pretty
I did hear
stubborn,
something
Lord.
there.
They are certainly stubborn.
If they don't convert, then curse them to hell.
Yeah.
Thus saith the Lord thy God.
Mm-hmm. Truth is, you don't want God knowing that you guys know me.
Which God?
That might be bad for your reputation up there.
It might be. It might be.
And I was
so
agreeing
what
with
subjects did you get cooked on yesterday, if you didn't mind me asking you?
Me? Just just everything. Just freaking dude, just everything. I mean, this guy was like the eight spices of what was it? 8 spices of something. I mean, I swear.
Somebody cook you on spices?
Yeah, well, that's. Do you know what do you know what a pastafarian is? They believe there's a giant spaghetti monster in space. That's God, created everything.
I thought there were just a bunch of
No, I've heard of the spaghetti monster, but I'd never heard of Pastafarian.
Yeah, well, that's what they would be. That's what they're called. People that believe.
I thought it was an actual religion.
Oh, it is. They got actual religion status, which is another hilarious bit.
But they actually worship a spaghetti monster?
No, they don't. And that's the point.
How did you get cooked by a person like this?
Well, because he showed me how ridiculous I must sound. You know, he's like, do you think there's a flying spaghetti monster? I said, no, of course not. He said, well, I do. Can you prove me wrong? I said, no. He said, that's what we're saying. I was like,
so I thought you meant that was a god of Apostafaria.
Yeah, the
flying it was just using that argument on you.
No, the flying.
I had a guy come on my live stream one time, and he actually is in a religion called the Dodo religion. Have you guys heard of that?
No.
The Dodo religion? It's a true, real religion. They have their own Bible and everything. The Dodo religion. You got to check it out.
That's the bird, right? The extinct bird?
I don't know.
There's an extinct bird called the dodo bird.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. But yeah, it's a religion that they just believe in the kindness of people being kind and stuff like that.
Oh, that sounds silly.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I prefer the pillage and war and stuff. They can't make it too unrealistic, can they?
Man. Yeah. You know what it is. I know where I'm believing in fantasy. I know where I just want to believe. I'm just I don't know. I'm just not ready to give up the ghost on it yet, to be honest.
Sounds like you already have. You just ain't figured out how to cope with it yet.
That's
yeah,
also true.
I think so.
That's also true. It was
If you've already doubted, you've broken it. The Bible says you are never supposed to doubt God. It says if you doubt, you're like a little piece of wood being tossed about by the waves of the sea. So you're totally lost.
Double-mindedness.
Yeah, it's possible.
Well, don't you just like, all you need is a little better direction to go in, but it's not even hard. You're just going to have to do a little research and talk about it a little bit.
Yeah, well, if you catch a fish and pull it onto the pier, it's going to flop around for a little bit. Maybe that's what I'm doing. But
probably
it was diving into how old these myths, these stories, and everything are than what I believed. Because being raised as Catholic, I mean, I was kind of convinced that that was the end all be all, first and last. And then, oh my God, to wake up and really realize how old these stories are, it shakes you. Well, it shook me anyway.
Yeah, it shook me too.
You know,
I love history. And it really shook me that the stories in the Bible had way older versions of those stories already around.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Like the Emerald Tablets, the Code of Hammurabi.
Yeah, when you think Jesus is the only story like this and you find out there's other stories identical to it that are thousands of years older, you're like, what?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had
and then
no
when
idea.
You find out they were actually better, you really go, what?
Yeah. I mean, the names are harder
it's
to
like
pronounce.
Levitic law went backwards.
Yeah.
That's why I was saying earlier, everybody in the ancient world called the God of Israel an awful, cruel God. Like every single one of them, even the Israelites. But like the Code of Hammurabi was far more humanitarian than Levitic law was. Like it had stuff that wouldn't come around for a long time. Anything compared to Levitic law anyway.
Yeah.
Like Hammurabi limited all indentured servitude to 3 years, and Levitic law that was only for Israelites, and it was 6 years. So I mean, humanitarian perspective, the Code of Hammurabi was blowing Leviticus out of the water.
Yeah. And dude, Zoroaster really kind of tripped me out too. It's like, wow, this is. Get guff from other Christians when I bring up the fact that I believe Christ was exposed to religions from antiquity, mainly Buddhism, Taoism, Hinduism, probably even Zoroastrianism, from 12 to 30 when there's nothing known about. Yeah, I mean,
it was around.
We don't know
There's
anything.
not a lot known about
life.
the religion. Like they probably had more like priestly stuff and not text-based stuff, but it's been around a long, long time. But for some reason, all the way up until like the Middle Ages, there was a ton of military groups that were Zoroastrians, and I don't really know why, but I know there was a ton of military units that kept that religion specifically for some reason, but I don't really know why. I just find it interesting though.
Yep, it's. I don't understand why it's such a shocking theory to think that, you know, Jesus was exposed to these different belief systems while he was fully human and growing up, and, you know, before he started his ministry.
I mean, maybe if he was confined to small towns in Israel, he was probably like the same as somebody who's stuck in a small town today with no internet. They probably wouldn't know too much, I wouldn't think.
Yeah, I like earlier you said that you weren't ready to say that he was not actually a historical figure, which I think that's pretty smart. Because, I mean, there's just little things. If, you know, like the way that they called him Yehoshua or Yeshua of Nazareth. Like, apparently that was probably a common name. And he had to be called of Nazareth, you know, for distinction. So...
Yeah, that was probably true, but I don't even think it's pivotal to being a Christian, honestly, because... if you discarded like Matthew and Luke, then you got Matthew and John, and neither one of those have a birth narrative anyway. So you don't even have to argue about that with those two. But I'm saying you can just use those two and still be a Christian, but not have to defend a clearly false birth narrative.
Yeah. Well, thanks for listening and responding. I will see you
You're
guys
welcome,
next
buddy.
time.
Bye, TJ.
Thanks for being
I
a
know.
Christian who doesn't crash out like a crazy person. We had a few of those today.
No, TJ's usually pretty respectful.
Yeah, he seemed really cool. Honestly, I meant just what I said. He sounds like he's kind of already deconstructed. He just ain't learned to deal with it yet.
Yeah,
It is a hard thing, man. Like I mean, some
it
people take
is.
it better than others. Like I just felt kind of pissed off. I dropped it almost in an instant,
Yeah,
but I just felt kind of pissed off. I was like, I can't believe I fell
I
for
was
this
too.
bullshit this whole
Me
fucking time.
too.
This whole
Me
fucking
too.
time.
Yes,
Yeah, that's how I felt. A
me
lot of people
too.
probably get scared though, but I was more pissed than anything. I
I
was like,
was
I
too.
can't fucking believe it. I'm a
Feel like a
grown ass
fool.
man.
Yeah.
And I
Why
never
didn't I
even thought to
research
question this
this
shit.
first? Why didn't I freaking
Yeah.
research all this stuff? But like I said, back in my day when I accepted all this, I had to go to a library and actually rent books to research. We didn't have computers.
Oh
So
yeah. The
it wasn't
crazy
as
part in
easy
my
for me.
case was I already knew a bunch of this information. I just needed like the little link in the chain to put it all together. And the second I realized there was a link
Yeah.
to chain all the BS together, it was gone. I was like, oh my God.
Gotcha.
Like a come to Jesus moment, for a lack of a better term. It's a come away from Jesus moment.
Yeah.
It was pretty wild. Do you ever watch the Zeitgeist movie?
No, I haven't. I've heard about it a lot though, but I haven't watched it.
Well, that's what deconverted me ultimately. Not because I knew,
Really?
like I studied like a ton of history even back then, so I knew a lot of what it was saying was bullshit. But it was the logic it was using, like how to
Okay.
when it said the words, "The man Jesus Christ may have never even existed." Like in my head, I thought, "Oh my fucking God, he really might not have existed." But like
Right.
that's when everything in my mind flooded together into one big spiral, and I was like, "Holy crap!" The reason there's all these inconsistencies is because it's inconsistent. It's like I was
Right.
like, "Holy fuck!" But I already knew a bunch of the stuff. I just had it kind of put together for me in my head in one moment, and I became quite
Crazy.
mad at myself. Honestly, I was like, I cannot believe that I didn't think about this even as a child. I was like, how come even as a child I didn't consider this? Like, I was pretty mad.
Well, children just believe pretty much what they're taught by their parents. Trust that their parents are leading them the right way.
That's true. That's true. But even as a child, I had a lot of these inclinings and feelings. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
something wasn't adding up with what these adults were saying. Even when I was a child, I was like, somehow that don't make sense to me. But whatever, they're adults,
I'm
right?
glad I wasn't raised in it as a child.
Oh my goodness, that's kind of rough. Not that I even had it bad or anything. It's just a crazy thing, man. Really crazy thing.
We used to
Yeah.
have church people come and knock on our door. My dad would yell, "Everybody turn the lights off and lock the door and pretend we're not home."
They're coming with bread again.
Yeah.
The dry ass bread. Oh wow.
We'd all turn the lights off and go hide so they wouldn't think that we were home.
Humans are crazy. Like I'm crazy with all the other humans. Like that's why I love us. That's why I love us, because we're all fucking crazy. Yeah. It really is a surreal thing sometimes just to sit back and think about the things humans do. Like humans are the only species that will knowingly inhale smoke. Like
That's funny.
Like we got to be the dumbest ones, right? I mean, it's fucking crazy. We're supposed
Oh
to be
my
the smartest,
gosh.
and here we're doing literally shit that the dumbest of animals knows not to do.
That's funny.
It's a crazy thing. Like it's a
I never
crazy
looked
thing.
at it that way.
I read a list one time of it was 10 reasons humans are actually the dumbest animal on the planet. And I remember that was one of them, but that's the one that stuck with me, is humans are the only species that knowingly inhale smoke. And I was like, what the fuck? That's true. Like the dumbest chicken knows not to inhale smoke. Oh man, people are crazy.
That's true.
I mean, humans will literally be told, just walk right off that cliff, you'll be fine. You're like, okay. Like it just depends on the circumstance. Like, man, dealing with truth's hard sometimes, y'all. It's hard. But anyway, I think it's finally time for me to pull the live to a close today.
Well, thanks for letting me join you.
No problem. You was up here for a couple hours today, so that's pretty awesome.
Yeah. I got some free time today, so I thought I would jump in.
Oh, hell yeah. I appreciate that. We had well over 100 people there for a while.
Yeah, we did.
Let's see. Yeah, I have. Oh, shit. I must have leveled up. I've had 2.5 thousand people come through this live. I got 30 new followers, 37 gifts, and I made $5.32. 2,500.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that's pretty high. Like, usually when I'm on for 4 hours, it's right around 2,000, usually like 1,900, sometimes not even that. So I must have hit one of my live levels.
Good job.
Oh, yeah. So I've almost passed through 26 now, it says. Yeah, TikTok, for you have a live, you know how it is. But for anybody watching, there's like almost like games you can play as a live creator. Like the more, especially the more money you make for TikTok, the more they push you out. So when you hit certain levels, I guess that's how TikTok and entices people to grow, even though I'm not sure why they need that. People want to grow regardless if there's a TikTok game to play. But whatever. I guess it helps. But anyway, let's see who's in the middle here. Either Sarah or Home. This is my 48th day in a row of streaming, so I will be back tomorrow morning. So y'all come talk to us then. If you haven't followed Patrina does amazing panel lives. So y'all check her out. If you're not following her, give her a follow. I'll actually hang around another minute or so in case you want to throw her a follow and stuff up on there. We've teamed up a couple times. Before I got cooked a couple times myself today, after she came along, it was pretty good after that. But I did take a couple cookings today, I have to say. I got it cooked a couple times there, I believe. Thank you. I appreciate that, guys. Mr. T. A pity the fool. A pity the fool who don't gift us. Yeah, thanks so much, buddy. But y'all, please throw Patrina a live up there if y'all like this kind of debate stuff. She does panel ones that are really, really good. She has really good guests and not guest speakers, but don't you have like regulars that come on? Like, what do you call those?
Yeah, I just have moderators that come up.
There you go. We'll call them co-hosts. That's a good word. I couldn't think of it for a moment there.
Yeah. Yeah, they help me with the debating. I have a lot of knowledgeable people. I have some scholars that stop in from time to time. So.
Hell yeah. Did you say when Dr. Josh came up here for a while?
Did I see when he came up here? Yeah.
Did you? Yeah, you saw some of those. Those are really, really good ones. I enjoy having Dr. Josh up here. He hasn't been on TikTok. He must be traveling or something. He hasn't been on TikTok much the last week.
Yeah, I noticed
that's
that
pretty awesome. So we both pulling scholars up here. We're both know a little bit ourselves, I'm sure. No reason not to check us out. But anyway, guys, I'm about to drop up out of here and go work like a true peasant and a sucker, because that's what suckers do. They go to work, which I am a sucker, so I have to. So, Miss Patrina, you have a great day. Everybody else,
bye. If I don't see you before Christmas, have a good Christmas.
Do you know when your next live is going to be, Patrina?
I'm going to try to go tomorrow.